really get into the meat of what happened with what the Capitol Police did and what the MPD took part in that day. Seeing all of that and knowing that I'm here and then where the jail is and where those issues are taking place today, the atrocities, the abuses, the horrors that were the unspoken and spoken horrors that have taken place there. If you think in terms of the issues such as people being held in solitary confinement well beyond what would be permitted by even the Geneva Convention, if you think about the abuses, the refusal to render medical care, civil rights abuses to prisoners, if you discuss the idea of how the food was tampered with, how the people weren't allowed to have the proper medical treatment, clothing, visits with their family, personal hygiene issues, none of these things were done correctly. And the J6 community suffered as political hostages. The Biden administration took this action and carried out these atrocities. Yet here we sit in this building, and we're here in the warmth of the safety, and we're in prayer and with family and friends and the people that are aggrieved by the issues of January 6th, and many of whom are watching, as I said, from home and elsewhere. And yet all of this takes place and is ongoing while the jail is one position there, the Capitol is positioned just to our north, and then we have, of course, the court, where these judges continue to rain down hellfire and damnation, disparately treating individuals that are involved in a protest and acting as if they took part in an insurrection. But while we wait on the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem, I would like you to help me make sense of something I've yet to make sense of. I've been trying to make sense of this for some years now. Could somebody please explain to me how the most armed populace on the face of the planet chose to take over a federal government at the seat of their democracy, as they say, and they took on the largest military industrial complex, and they did that, but they didn't bring their rifles? Make that make sense for me. So while you're thinking about that, we move here into the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask you, are we beginning with national anthem? Okay, so I'd ask you to please rise. We'll put the flag on the screen. Gentlemen, remove the hats, and let's properly address the national anthem.
One nation, under God. Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Give us a minute, you can relax. Our apologies for getting the text, trying to get the text up. Have a seat, we'll restart again in just a moment.
So for those of you that are just arriving or coming on now viewing this, the situation is that so many people are trapped, unable to get here, people that had made the travel all the way across the country, and they're sitting trapped in hotels in Virginia. They're unable to reach us from Airbnbs or what have you. The streets are too late, can't get out, worked on hills, etc. So for safety purposes, we've asked them to wait till it's safe and travel there. To us is safe. So I think we get reminders that evil is near sometimes, as you can see from the screen. So I'll keep moving here just a little bit. But the question I asked earlier is, how do you make that make sense? How is it that the most armed populace on the face of the planet came to take on the largest military industrial complex to ever exist, and we were going to overthrow them at the seat of government on the day of Electoral College? We came without the firearms, that we left those at home. That doesn't make much sense. Can't make it make sense. It doesn't make any more sense than the idea that we've abandoned jurisprudence, that we have had treated individuals in these United States so disparately. How do you make it make sense that United States veterans, do we have any veterans here in the house? Thank you to for your service. We appreciate it. We get a round of applause for our veterans. And can somebody please give Kara a hand? So Kara's trying to get hooked up here. So I think important, as it always is, to recognize that these atrocities and these abuses that are going on in these jails, the BOP facilities around the country, that they're not only happening to American citizens, they're happening to United States veterans. And we probably at one time mostly thought of that as the men of our armed forces. But we know now that we have women of our armed forces that are going through this. And we have the family members, the people that have given, the people that signed that blank check, that were willing to make the ultimate sacrifice in defense of your Constitution, your Declaration of Independence, your Bill of Rights, and everything that we hold dear, from everything that comes from our heart and our mind, the shivers and the chills that you feel when you stand for the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance. Who feels that? Do you still feel that every time? I do every time. It means something to me. And as I've watched it potentially dissipate over the last 4 years, as I've seen this frog in the boiling water pot that we talk about, was what those sacrifices meant and what the commitment means. I hear something there. So I know that we're trying to work toward this. So we do apologize, folks. I know we're trying to get this technical issues together. You know, can I just get all of you, the veterans and the J6ers, can we just come up on stage? We're going to sing the national anthem. Let's go with that. Can we get a flag up on the screen? Because there's a lot to do today. There's a lot of important ground to cover. Thank you. All right. If we could just get the United States flag on the screen. Hey, we have a it's all right. So, gentlemen, look, if you guys were come on, absolutely. Family members, come on. So, if you're here to judge our singing, you judge it by the content of which we and how important this is to us, not by the sound of these voices. And I'm going to pass the microphone to Josh too. Can we?
Is it Tamara?
All right, gentlemen, are we ready? Can we get that flag on the screen, please? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stars and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of
home of the brave.
Now for the Pledge of Allegiance. Josh, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
That'll be an honor. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Gentlemen and ladies, thank you. I think it probably couldn't been more appropriate of who led the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance to open this event. I see tearful mothers and wives, and there are people here on this stage that you have probably no idea the pain, the atrocity. So as we open here, we'll take just a minute. We have things that are a little out of cue, but I'll give up my time. Can everybody just make a quick introduction? Can we have everyone's name here, please, and who you are to January 6th? You take it and pass it down.
Hello, my name is Chaplain Joshua Macias. I am one of the founders of Veterans for Trump. And as you can see right here, I'm sponsoring and supporting J6 Vets. Please go to vets.org. Any veteran that is in a struggle, crisis, or transition, we are helping you. I'm the executive director of On Your Six Foundation, and we are ensuring that we help our veterans get pulled in community where they are celebrated, not just tolerated. Again, Chaplain Joshua Macias, J6 Vets. Thank you.
My name is Sean Watson from Alpine, Texas. I'm currently residing in Fountain Hills, Arizona, part of the Elliott Army, the Elliott Group. And if it wasn't for January 6th, I wouldn't be a saved Christian here today. But, all praise and honor and glory to God and Jesus, our Lord and Savior, that through tribulation, some of us, we've had to go through the struggles to get saved, but we're all going to get pardoned, and they're all going to get released, and President Trump will be our president.
I'm Brian Cordy. I'm out of Pennsylvania, New York. J6er, did 21 days in the Loretta Penitentiary. This time last year, I was locked up. So, and let's hope these guys get out real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Brandon Fellows from Capital Region of New York. I was in 12 different jails and prisons for about 1,075 days, just shy of 3 years, all for my felony to be deemed improperly applied by the Supreme Court. It's my only felony. So, but still, they still have control over me. They have 5 months of house arrest in a house that wasn't mine while telling me I couldn't operate my businesses. I co-owned a tree company and a chimney company in the Capital Region of New York prior to this. And now it's been 7 months of being forced to live in this lovely city within a 50-mile radius, not allowed to go home. So they have not updated my case. And so I'm just waiting for Trump to commute my sentence so I can actually come here today.
Very few people have met me. I went with David Summerall. Actually, I went with David Summerall to the first Stop the Steal day, November 7th in Austin, Texas. Since then, it's been a whirlwind of, I haven't been talked to the FBI, but I guess maybe it's because of the footage that I captured. So I'm Kevin Greeson's witness, and they're still telling his family horrible things on how he died improperly. So I have been up in Wyoming. I left, went to the Red Pill Expo with David, June of 2020. And I ended up staying in Wyoming because I was told that I best stay out of Dodge. Well, I'm back, and I have not been quiet, though. Put it to you this way, the Yellow Ribbon Project, all of you know what that is. I've been utilizing it in my local city, and believe it or not, I think there's going to be about 15 to 20 people that run that place that's going to jail. They're going to have a felony soon. I'm just getting started. Not talking, but doing.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Johnny Harris. It's an honor to be here with so many patriots. 4 years ago, we all came up here to stand with Donald Trump against the fraudulent election. And then We all were entrapped. We walked into the Capitol. They let us walk in there. Most people will soon find out that January 6th was a total setup. Again, it's an honor to be here with everybody. Looking forward to all of our J6ers coming home. So, and the pardons that go flying. So we're looking forward to the investigations to come forthwith, and have a great day. And thank you for having me here.
My name is Ivan Rakeland. I'm going to actually introduce myself after you're done speaking, since I'm right after you. All right, Trennis.
My name is Coy Griffin. I'm the founder of Cowboys for Trump and formerly elected county commissioner of New Mexico. I was charged with misdemeanor trespass on January the 17th. I spent 3 weeks in the gulag. I can testify of the horrible conditions and the terrible treatment that takes place in that place. Later, I was sued in a civil courtroom on grounds of insurrection in New Mexico, found guilty through Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and removed from my commission seat, my elected position, and barred from ever holding office again in New Mexico. But this day isn't about me. This day is about those that are still being held in prison. And we stand on the ground that we want a pardon for all, because it was a day of entrapment. And I believe that's been proven, but thank you.
Good morning. My name is Estelle Messenger Krill. I am the wife of Peter Krill, 3627-8510, who is now incarcerated in Fort Dix, New Jersey. He has been shipped around to 3 different prisons, spending at one point 10 days in solitary confinement with a shower every 3 days in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. No phone contact, no computers. And he was locked down for weeks at a time in Philadelphia, awaiting his sentencing for his second charges. When they raided our house, we had some firearms in our house, and they're holding a 20-year-old felony against my husband, and they added the felony of January 6th. So we found out after taking plea deals that our attorney, who's a public defender, is a huge Biden supporter and a huge hater of Donald Trump. So we're trying to get my husband out, and we're going to try to hold everybody accountable that worked against us. Please pray for Peter Krill. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here representing my husband, Ralph Celentano, who is also incarcerated in Fort Dix, New Jersey. There has been a lot of J6ers that have been incarcerated in Fort Dix. Some have come and gone. My husband got sentenced to 6.5 years trying to protect someone else that was being beaten, clubbed with the baton by the Capitol Police. It's been a nightmare, this whole experience. He went in on March 20th of 2024. If everyone could please also pray for Ralph Celentano.
I'm Shirley Snow, and I'm supporting my son, David Snow, and supporting the J6s that's in prison and everything else.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. I'm going to move into the speakers and we'll keep this thing moving. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing. So I thought better than me try and tell you what I'm here for and why I'm here. That was a fraction of the representation of what means something to me. I've listened for 4 years to the pain and the suffering and the disbelief of every mother and child, cousin, aunt, uncle, and grandparent that call us and ask desperately, what can we do? What are we going to do? How can we help them? Because what did they do? Well, they walked around inside the building. What'd they do? Well, they prayed over here and they said, stop the steal over there. And they're in federal prison. And yet you have people that have the audacity to come out and say that these people we should be shot for insurrection. There's a legal definition. And I'm okay with criminals being held accountable for crime. I'm okay with the people that trespass getting their ticket, like the people that they'll go into the Capitol trespassing all the time. And there was a time that I really wanted to believe that there was a problem in the sense that maybe the judges just didn't understand. Maybe these prosecutors didn't get it. Maybe they had misdirection. Maybe they were misguided. Maybe they didn't understand the facts. I wanted to be able to absorb that, to believe that that was somehow the case. But you know where we ended up? We ended up in a place where they had seen so much evidence, so much truth, and so much of what really happened, because we delivered it to them time after time after time. I founded a legal advocacy, Condemned USA, and we started representing these people. And the calls came in left and right. They came in day and night. And I talked to people. I talked to defendants that called my phone at 3 a.m. or called me on Christmas morning at 7 and said, I have no one. My kids won't come to my house. My parents said I'm not welcome. I'm here alone in my apartment on Christmas. I listened to these people, and I took the call every time I could take the call because I didn't want to see one more suicide. I didn't want to see one more death occur. I took every single one of those calls for the last 4 years. There's a lot of people in this room that would attest to that. But God knows, and I know what I've done. And I know that we have represented dozens upon dozens upon dozens of January 6th defendants, and we've charged them $0. We've gotten them qualified legal counsel, as good as it gets, time and time and time again. We've paid for the expert witnesses. We've paid for the travel. This isn't a testament to what I've done. It's a telling you how bad this really is, that they broke these people. They destroyed marriages. They destroyed families. All for what? For political gain? Have these people no shame? And the answer to that is obviously not. And once I figured that the judges, if we could just show them, maybe they haven't seen it. Maybe they're just believing the select committee. Maybe they're just believing the media. Let's just show them the evidence. And we thought, man, I worked my tail feathers off to get evidence in front of these people creatively. And they didn't want to see it. They wanted to deny it its existence. And yet another person got locked up. And another person went without any kind of help. And another person was relegated to the term of insurrectionist in their community. If they had a business, it was shuttered. If they had a life, it was over. Everyone that stood on this stage knows someone, and probably a lot of them. I've worked with David Summerall at Stop Hate. I've worked with Jake. I've worked with Hong. I've worked with countless organizations. All of us have worked together because there was never enough money. There was never enough help, and there was never enough outreach to support what the federal government could do with its full weight and fury and its jackbooted thuggery. That sounds strange to you because some people still go with the idea, well, I saw what I saw on TV. I saw that. Okay, you saw something on TV. And do you trust the United States government? Let's be real. Do you trust the media? And it doesn't matter if I ask Democrats or Libertarians or Republicans of that question, and the answer is resoundingly no. But yet, as soon as we see something on a TV screen that we agree with, we go, look, see right there, it's the truth. That's it. And it's often not. 90% of the time, the government's wrong, and 10% of the time, they're lying to you, or vice versa. Figure it out. But I mean, the reality is where we stand today as Americans, we know we can't trust these people. The FBI has a dirty laundry list of malfeasance, misaction, misrepresentation, lies, and crimes against the United States people that you could just lay out on this table and roll it out. Yet these are the people that conducted the investigation. Not only that, the DHS, Homeland Security Unit, Investigative Unit, and all these organizations that you can't even FOIA, that we don't get information on. We know of their presence. We know they were there. And thank God, I'm seeing now, it's amazing how many people have come to the call of the rescue outside of the families that have lived this. Suddenly, I see journalists around the country, and I see newsreels coming out with new information today all over the place that it's all of interest, as if something's changed. You mean to tell me Donald Trump got in office and it all changed? Now we have congressmen, some of these people that have the courage to talk about this. Mike Johnson, Speaker Mike Johnson, where's the damn videos? Where's the videos you promised? And yet they didn't show. We heard promise. We've had hope. And we have stayed walking this path together. I've lived it with those mothers and those children, as many of you have. And we've all lived it together, and we have continued to fight back. One thing they didn't count on is the resilient spirit of the American damn people. We never gave in. We never backed down an inch, and we kept going. People might think that we need Donald Trump to save all of us. Now, I want to say this directly to Donald Trump. It's not you who is saving all of us at this point. It's us that's saving you, sir. And I say that with great respect. Had it have not been for the collective action and the courage of this January 6th community and the people that supported them and the people that worked to bring forth the truth, you'd be in jail. These people would have gotten away with it. And you wouldn't be there to help us, and we wouldn't be there to help you. And in those that ask about, well, what about this? This person committed acts of violence. This person did that. I'm not interested in that, because we have a constitutional right to a due process. We have the constitutional right and expectation that was fought and died for. People bled for on battlefields, beaches, seas, all over this country and nations and abroad. And they fought for these things so that we had those rights. And those rights have been abused, abandoned, ignored. We have federal judges in this district court today that preclude First Amendment arguments. You're not allowed to raise a constitutional argument of First Amendment in a January 6th case. Tell me how that makes sense. You're not allowed to raise an entrapment or an estoppel argument in a January 6th case. You're not allowed to make a defense. And not only that, but this injustice goes far deeper. The Department of Justice, as they call it, which is sad rendering of what they're supposed to be, these individuals actually work to contrive. If you fail to take a plea deal, if you don't take the plea deal they offer you, they have a superseding indictment waiting for you around the corner. American citizens, the J6 community have come to know that. That means 2 years later, suddenly you're going to get charged with a felony if you refuse to plea and want to go to court on your misdemeanors. So you wonder how many misdemeanors and how many plea deals have taken place? That might be one of the answers people should consider. And what about the people that had 1512, like Brandon, John Strand, there's so many others, and they sat in prison for years on end? I was charged with the 1512. My option was take a plea deal to a misdemeanor or fight 1512, and I faced 23 years in this prison system that's run by corrupt judges. I'd ask you to read the articles and the information we've been putting out. Don't take my word for it. I want you to look into these judges. Judge Chutkan, her grandfather, Frank Hill, started the Marxist Party in Jamaica, Communist Marxist Party in Jamaica, and is credited largely with the downfall of that entire country's economic collapse. And yet Obama brings her over here and appoints her as a judge. How convenient. I want you to look at Judge Dabney Friedrich, her husband, Ted Stevens, Emmett Sullivan. There's a huge case in Alaska. And Ted Stevens was kept off the ballot long enough by the idea that he was violating some laws. And Judge Stevens, that was Dabney Friedrich's husband. This is not an incestual tree. It's an incestual family vine. And these people have disrupted anything that operates from an expectation of constitutional rights, democracy, or any of these terms that are thrown around today. So I know that we have a lot going. We have a lot here. I'm receiving a great note. So we have speakers coming up. You're going to hear, as these speakers come up, I want you to know that you're going to hear a variation of stories, but they all feed the same scenario. There was injustice that took place. People's lives have been destroyed, and we have a right. And any last part of that, even if somebody thinks that the crimes of January 6th were so horrible, okay. So you mean to tell me that the collective action of everyone at January 6th doesn't begin to rise to the depravity of one Hunter Biden in a lifetime of crime, destruction of the United States and the children, the videos, I think we've all seen enough. That person can get a pardon, but the January 6 people can't. And I'm not suggesting these people are guilty. I'm telling you that it's not like the Hunter Biden story. It's a great variable from there. That man and what he did is completely different than what the January 6 people who came to show up for a stolen 2020 election. Thank you. Ivan Raiklan is going to come to the stage now, share with us. So those that you don't know, the deep state marauder, Ivan Raiklan, who we always find in the Capitol and asking the tough questions of congressmen and senators and those that come to testify, I'm sure they fear the idea that they have to walk the halls and get questioned by Ivan. So, Ivan, if you'd come on up, say a few words here. We're looking forward to having you.
Okay. My message is going to be simple. Real quick, I'm going to introduce myself. But before I do so, I want to get the attention of the following individuals. And those people that are watching online, do everything you can so that the following individuals listen to this message. Number one, this is for the tech bros, the information that I'm about to put out. Elon Musk, Jason Calacanis, Peter Thiel, you name it. Okay. Number two, those that are the leaders within our legislative branch. Number one, the Senate Pro Tem, Chuck Grassley. Number two, the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune. Number three, the Senate Rules Committee Chairman on the Senate side, Mitch McConnell. On the House side, Speaker Johnson, Barry Loudermilk, who chairs the subcommittee that also has oversight of what I'm about to explain, Article 1 branch of government's law enforcement arm that did a lot of the weaponization. And lastly, the last category of people that need to hear this message are those that are going to be in the incoming administration that are going to address what I'm about to lay out that needs to be addressed. Some people call it accountability, some people call it justice, and some people call it retribution. The maximum lawful and just punishment for illegal behavior. Now, you're going to hear a lot of these J6ers. Many of them already served their time. They're unlawfully, and the charges were just so much. I mean, we'll get into that. So the following individuals need to listen to that part, and I'm going to close with that part, which are the incoming Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, the incoming Attorney General, Pam Bondi, the incoming FBI Director, Kash Patel. Notice I said FBI, and I didn't say FBI, because that's where we're currently at, Chris Ray Epps, if you will. So the other folks are John Radcliffe, which is the incoming CIA director. And I'll explain why that is, because I'm going to lay out for those that are going to listen in the weaponization that started in 2020 that created the framework to then weaponize anybody and everybody that scrutinized the illegitimate actions of our federal government and in some instances our state officials that certify elections. So let's start. Back in 2020, I'm going to give you the historical arc real quick here from 2020 to where we're standing to today. 2020, good old Anthony Fauci. And again, a lot of this stuff has been released and disclosed through Twitter files. Thank you, Elon Musk. But there's more to do. Number two, all the information that was disclosed over the last 2 years in this new, not new anymore, but the 118th Congress. So 2020, we had the Fauci-funded lab incident, right, out in Wuhan. That then came back to haunt us by making sure that the basement dweller that wasn't able to campaign was able to face an opponent on par with him, which means that they had to shut everything down in America, violate constitutional norms and principles, change the way that elections were held in 2020, not in the 6 contested states, but in the 39 states that where the non-legislative actors in those states ran their elections contrary to the election law of those 39 states, rendering the election illegitimate, null and void. Many folks that ended up going to DC on January 6th knew at least some component of that in the collective. And so we went into January 6th where we saw that we had an illegitimate election, which has now been proven, and just more and more evidence continues to develop showcasing that. And on January 6th, you had what many call a Fedsurrection, some call a parliamentary coup d'etat. And the best way to describe that coup d'etat is in a video that's about to be played. You guys ready for it? Give me a thumbs up when you're ready for it as I kind of explain what this video you're about to see is. So on January 6th, while everyone focused on what was going on the outside of the Capitol, the events of January 6th unfolded as they did based on my research over the last 4 years, literally the last 4+ years, is because certain leaders within the legislative branch working with certain actors within the executive branch to go ahead and facilitate what you saw take place on January 6th. Some people call it a entrapment, a Fedsurrection, a parliamentary coup. And in essence is at 1 o'clock, for example, today, we're about 3 hours out. What time is it? 2 hours and 11 minutes. We're going to go through the same process of certifying a president. But last time it happened, 4 years ago, the Speaker of the House was Nancy Pelosi. This is important. She controls and directs the Sergeant at Arms in the House, who is the senior law enforcement authority to decide whether or not to protect the Capitol or to not protect the Capitol. Okay? On the Senate side, good old Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, was the one who directed the Senate Sergeant at Arms. So those two individuals in the collective, along with the architect of the Capitol, decide what the U.S. Capitol Police Chief can or cannot do. So when Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund, whom as late as yesterday, I've spoken with him many a time to kind of understand what happened on January 6th. And of all the leaders within the Capitol Police, his testimony is the only testimony that I've seen to be consistent over the last 4 years. And that is that he requested on 6 occasions from January 3rd with the opening of the Congress to January 6th, additional support to provide defense of the Capitol, or at least a show of force and presence so that nothing would take place. Well, that was overridden by the House Sergeant at Arms, Paul Irving, who, by the way, was the Sergeant at Arms for Paul Ryan, who sits on the board of Fox News still, note, as well as the Sergeant at Arms for John Boehner before that. Notably, the two individuals campaigned for Liz Cheney when she lost in her primary election. So these are just some relationships to consider. What I'm getting at before getting in too much detailed rabbit hole on this is that every single January 6th defendant, all 15 approaching 1,600 individuals, it is a result of the weaponization by the legislative branch leadership. Many of you, and rightfully so, have been fighting this fight thinking that this is where you're supposed to fight it in the executive branch in the DOJ. That is one line of effort. Also in the courts, that is one line of effort. But the sequence of events is it started in the Capitol when Nancy Pelosi allowed the breach to take place at a minimum or deliberately ensured that the breach took place so that there would be an insurrection narrative as the modus or the precursor to try to guarantee that America First and Trump would not return back to office. We've noticed over the last 4 years that has miserably failed. And what you said is exactly, Trennis. President Trump would not be entering office. I know a lot of people will lay claim to his victory, but I would have to say that those individuals that showed up on January 6th were the early critical thinkers that knew exactly what was going on. And they, us, educated the rest of the nation so that Elon Musk could be like, let me buy Twitter. Let me look under the rug. Let me look under the table. Oh, wow. It's the very same general counsel of the FBI that later becomes the Twitter 1.0 deputy general counsel that coordinated the entire censorship regime on behalf of the federal government, to include the COVID pandemic, to include the censorship related to the illegal election, and so on and so forth. So, you got the video? We're having great technical successes today. You ready? I texted it to you. That was the first video that I sent. Please play that video, because that is the best summation in the shortest period of time that showcases what many people missed. Nancy Pelosi on the House floor on January 6th, just before the breach occurred, laid it out. She said that we will not have a quorum, because even though 3 days prior on January 3rd, everyone was in the House voting for Nancy Pelosi to be the speaker, but 3 days later, the CCP-19 virus, all of us, excuse me, for the tech bros, COVID-19 virus, all of a sudden just went out of control, and Nancy Pelosi, at the advice of the sergeants at arms and the attending physician, told the entire House and Senate that, guess what, folks? Only 11 of you can be here on the floor. 11 Democrats, 11 Republicans from the House, 11 Democrats, 11 Republicans in the Senate. And oh, by the way, Kevin McCarthy wanted to have half of those individuals that were to object to advocate to not to object. Please play that. All right, so let me just kind of close out here real quick. It's an important video because it's off of C-SPAN. You can see her statement, and then later on you see that the attending physician is testifying before the oversight subcommittee in the House, before Barry Loudermilk's committee, and he's explaining that he was the one. Bottom line is, the individuals that were involved in facilitating the breach of the Capitol, Pelosi, Paul Irving, etc., then later had to use levers of their power to cover that up. And do that, they did it in three individuals. Here you go. That is the attending physician right there testifying. technical aspects of it externally. I can give you as much detail as you need as far as how the cover-up continued, and that was done through the J6 cover-up committee. The individuals that need to be investigated by Bondi, Cash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, John Ratcliffe, are David Buckley, the staff director of the J6 committee, who was one of the 51 spies who lied and was the former inspector general for John Brennan. So that's for you, John Ratcliffe and Tulsi Gabbard. Number 2, Jamie Raskin, who was the one that led the effort in the impeachment hoax 2 procession. And then number 3, it would have to be the general counsel of the United States Capitol Police, Tad Tobias. His signature, I can almost guarantee you, is the one that's on the bottom of every single correspondence to weaponize against every single January 6th defendant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. It's always a pleasure. Listen, folks, if you want knowledge, if you really want to understand the inner workings of what happened at the Capitol that day from the legislative perspective, there is probably no greater resource than Ivan Raiklin. So that's why we had him here today. Thank you, Ivan, Deep State Marauder, Raiklin. All right, so I think next we have do we have the video ready or the live stream bringing in our next speaker? Yes. Okay, so our next speaker is Mr. Patrick Byrne. And many of you are familiar with the Overstock CEO, billionaire Patrick Byrne. And if ready to go, let's get Patrick in.
Well, hello. I wish I were meeting. Thank you. Thank you. And I wish I were a billionaire after people don't appreciate or don't understand how much I've actually blown in the last 4 years on this mission. But listen, nobody's had it harder than you folks. It's an honor, real honor to speak with all of you. You don't know how much in a sense, I think of you as the wounded, the first wounded we took like in this battle. And I've been off on the front lines for 4 years, but I've never forgotten that we have a bunch of wounded from day one. There was nothing inappropriate about what was anticipated or what was desired to happen on J6, which was asking the Congress to exercise their prerogative to revisit, to send back to the states to the question of how they assign their electoral votes. So much information had come out between December 13th and that date. You know, Wisconsin had a Supreme Court decision, where they found a major aspect of the way the election had been run in Wisconsin was unlawful. You know, if Wisconsin had been able to have another crack at it, who would they have given their electoral votes to? What happened in Arizona, that 2 or 3 day hearing, all we were hoping for was that the Mike Pence would agree to suspend the meeting, give the states a week to reconsider, have their own 2 or 3 days of hearings, and recommit their electoral votes. And if they recommitted them to Trump, great. If they said, you know what, we see that there's some dodgy stuff that happened on our election, but it's going to take some digging into, and we don't know, and we're going to give our votes to Biden, you know, we could have lived with that. But you know what happened, that this was all a setup. This was an entrapment. It was a setup. I'm reminded of something that happened, and I really regret I did not make a warning about this. I wrote a warning on my blog, and I gave some warnings in some interviews, but the night before I gave a talk, and I meant to give a warning, and that dealt with Moldova. I was in Moldova some years ago, and I got talking to a bartender who told me about something that happened there, in that there had been an election, something like our election. I mean, where the winner was fake. It was a pro-Putin guy had won, and everybody knew it was fake. And crowds started protesting. And Putin sent a bunch of special operators, drifted into Moldova, and she's now the capital. And the bartender said we could tell who the Russians were. Guys coming in, hitchhiking in, or coming in on a train or something, just kind of seedy characters with, you know, they just were commandos. And they And their job, there were a couple hundred of them, and their job was to mingle in the crowd. That's what this bartender told me, was to mingle in the crowd and get us to. So when we would hold protests, they were the ones who were trying to get us to throw rocks and break windows and charge government buildings. And I remember 7 years ago when he told me this story, I said, well, why were they doing that? And he said, well, they knew that if Putin knew if he could get us to charge into government buildings, that that was going to be shown on television and shown to make us look like crazies, and we would lose the middle class. We would lose the middle, section of our country would turn against us. But fortunately, we all knew that this was Putin's game. We knew what agents provocateurs are, and we knew not to let him do that. So while we protested, there was no violence and so on and so forth, and nobody charged into any buildings, and we were able to bring enough political pressure to get a new election that was fair this time, and the right guy won. And that was a story I actually meant to tell the night before, that said, so people understood under no circumstances go in. And just 4 months before this, no, 5 months before, in August of 2020, there was something like this happened in Germany. It was called the Reichstag storm, where there was a protest from the AfD, which is our media describes as a far right party. It's actually like a centrist Democrat party of 10 years ago, except they don't want immigration. And they had some kind of protest, and the doors of the AfD, according to what they told later, the doors of the Reichstag in Berlin were opened up and people were welcomed in. And once a couple had gotten inside, cops appeared out of nowhere and started a melee. And all the pictures and television made it look like these people had stormed the Reichstag. And based on that, Angela Merkel got a whole bunch of, of terrorism laws passed against the right because, we've got these right wingers among us who stormed so there were those two examples I had. And I'm so sorry I didn't warn people that under no circumstances go into a government building, because they would play it. But you all see what happened. I mean, no one needs to have it explained less than you folks. I've seen the videos. It overwhelmingly was peaceful and reasonable. I mean, this was a mostly peaceful protest, and the Congress is the people's house. I mean, it's not unusual for people to think they can walk in. So it was a horrible trick that was played. It was an information operation. The names you're throwing out there seem to be the people who are involved, as well as some Ukrainian figures from the Azov battalion were back in DC and very familiar with this kind of work and took part in it. So I feel terrible that you've spent many of you, better part of 4 years in this horrible situation. I'm proud that you're going to be, suck it up a couple more weeks. I've often compared your plight in my mind to a 3.5-year battle I had with cancer when I was in my 20s, and how, it's probably not as bad as being in a solitary confinement, but chemotherapy, and I've had about 115 surgeries at this point. It was my own form of hell. And all I can tell you is you will get through it. You're so close to the end. I'm sure you can taste it. You're going to be American heroes. And by the way, all the truth is coming out. Even today on Twitter, I posted something that's been a sealed document in federal court in Georgia. I put it up on Twitter this morning, the original Halderman affidavit from 2018, which just says all these machines were garbage. We now have everything. We know exactly how this was done. We have witnesses. We have all kinds of people. So as soon as we have a return to law and order in just another 2 weeks, there are going to be people who go to work and look at the real evidence, and we're going to be able to. The world is going to see that all of you were protesting. You were in the right. You were protesting the hijacking of our republic. You were in the right. And I'm glad that people are getting together massive lawsuits against the DOJ for the mistreatment of all kinds, from the original convictions and the way you were prosecuted to the way you've been treated in prison. this is really a case where Uncle Sam should pay through the nose for what he's done, for what's happened to you folks. So I guess that's my 8 minutes. I will stop on that note. But I've thought of you, other than to tell you, I think of you folks every day. I've done what I could. I hope you understand. I've spent most of my time on the front lines. I'm on the front lines now. I'm overseas. I can't even come back to the USA. If you read the newspapers, Venezuela has a $25 million hit on me. So I need to wait until there's actual return to rule of law, and then I'll be coming back. But you will go down as heroes, and everyone will very soon, probably, I think could happen before the month is out. Everyone's going to understand you were correct all along. So I'll stop there, and my thanks to Jake Lang for bringing me into this. Over.
Patrick Byrne. I want to say that Patrick is part of this sponsorship for the Pardon J6ers Day 1 with the No Man Left Behind mantra, where we're living today. We will not leave anyone behind. We demand that everyone is sent home properly and respectfully since the abuse of laws that took place and what has been done in this country. So again, no man left behind. Pardon all the J6ers and restore their honor and restore them to their lives. So quick note about Patrick as we get our next speaker, and Vandersteel is going to be coming up just about 20 seconds. Patrick Byrne, what you guys don't know is when I went to Patrick Byrne, every time I picked up the phone and called Patrick and said, Patrick, I need 40 grand. Patrick, I need 25 grand. Patrick, we need another 60 grand. Organizations, Jake, myself, Condemned USA, Stop It. We've been able to call on that man, and the check was written. Money dropped in the account. Whatever it was, tell me what you need. What do you need it for? No details. This is what we're fighting with it. This is where it's going. Done deal. Over and over and over again. Hundreds of thousands of dollars he's given to help January 6th defendants. People sometimes say, where'd the money? He supported documentary films. He supported this event. He supported legal actions that we took for President Trump. Some of the things that were consequential, that we wouldn't be inaugurating President Trump in just 14 days if it weren't for some of the actions of Patrick Byrne. So let's next welcome Ann Vandersteel. She's
Thank you, Trennis, and thank you, Jake. It's great to be with everybody today. I want to kind of just take you back in time a little bit. I'm an investigative journalist. I was there at J6. I saw what was going on. I saw the peaceful protesters. To me, this whole 4 years has been so surreal. But when you go back and you look in time, 4 years ago during January 6th, 4 years from today, gas was $1.93 a gallon. There was no inflation. Our supply chain was actually functional. You could get eggs in the supermarket. Our economy was the strongest it ever was in the past 50 years. The border was controlled and secure. We didn't have terrorists streaming across the border. The Taliban wasn't armed with our own U.S. artillery. We had no labor shortages, plenty of U.S. laborers to fill all the labor needs. Manufacturing was booming, the stock market at record highs, 401ks. Remember how Trump always said how the wives were so excited because the husbands looked like geniuses. And of course, interest rates were at record lows. So the question we have to ask ourselves after everything we've gone through, including COVID and the degradation of our society, the DEI, the woke left, everything that we've seen is full display, full just manufactured chaos that never had to be because we've abandoned our Constitution. The question we have to ask ourselves is, do we have a republic or not? Are we the land of the free and the home of the brave? We have judges without oaths. We have too many dead patriots because of misdemeanors. And of course, Nancy Pelosi stating that we are a threat to their democracy. Well, that wretched criminal woman is actually telling the truth when she asks that question, because according to the United States Code which is a corporate set of bylaws running the Corporation of Washington, D.C., where that legislative democracy sits. It is stated in their corporate bylaws that 28 U.S.C. 3002, paragraph 15A, the United States is a federal corporation. And in April of 2023, attorney Todd Callender and his team decided to do a bunch of Freedom of Information Act requests for everybody from the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, all the way to Kamala Harris, everybody in the Biden cabinet, in fact. And what did they learn? That proper oaths were not filed according to 5 U.S.C. 3331 and 5 U.S.C. 3332. So Todd and his team sent a writ of quo warranto asking by what authority do any of those people in the Biden regime have to serve, other than our own tacit acceptance that they're supposed to be there. We just give them the authority by going, oh, I guess they're there. They're supposed to be there. He asked the questions about the CDC director, the FDA director, the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, Health and Human Services, Xavier Becerra. And what did we get? Well, we got a country that has absolutely fallen apart. From prolonged detentions to draconian sentencing and draconian lockdowns, underscoring a very troubling erosion of all of our civil liberties. And the clash between all these perspectives have done something very profound for our country. It's highlighted a very broad cultural and political divide that has actually come at the expense of information war. We have been under a massive information war, like Patrick talked about, and it's been going on for quite some time. And in this post-January 6th landscape, this information war has now also been exposed. From January 6th, I actually ended up on the Quiet Skies domestic terror list. I found this out in April of 2021 when I was flying to a Reawaken event from Las Vegas to Tulsa. I was met by armed agents at the counter. I was unable to get my boarding pass on my phone. I was searched. All my luggage was searched. And this went on for 2 years. And I mean, nonstop harassment. I fly every single week for work and between 4 to 6 flights. I called it essentially getting to second base with the TSA. And just to prove how completely absurd all of it is, one day I decided to play their game and declare that I no longer was a woman, but I identified as a man. And sure enough, they sent a man to do the pat down. This is the absurdity as our border is wide open. As I sat there and told these TSA agents they'd be better served stopping the terrorists coming across the border than patting down little old ladies because their can of hairspray set off an alarm. All this, again, the J6 story, everything that we've witnessed is now set against a backdrop of what the United States has actually been doing. And I'm not talking about Americans. I'm talking about the United States government. And they are very clear. There is a difference between the government and the rest of us. We're the serfs to stand there with our hand out saying, thank you, may I have another. What about all the child trafficking that the United States government has been engaged in for several decades? What about the total ignorance of Article 4, Section 4, whereby the United States must defend our nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic? They completely abandoned that. And I'm not just talking about Joe Biden and the thugs in Washington, D.C., but every single governor ignored their own Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3 ability to actually defend their state from a foreign invasion. My own governor didn't even deport these people, but instead we focused on the January 6ers, the people who committed misdemeanors most by and large, and locked them up and put them through hell and separated families. But yet we're keeping families together here that are getting paid $2,200 a month that came across this border illegally. The disparity between what's right and wrong has never been wider. What about all the illicit drugs that have come across the border and killed hundreds of thousands of Americans over the past decades? What about the people who've suffered because our own government is involved with a CIA of trafficking people and drugs? What about the violent rapes, the assaults and the murder of Americans at the hands of this administration that has allowed these open border terrorists into our country? What should their treasonous punishment be? Set that against what we will get for these people who have been unlawfully incarcerated, some without even the ability to have their voices heard today. Today. What happened on January 6th was a protest. It wasn't an insurrection. What we witnessed was a Fedsurrection, an information war, and a psyop. President Trump has recently and repeatedly asserted that these people meaning you, the J6ers, and I think we are all J6ers now, have been treated incredibly unfairly. Day one, he's promising a full pardon for the January 6 prisoners, and I want him to pardon every single one of them. We'll go back. We'll catch the videotapes. We're getting it all now. We know who committed violent crimes. We now know who Antifa was. We know who the Azov Battalion actors were. I saw them pull up. I saw the white vans myself. The FBI's list of crimes against humanity and their duplicitous behavior to cover all this up, as Ivan said, Christopher Ray Epps, that's right. It's a mile long. It's too many things to actually enumerate in the 8 minutes I have. But I can tell you, January 20th, 2025, excuse me, is going to be a glorious day. President Trump will return to office, and he's going to give that sweeping pardon for the J6 political prisoners. This is going to signal a dramatic shift in our government's approach to the fallout on what happened on the Capitol grievances that day. Yes, we were all there to have our grievances redressed. It is going to be an incredible day, and we're going to change the face of this Department of Injustice back to one with justice. I'd like to remind everybody that in our Declaration of Independence, there is a very profound paragraph, and I'm a strict constitutionalist, and I believe that everybody needs to take this to heart because we do hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights that are among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And this is where I find it incredibly potent and incredibly important that you listen to these words, because this is what we are about right now as Americans. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. We are all Americans, and we need each other to save ourselves. And like Trenda said, it is we the people who saved President Trump. This is our moment in history, and we need to stop and think very carefully because what we do from this day forward matters to the future of generations of this country and to whether we actually have and can restore a constitutional republic. We need to ask ourselves, what will future generations say about who we are? Will we be known as the refounders of the republic? And lastly, to President Trump, I want to make a request that the Medal of Freedom, that precious sacred medal, which has been disfigured by the likes of George Soros and Hillary Clinton recently receiving it from that pedophile squatting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That Medal of Freedom needs to be cleaned off, and it needs to be issued to people who made the Pardon J6 project very possible. First and foremost, Suzanne Monk, Trennis Evans, David Summerall, Daniel Goodwin, and Jake Lang. These people all need to be recognized for their role in securing the freedoms, not only for the people that have been unconstitutionally held politically hostage, but for all Americans who have been unwitting participants and victims in the hostile takeover of our country. And with that, I thank you so much for your time, and God bless America.
Coffee, water, refreshments right outside the door if you need something. So as we go, we have Viva Free, we have Cara Castronova on deck after that, and we are going to do a historic signing here of the Pardon Project, No Man Left Behind agenda. So we're going to have that happening. So stay with us, and we're going to get moving right to the next piece here. But I would like to ask a quick question as we go. Isn't it curious that individuals chose to leave child trafficking units in the FBI and the DOJ, that they chose to leave units where they were prosecuting the cartel and horrific child trafficking crimes and abuses against humanity to work on arresting grandmothers that attended the United States Capitol and others, to chase misdemeanor crimes around the country for 4 years? It's very curious to me how that is. So it's something I'd like you to think about as you enjoy the refreshments. Thank you Stay tuned. Are we ready now for Viva Free? Okay, so as we're preparing to bring Viva on, I would like to remind you this is the
All right. Well, I think I lost. I don't know if you guys are listening to me now. I lost the person I was listening to. Hold on a second. Well, you're watching me. All right, people. All right. Well, I think I lost. Hold up. Well, say good morning, everybody. I would have liked to have been there in person, except the flight was delayed, and then things got too complicated. This has been something of an amazing journey. I say from an outsider following this, and certainly from a Canadian following this in the States. I was watching on January 6th live with Robert Barnes, and we had been following all of the, so-called election challenges, the lawsuits that were filed, the 60 plus lawsuits that were all dismissed because of how clean and proper that 2020 election was. We had followed it for years, but leading up to that. And so January 6th, in as much as it was not an insurrection whatsoever, but an absolute Fedsurrection, which we've all learned since that time, was the culmination of dereliction of duty of the systems that facilitated and allowed that whatever it was, I would call it less violent than some hockey riots that I have personally been to and photographed. It started with the courts abdicating their duties to adjudicate legitimate grievances. The courts ran and ducked and dismissed on standing, dismissed on latches. The one Trump case that was ever really heard on anything meaningful of the merits, in Georgia, where they never did any meaningful signature verification at all, despite what everyone thinks they did not in fact do. So January 6th was a culmination of events that started with the dereliction of duty of there's a lot of news going on in Canada, by the way. Justin Trudeau just resigned, so my phone is going a little crazy. It was the culmination of the systems not doing what they were supposed to do to address grievances. We were watching January 6th as it unfolded. Robert Barnes, I make my joke, partner-in-law, was supposed to be down on the Capitol, wasn't. He was on the outskirts of DC the day of. And in as much as it was immediately weaponized into the term insurrection, and how I call it the Mockingbird media, all unanimously started running with the insurrection narrative. And I only appreciated what they were getting at in retrospect. Insurrection, so they went for another impeachment 2.0. Insurrection, so they went for prosecuting and persecuting the grannies, but also anybody who engaged in some violence that day, to prosecute and persecute your political rivals, to discredit them, to turn them into domestic terrorists, to weaponize the system against half of America. We saw this happening live. And we were jokingly saying, all right, people you have a lot of people there. Some people are going to misbehave. When they started running with the insurrectionist narrative, we knew that there was something bigger and broader to this. And what they've done with that since has been nothing but the most egregious injustice that I've seen in my lifetime. I was moderating a panel at Mar-a-Lago on the lawfare, and we had on there, you had Michael Flynn, who was the victim of lawfare for nearly a decade now. You had Rudy Giuliani, victim of lawfare. You had Jeff Clark. You had John Eastman, who put out the new his documentary, The Eastman Dilemma, victims of the lawfare. And we've seen how they have weaponized this to persecute their rivals and it's not a two-tier system of justice. It's outright injustice. And at first, when we said, there was some violence there, people should get the punishments that they deserve for having transgressed certain, lines in the sand as relates to violence. Okay. When it became clear that this was nothing shy of what we'll call a Fedsurrection. It's either a Lee-hop, let it happen on purpose, a me-hop, made it happen on purpose. What this clearly was a made it happen on purpose from the highest levels down, so that they could weaponize it and lawfare it to terrorizing a population into being deterred from exercising their God-given constitutional right to protest. That's clearly what it was at the very least. When you find out that it was dereliction of duty from the top down, weaponizing from the top down for the purposes of then trying to impeach Trump a second time, strike him from the ballot 3 years later, strike people from office, Coy Griffin, just remove him from office for insurrection. It's that self-executing provision of the Constitution, as we now know. It became clear what it was. And then as the information came out as to what was done, what was facilitated by the dereliction of duty, the not having security, sufficient security, not accepting the National Guard, what we know Yogananda Pittman knew and failed to act on, understaffing for police officers, and then provocation of an angry group of protesters. You can call them a mob if you want to use hyperbolic rhetoric. What you had were patriots who were disenfranchised and enraged at the dereliction of duty from the bottom up, the top down, courts ducking and hiding, and you had a crowd that was there to air legitimate grievances that were then, as we now know, fired upon by the police, the minimal police that were there. Rubber bullets, tear gas, provocation. They were literally trampled to death in the case of Roseanne Boyland, literally summarily executed, Ashley Babbitt by Officer Byrd. And the crowd that was there airing legitimate grievances were beaten and provoked into what some resorted to violent responses or self-defense, depending on your perspective. And so at first, as you know, we were living through the information as it trickled out at the time, I said, look, pardon all of the non-violent Jan 6ers. I'll put non-violent in quotes because violence can be justified violence depending on the circumstances. So we'll have to put non-violent in quotes. And then when it became clear that even those who partook in violence, whether or not it was self-defense is a question of perspective, whether or not they were provoked, whether or not they were fighting for their own lives, or whether or not they were bona fide people who went a little bit too far, I'm setting aside the agitators, the non-violent agitators like Ray Epps, and then the violent agitators, the ones in black locks and still remain unaccounted for, some of them mysteriously. It became clear that even those who may have transgressed certain lines of the law never received any fair due process, never had their constitutional rights protected in the process. The defendants were not tried where they could have otherwise been in their hometowns of residence. They were tried in DC. They were tried in a jurisdiction where 95% of the jury of their peers think that they are insurrectionists, violent, terrorists, white nationalists, Nazi, whatever, Trump supporters. They were tried in an area, in a jurisdiction where the judges felt personally attacked by the insurrection that was manufactured on that day. None of them received due process. None of them received any fair treatment. There was evidence that was withheld. I said this on my channel a number of times. People try to fault Jake Lang for still being in prison because he postponed his trial. And I'm sitting there saying, you expect someone to rush to trial when they haven't had all of the evidence that is otherwise exculpatory evidence disclosed to them? You expect someone to rush to trial when the legitimacy of the charge against them hasn't yet been adjudicated by the courts? You want to wrongly charge, wrongly incarcerate, wrongly deny bail, and then force people to go to trial without the full evidence, and then fault them for having delayed that? You've got to be out of your mind. And even if they had committed the violence that some people think they committed, unprovoked, unwarranted, no self-defense, no justification whatsoever, what is the fair punishment? We're not dealing with a proper system anymore where 5 illegal immigrants can beat the ever-loving piss out of a New York police officer and then get bail the same day, no cash bail from what I understand, where others, in as much as you might even equate the conduct, which I won't, but I will for the sake of the thought experiment, are in jail pretrial detention for 4 years. It's insanity. It's abusive insanity. And Dershowitz, it wasn't Dershowitz, it was Giuliani at the lawfare panel said, this will go down in history as the same treatment of the Japanese Americans who were interned because they were deemed to be a domestic threat back in World War II. This will go down as that, but maybe even worse. I mean, we know of the conditions, the solitary confinement, the psychological torture that has driven many of the, I would say not many, a meaningful number of Jan 6ers to take their own lives. This will go down as dirty as what was done to Japanese Americans who were interned back in World War II. And so the bottom line, whether or not you think rightly or wrongly that there were some violent offenders on the Capitol that day, every norm of constitutional law, every norm of civil respect has been violated in the persecution of everyone. Enrique Tarrio is sitting in jail for 22 years for conspiracy. What was it? Seditious conspiracy? A man who didn't even step foot on the. It's insanity. And so you have punishments that do not fit the crime in as much as any crime was committed, a process that violated every right from beginning to end. And there's no way to parse it out to say non-violent Jan 6ers get pardoned, commuted, whatever, but the violent will have to go one. No, you had the one chance to do justice along the lines of justice, and the system blew it. The system abused of it, and they don't get a second kick at the can. So the bottom line, I might have been a little slow to this, because in the beginning I was saying, pardon the non-violent, and then you have to deal with the violent, so-called violent Jan 6. It's too late for that. It has been a systematic abuse of what would otherwise be normal constitutional rights violated by a weaponized, corrupt Department of Justice under the Biden regime. It has to be blanket pardons across the board, and it has to be loud enough so that Trump hears it and can't try to walk it back, try to temper it and say, I'll please both sides by pardoning the nonviolent, and we'll go one by one. No, too late. They had their chance. If you thought the person was guilty and you went out of your way to frame them, too bad. You'll have to, I don't want to equate any Jan 6er to O.J. Simpson, but if you frame a guilty man, you don't get to say, well, he was guilty anyway. You should have done your job properly from day one. They didn't. They abused it from day one, and it's got to be blanket pardons for all Jan 6ers. And a little side note for Chase Upmore, a man who had his house raided as a result of his participation in January 6th, and then got other charges that were not related to January 6th that he has to deal with now. Anything that resulted from those abusive raids and the abusive prosecutions in January 6th, incidental to it, is the fruit of a poison tree, and it must all be pardon blankets across the board January 20th. And maybe Trump, and hopefully Trump will hear this and not try to split the baby in half and say nonviolent, you get pardons, and the violent, you don't. No. When you split the baby in half, you don't please both sides, you kill the baby. Blanket pardons for all Jan 6ers. Thank you very much for having me. I would have loved to have been there in person, but nature is what it is.
Okay. Thank you so much, Viva. We appreciate that. That was powerful. I think we can all agree there's going to be a lot more of that to come. So we have a slight change in the program here. So we have George Behizzi here today, who's going to join us. He's actually here live. So some of the people are starting to make it in. They're brave the storm. They're getting through the weather, and they're showing up on scene because this is such an important issue. Here he comes. All right. George, thank you.
Wow. This is the closest I'm going to be a January 6er. So, well, I was in Arizona recently for Turning Point, and where am I looking? Where's the camera? Which one's the camera? There we go. Okay, good. I'll look at you guys too. So I was in Arizona, and a friend of mine, he asked me, George, why do you care so deeply about this January 6th cause? Why does it matter to you so much that these people's freedoms and their rights have been confiscated by tyrannical government? Why do you care? And I didn't really know the answer. I mean, I think generally speaking, every person cares when they see injustice. But with the J6 struggle, I care a little different because I was watching that while I was in high school.
We have a change in the.
This is during COVID, so I had Zoom classes. So I was sitting down in my room in class, in art class. I remember this, and I was watching January 6th happen. And my view was this is a very patriotic thing that's happening. The people are demanding that their government respond to their grievances, which is the very thing the founding fathers fought for. So that was January 6th was my modern moment where I understood how the founders won this country's liberty. And then the days after J6 happened, where they demonized every single aspect of that day, called every single person a terrorist of some sort, domestic terrorist, started raiding people's houses, destroying people's lives, arresting people. And that's when my care completely changed. I realized these people's freedoms is now going to be tied to my future freedom. If they're going to do this to grandmothers who walk into the Capitol, a building they pay for, if they're going to arrest praying grandmas, they're going to arrest me next if I say or do something that they disagree with. By the way, you guys are hearing me, right? Yeah. I'm not used to talking with microphones, so I don't know how I sound. But I realized at that moment that if I didn't use the platform God gave me to advocate for the freedoms of these people, there's going to be a day where I get captured because I run my mouth a little too much, and no one's going to fight for me because I didn't fight for those who couldn't fight for themselves when I had the opportunity to. So the answer is that I care because it makes me feel good to know that, you know, I'm advocating for something so common sense, but also because I have a God-given prerogative to care when I see injustice. So I want every single J6er freed, and I don't like the argument that it has to be the non-violent J6ers, because I think a lot of really good people were forced to do something that they would not have done had the circumstances been different. And the truth is, I think I would have judged people who didn't fight back in the way they did on J6. I would have judged them in a bad way, because you're seeing a government we pay for, police officers we backed. I mean, I think this was happening while there was this whole movement to defund the police and calling the entire institution rotten and it needed to be dismantled. So people were fighting for the police institution. And then J6 happens and we see the very police, the very blue that we were backing, do all those heinous things. And I think in that moment, people didn't understand that the institution on our side, people didn't understand that the institution is just like any other institution. It has bad apples and good apples. So a lot of people's view on J6 was tainted by our support for the institution of police. So people go, oh, the people fighting with cops, they're really bad people. No, if a cop's shooting rubber bullets into your body and tear gas into your eyes, I think you have a responsibility, if you want to live, to defend yourself and defend the people around you. If they're pushing old women downstairs and crushing people, you have a responsibility as a fellow human to fight back and make sure that the people around you are defended. So I think our view of self-defense was tainted with January 6th because people were still fighting, you know, the BLM rioters and crazies that were demanding that the police be defunded forever and dismantled. So every J6er needs to be freed, not just the non-violent ones. I read recently that President Trump is considering granting clemency to more than 1,000 J6ers, but I think it needs to be a pardon. It needs to, in fact, we should confiscate these presidential awards that are being handed to George Soros and Hillary Clinton and give them to the J6ers, the ones that have been tortured by our judicial and legal system, which we trusted to defend our freedoms. So, I mean, the praying grandmother, that's a perfect example. She's from my city in Colorado. And just seeing her story, I think it's genuinely heartbreaking. It's a tragedy. So I came here today, not because I wanted to be in a snowstorm, but because I think this is an important cause. And I hope posterity looks down on everyone in this room with extreme satisfaction that the future generation views every person that fought for the freedoms of the J6ers in the same light they viewed the people that fought for freedom from Great Britain. So this is a wonderful moment. And by the way, it doesn't take a room full of thousands of people to regain freedom. It just takes a room full of very motivated individuals willing to do the hard work. Jake Lang, I want to give a shout out to him because that's a man in jail doing more work than a lot of us. I'm outside of jail and I'm like, Jake already woke up before me. He already got his workout in. He did all these things and I'm still just trying to wake up in the morning. So I want to give a shout out to him and all the other J6ers. I want you to know that what you did on that day, just being in the Capitol, was inspirational. I mean, I was in high school and now I'm 22 years old. And what you did is still, in my view, a heroic thing. And it inspired me and put me on this journey where I'm constantly complaining about politics on the internet. I'm complaining about Joe Biden. And now here I am in DC. So I owe a lot to the original patriots, the January 6 ones. So yeah, I'm going to leave now because I think they said 10 minutes, but was that 10 minutes? Really? That was 10 minutes? I don't know. I don't count.
I just listened to the magic people behind the curtain there. So again, thank you so much, Beasley. Thank you for taking that. So social media influencer, well-spoken individual. Thank you so much. So next up, I think there's been a quick change. And are we ready for Jim to go now? If we're not quite ready, I can always talk. I mean, you don't have to. Yeah. So, all right. So listen, guys, there's been somebody that's been in this fight that actually, I'm going to give credit to being one of the people that inspired me. I picked up the phone one day and I was calling this organization called Citizens Against Political Persecution. And I kept calling and reaching out to them and sending emails and asking for someone to please call me back. I'm a J6 defendant. Someone call me back. And they called me back. It didn't take very long. And I hounded them pretty good for about a week. And they said, well, what do you want? And I said, well, I want to donate. I said, I want to help because I believe in what you're doing and I appreciate it. So the founder of that organization is none other than Kara Castronova, well-known journalist, Gateway pundit, Newsmax. Kara, thank you for all you've done for the January 6th defendants. It's been an honor to fight alongside you for all of the people and everyone that's been affected by this. So Kara, if you'd please join us here on the stage.
Thanks so much. Oh my God. Hey, everybody. Happy certification of Donald Trump Day. Patriots Day and all of the positivity that's come out of this day. I wanted to read to you first something that I was working on to post in the Gateway Pundit today. I hope it's not laying it on too thick, but today is the anniversary, the 4-year anniversary of the greatest political rally since Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. Americans came to Washington, D.C. from every one of the 50 states by plane, train, automobile, and some even on foot. Never in the history of this nation was a president capable of drawing such a crowd of Americans from all walks of life, rich, middle class, poor, white, black, gays, straights, Christians, Jews, Muslims, Republicans, disenfranchised Democrats, independents, even past Bernie bros. The largest populist movement in the history of the United States, representatives from all states of the Union, all in one place at the same time, with all the deep desire driving them, the same deep desire to return the power to the people through who they believe to be their chosen leader, President Trump, and their duly elected leader. The people had to be stopped, and the deep state tried. From the Clinton crime family to their cohorts in the Biden crime family, to the Obamas in Chicago, the pathetic Dick and Liz Cheneys of the Republican Party past, from the fake news cogs in the machine to the failed J6 on Select Committee to Nancy Pelosi and her thugs in Congress. They shamelessly gave it their all. They arrested us. They killed some of us. They canceled us. They prosecuted our chosen leader. They came hard for we the people. They failed. America, happy January 6, 2025. Things have come around full circle beautifully in exactly 4 years' time. Today, we celebrate the certification of the Electoral College in favor of the people's chosen president, President Donald Trump. In 14 days, he will be sworn in, and the political prisoners of January 6th will be pardoned and given back their God-given freedom. The fallen Biden regime will be remembered for nothing except their Satan-driven political persecution and murder of American citizens out of First Amendment-protected petitioning of grievances. And the rest of the nation will be redeemed by amazing grace. Because in the end, God wins, which is the truth. And it's been a long 4 years, guys. I got it, like Trennis mentioned, I was going to talk about this. I got involved because I was at January 6th as a journalist at the time, a new journalist, and the FBI visited my house and, terrified the living crap out of me. And I started just speaking out. And one of the main reasons, and I don't even like talking about this in public for many years because I always felt like thought crimes are now used against you in in court. Like you could actually think something. I've seen this with J6ers, and that your thought could be used against you. But when I was there that day, there was a lot of energy going through the crowd, and a lot of people went inside the Capitol. And then there's a lot of people that will say things like, anybody that went in the Capitol was a Fed, or anybody. No, like there were just a lot of people that just wanted to go in the Capitol. And I was there that day, and I was outside, and I had my cell phone on a string, like one of those purse strings, and it got pulled off me by someone's tripod and lost. And had that not happened to me, I could have went inside the Capitol, because I was in a crowd of people, and everybody was like, "Let's go inside." And I'm like, "Okay, let's go in the Capitol." And just the fact that that thought went through my head, like, basically means I'm a criminal according to the Biden regime and the FBI. And the fact that I know that I'm a good person, and I had the desire to go inside and check out the people's house that day and follow the crowd inside, made me realize that there's so many people out there that are just like me, that are being prosecuted for something. I was lucky enough that my cell phone got lost and I never went inside. So I felt like I really appreciated I never heard him speak Behezi. That was a great thing that he said, because I feel the same way. That I always said, if they don't, like, it's that old communist thing, if they came for the communists, they came for the socialists, then they came for us, and there was nobody left to speak for us. I always really believed that if we didn't stand up for the people that were persecuted on January 6th, the people that had the platform and the freedom to do so, then what's going to happen when they eventually come for us? And never in my life did I think 4 years later and after the fact, we would be in the position that we are in today, where everything has come around full circle in such a way that it has, where we actually have like a seat at the table, like, you know what I mean? Again, I believe everybody is going to be pardoned 100%. And I wanted to really quickly read why I think there should be blanket pardons for all. But first, I wanted to just play a quick video. It was from a podcast I do, a local radio show. It's only 2 minutes long, just to remind everybody, for anybody who forgot, because everything's been so clouded by the disgusting fake news through the past 4 years in the Biden regime about what January 6th really was, who really had to benefit from the quote unquote riot that day, at worst a riot, who really benefited that day. So if you guys could play that video, just a friendly reminder to everybody that says they were trying to stop the certification. They were actually trying to stop the decertification of the election. So it wasn't the certification that was being interrupted. And I just wanted to remind people of that. If you could just play that video really quickly. Could you guys play that video? Thank you. As he's pulling that up, I'm going to ask anybody in here that wants, like during the lunchtime break, I'm going to do some interviews for Newsmax and Gateway Pundit. So if you want to, talk about pardons and January 6th, it's probably going to air this weekend for Newsmax, or definitely before the 20th. And then the Gateway Pundit stuff will air. It will air on probably today. I'll put it out on Twitter. But again, the Newsmax stuff will be for the show Wise Guys on Saturday nights that I'm on every Saturday. And we really try to give coverage to the January 6th stuff like really no other show, I think, through the years, and give people a voice. So if you have anything you want to say, just come up to me. Okay, this is about who really benefited that day. For any of you who don't know that I was there on January 6th, I was a reporter. I was taking videos. I was taking photos. I was just taking in everything that was happening that day and analyzing it for myself. And I'll just never forget that I was getting phone calls from family members that were watching the fake news, and they were texting me and leaving me voicemails. Kara, are you okay? Oh my God. What's going on? It looks like there's a civil war. And I'm just standing there outside at this peaceful protest. And I'm like, what are they talking about? What are they seeing on the news? Obviously the news cherry picks things that they show to the public, and they were showing scenes on repeat that were happening, but they were completely neglecting the real stuff that was happening, which was that the majority of the crowd was there that day to protest the certification of the election, which was their constitutional right to do so. What people fail to understand about that day was who were the people that really had to gain from January 6th the stoppage of the quote unquote certification. What people don't realize is that day, what was actually stopped was the objection to the certification of the Electoral College. So for the first time, really, ever, besides on the sort of alternate right media sphere, the mainstream media was going to have cameras in Congress where senators and congressmen alike were going to present evidence for the first time about why there were so many shady things that happened in that election. And they were going to ask for a 10-day review of the election. That's all they were asking for. And that's all that we, the people, were asking for that day. And that is what got stopped. Now think about that in your mind. Who had to gain from that? There was no certification that day. There was objections to the certification where, like I mentioned before, Paul Gosar was on the floor in the House. Ted Cruz was on the floor in the Senate about to present to the American public and the journalists and the mainstream media for the first time why they believed that the election could have been stolen. So again, January 6th happens. The Capitol is quote unquote breached, or rather people walked in the door they were let in. And the objection to the certification was stopped. And again, who had to gain from this? I think it would be the Democrat Party. All right. So people just forget that because of all the crazy stuff that happened in the past 4 years to really make that story very confusing for a lot of people. I don't even know if you guys remember. We were all there that day. Do you remember the 10-day investigation? Because remember how we wanted the 10-day investigation? Ted Cruz was like, we want a 10-day. That's what we were asking for. A 10-day investigation. And then somehow it got turned into this insurrection and everybody was trying to stop the certification. It's just such lies. So I just wanted to remind people. I remember when I was driving down there, I was listening to different real news programs, not mainstream. And that's what the conversation was about. We're asking for a 10-day investigation. We want election integrity. We don't think that this should be certified until there's an investigation. So that was the real story. And who benefited from none of that evidence being heard that Paul Gosar and Ted Cruz and all of the others were going to present was obviously the Democrat Party. I don't think that, anybody that was a Trump supporter benefited from stopping that. So I just wanted to just remind anybody watching that's new to this type of information, because I think everybody here in this room is aware of it. That's what was stopped that day. And all of these arrests for obstruction of the certification of the Electoral College is all BS, because there was no such thing going on. It was actually the objections. I believe there should be pardons for every single J6er, including the very most violent ones. There were police failures on January 6, 2021. There's no question that the January 6th protest outside the United States Capitol would not have devolved into a riot were not for the unrelenting police munitions, abuses, and the planned security failures orchestrated at the hands of Nancy Pelosi, Mayor Bowser, and others. Trumped up charges. In order to stop the decertification, send a political message, impeach, and later prosecute President Trump, J6ers were charged with comparatively disparate and fraudulent, trumped-up federal charges carrying anywhere from 1 to 20 years in prison. The main three lawless charges used against J6 protesters are now the defeated 112 obstruction charge, 30% of J6ers, 1752 official grounds trespassing statute, 90% of J6ers, and 231 civil disorders, 50% of J6ers. Unconstitutional manhunt that continues even to today. And I could talk about that for hours, but I won't. Instead of one multi-defendant Capitol riot case, similar to the J20th 2017 prosecutions where 235 radical left Antifa were charged and then released, and eventually charges were all dropped. I don't think they ever spent a day in jail. For their inauguration day riot, each and every January 6th defendant had their own case opened against them, and they were tracked, surveilled, hunted down, and raided using FISA and JTTF terrorism task force funding in the largest prosecution in U.S. history. All J6ers must be pardoned on day one. January 6 charges against under Merrick Garland and Matthew Graves. Department of Injustice must be dismissed and convictions pardoned. Once the J6 patriots who followed President Trump's once the January 6 patriots who basically were there that day in support of President Trump, and they were peaceful and they were patriotic and they went there to make their voices heard, that was what they were doing. And that was basically that's what I was doing. I was there that day, and all of these people need to be pardoned immediately. I wanted to talk about one more thing that I think is just important to put into the universal mind, and that's establishing a new J6 investigative committee. I didn't really want to talk about this, but I highly doubt Nancy Pelosi is watching this, or any of these deep state Democrats or psychotic rhinos like Liz Cheney, because I don't really talk about this because I feel like I don't want them to get pardons. Like, I don't want to put them into the universe and they realize there is going to be an investigative committee where they will be tried and prosecuted for the crimes that they've committed. They're traitors and they need to be weeded out. But the good thing, from what I understand, is if they're pardoned, then they can no longer plead the fifth. So if they're subpoenaed in front of Congress, they can't pull I'm pleading the fifth and not answer questions. They will have to answer questions. And I want to see what they have to say. And if they don't, then they're basically going to be held in contempt. And then hopefully they will, if they committed crimes, so this is not misconstrued. I'm not calling for Nancy Pelosi or psychotic Liz Cheney to be put in prison, unless they committed crimes, and there's evidence pointing to that and emails pointing to that. And if any of you, and I'm going to put this out there too, I've reviewed the Twitter files extensively because Gateway Pundit was one of the most censored people. Matt Taibbi actually said Gateway Pundit he was very familiar with because we were one of the most censored on the Twitter files. It was really the lower echelons and the minions in the Biden regime, like all of the stupid interns and, these advisors to the president that are like 27 years old, that were the ones that were just very reckless in their communications with the people at Twitter. And it was really their emails that exposed everything. And it brought the people from the top down. And I truly believe that's what's going to happen. I feel like it's all the interns and these advisors that just got out of college that were so they were just full of all this power that they were given when Biden got in, the same way they were censoring Americans, and that's all been exposed now. They 100% were just thinking that they were going to be able to politically persecute Americans and get away with it. And I guarantee there's emails out there between the DOJ, between the judges, which is obviously illegal, and between the Unselect Committee and the Biden administration that are probably really low-hanging fruit, and it's not going to take very hard to find those emails. And then, of course, these interns and these lower echelon people will crumble and they'll point fingers at the people who are really responsible, which is obviously their bosses in the deep state, like the Nancy Pelosi's and whoever is giving her orders. So there needs to be an investigative committee, and it needs to be people that know about this stuff, that they can't just hire out new people because they're going to waste the 2 years we have the House. We don't know if it's going to go back Democrat in 2 years, and then we're not going to be able to subpoena anybody because all of this time will be wasted. So I'm quickly just going to read this. Give me 1 second. There is currently, and I did some research on this, a capital siege unit. I was looking through the Plum Book, which is all the new jobs for the administration, seeing if anything was a fit. And there's a capital siege unit with a $212 million a year budget. So that budget still exists. That should be repurposed to fund the investigations, research, or an advisory board. This budget needs to be repurposed to provide funding to get the truth and to the bottom of those involved in politically weaponizing the FBI, the Department of Justice, and the DC courtrooms against J6ers. We need to identify, and this is something a lot of lawyers that have spent time in the January 6th courtrooms, including Rabbi Jonathan Gross, who I wanted to give a shout out to. He will be speaking later. He has been one of the biggest fighters for the January 6ers. He's done a lot of pro bono work, and he literally is somebody that belongs on this committee. He believes that there's a hibernation of young attorneys. A lot of the J6 cases through the years towards the end, there were these young attorneys being supervised by the older ones that were originally the ones that were doing a lot of the legwork at the beginning, because they're training this new generation of very sick, mentally ill lawyers that hate America to go against citizens for political persecution. So they're training these young interns, these lawyers, these legal aides, or whatever they are in the Department of Justice. These people need to be weeded out and fired. It's just not the Michael Graves that need to be fired and the other people in the Department of Justice that it needs to be weeded out from the bottom up, because they're going to hibernate until the Democrats come back into power, or until the rhinos come back into power. And then guess what's going to happen in 4 years when Trump can't be president anymore? And Trump can't come and save the day like he actually did this time. He literally saved the day, but that's not going to happen in 4 years. Who's going to help everybody that gets politically persecuted? What makes anybody think that Elon Musk, JD Vance, Robert Kennedy Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and all these new MAGA people that Trump is sort of giving a platform to is not going to be politically persecuted? They're not going to be the next Roger Stones, the next General Flynn's, the next Rudy Giuliani's in 4 years, if this Department of Injustice isn't weeded out from the bottom up. So I strongly believe that that has to be done. And people need to talk to Elon Musk because he has a huge target on his back. And he needs to understand that this Department of Justice needs to be weeded out because he is public enemy number one once they get their hands back on that Department of Justice. We need to prevent the future weaponization and expose the targeted persecution and corruption, protect America First patriots, ensure that Trump supporters and other America First advocates are shielded from future political persecution, and that the rule of law applies equally to all citizens, and hold finally once and for all the judiciary accountable, which is the most obviously unchecked and balanced branch of government. We don't vote for these traitors, for these judges that literally stab people in the back and take the side of the uniparty. And I have experience with this. I could go on and on about these psycho judges, but honestly, they need to be checked and balanced and held finally accountable when we have the Senate, the House, and the White House. All we're asking for is accountability. All we're asking for is for there actually to be an investigation once and for all. And guess what? If they did nothing wrong, they did nothing wrong. I know they did, but if they did nothing wrong, then what are they hiding? So they're asking me to wrap up, guys, but thank you for being here today, even though it was a lot of snow. I was derailed on the road as well. I'm here. I'm glad I'm here. Again, this is the 4-year anniversary of what I found was the most beautiful, peaceful protest in the history of America. And today is a day to celebrate the certification of our chosen president. We chose Donald Trump. He represents the people. We picked him, and he is going to be sworn in 14 days. And like I was saying, could you guys just give me a chant, because I just love this so much? Because in the end, and everybody says God wins. Because in the end, God wins. God wins. Thank you so much. Follow me on Twitter at Kara Kashnova. Follow my work at The Gateway Pundit, and watch me on Newsmax at 10 p.m. on Saturday nights and 11:30 on Sundays on Wise Guys with John Tobacco. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you, Kara. Always amazing. One of the few people that rivals me in being able to just go on and on. I'm just kidding. So I love Kara. She's fantastic. You guys, thank you for being an absolute fighter for this. So look, one of the issues that you've heard this called 9/11. You've heard January 6th referenced to be something like Pearl Harbor. We've heard the Democrats, the Kamala Harris's, the Joe Bidens regularly use this rhetoric. But wouldn't you think that what happened on January 6th, being that 4 American citizens died, 0 Capitol Police died on that day, wouldn't you think it's a lot more like Kent State or Tiananmen Square? So without further ado, I'm going to bring you the great Jim Hoft. He's here with us. Jim Hoft, Gateway Pundit, founder, fantastic individual. And we should have Jim ready to go. Do we have Jim ready? Is Jim on cue?
Hey guys, thanks for having me come in. Thank you, Trennis. Good to see you. Kara was absolutely phenomenal. That speech was incredible. I loved it. I'm sure we're going to put that up on Gateway Pundit in a couple hours, along with several other of the speeches today. Thank you for including me on this. I'm in St. Louis today. Of course, we had a snowstorm that's kind of zipped across the rest of the country towards Washington, D.C., where a lot of you are. And I commend you all for getting in there for this presentation, because I know that the traffic, I know the rail system was down from Baltimore to Washington, D.C., says one of my reporters. I know it wasn't easy to get there, but it's such an important cause. I'd like to say just a couple things today. One is my heart goes out to all the families who are still suffering. Today at the Gateway Pundit, we put up another story a news story of someone I've never heard of, the Ostrander family, and they were persecuted too. And we put pictures up in this article that we have, and this young family with 3 beautiful children. They talk about how the feds came in, arrested them, stormed their home, arrested the husband who was at January 6th. And so they had to sell their house. And then they're living in a trailer now. And they're trying to rebuild their lives because of Joe Biden and his horrific regime that has done so much damage to not just America, but the whole world. And so this is just another family, another victim of Joe Biden and the Democrat Party and the radical left. And these people are suffering. So we put up a Give, Send, Go for this family. We hope that people donate to them, as well as everyone else who is still suffering. I got a call this morning also from Ryan Samsel, who is wondering, he's asking me, is President Trump going to pardon everyone? And, the last I heard, I heard a couple rumblings on X last night that Trump was going to pardon 1,000 people off the bat. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's written in concrete or if that's something that's negotiable. But I do hope that we see justice for every one of these families. And I hope that we have some great investigators. If they do look case by case, I hope that we have some investigators who are knowledgeable about what happened that day and knowledgeable about this Department of Justice under Joe Biden, knowledgeable about how the DOJ has exaggerated nearly every case. I mean, we know now that if you put your hand up that day and blocked a shield that you would be charged with, or blocked the police brutality, you would be charged with a serious felony. And so, all of that has to be looked at, and we just have to make sure that we have the right people there. I echo Kara and probably every other speaker today when they talk about what really happened. And I see that Merrick Garland today, before he leaves office, he lied about it again. He talked about the dead police officers. And we know today that there was one officer, Sicknick, who died the next day from a stroke. There was several other officers. A few of them committed suicide. There's no proof at all that January 6th had anything to do with it. And as Julie Kelly once said, how do we know that they didn't feel guilty about the brutality that they perpetrated against the innocent protesters that day? In a little bit, Gateway Pundit, our website, and thank you all for supporting us. We do have a daily readership of 2 million visitors, 3 million page visits. So it's significant. And I say that because we can get the message out. But in a little bit, we're going to put up this video I saw that's been floating around. I've seen it before. It's about 3 or 4 minutes long, and it shows what really happened that day. And what we know now, and it's incontrovertible, there was thousands of people who walked to the U.S. Capitol from the ellipse. I was down at the ellipse that day, and I looked around. I think there was 1 million people there supporting Trump. 1 million people came out knowing that this election was stolen, and came out in support of President Trump, came out in the hopes that Mike Pence would do the right thing and would turn these questions back to the state to look at again, the states where the election was stolen. Mike Pence folded, we know that. And then we also know that there was people in the crowd like Ray Epps, the famous Ray Epps, who was telling people to go up to the Capitol that day and that we're going to go inside the Capitol. Ray Epps is a free man today. He never spent a day in prison. One of the individuals, again, this young man who I had not heard of, he reached out to me, and we told his story. He was just sentenced a couple weeks ago in court. They found him guilty. Young man, he was down at the the Ellipse, and Ray Epps said to him and his friends, "Hey, you got to go up to the U.S. Capitol. President Trump's going to give a speech there in a little bit." So him and his friends walked up to the Capitol. The next thing you know, he's being arrested. His home's raided. His life is ruined because it was all a setup. And we know today that it was a setup. And this video we're going to put up at Gateway Pundit shows how the people were standing around, and all of a sudden, these people standing around outside the Capitol, the police decided to fire these exploding canisters, the rubber bullets down on the crowd. I have video at Gateway Pundit that shows at least 7 people were hit in the head with these rubber bullets. That's just one of the videos that somebody captured. We have no idea how many people were hit by the bullets. That never should have happened. So there was no warning. These people were attacked. They were gassed for, 20 minutes, a half hour, 2 hours. Today, Merrick Garland, in his statement, he says, and the gas was still clearing. He's trying to be dramatic about this what happened on January 6th. He doesn't mention that gas was from the police, and that the police were the ones who were assaulting the protesters. There is still yet no one in the mainstream media who will admit that Roseanne Boylan was killed that day at the hands of police. She was pushed down, then smothered next to Philip Anderson, who told me first about this story, and Gateway Pundit was first to report on this. He was laying next to her. He gets knocked out like she did. And then this officer, police officer Lila Morris, starts beating her with a baton while she's dying on the steps. This is one of those stories that's never been reported. I'm very proud that Gateway Pundit has reported numerous stories like this, that we've helped numerous families. It was always the right thing to do. We were there from day one, and we promise that we'll be there in the days ahead, and we'll do whatever we can to get everyone released. I know that the Proud Boys, who were sent away for over 10 years, Enrique Tarrio for 18 years, did nothing wrong, and that we know that the FBI planted evidence in their group chat that they used in court to indict these people for insurrection and some other nefarious charges that were completely made up. So we're going to continue to tell these stories, and we're going to work until everyone is freed. No one should be in prison anymore. You don't go to prison for 4 years like a Jake Lang or like a Ryan Samsel or like so many of these other guys and women for attending a protest that got out of hand because of the police. And the one person responsible today, and I hope we all remember this, was Nancy Pelosi, who refused to bring the National Guard to the U.S. Capitol that day. She was told to do this by President Trump. She left the U.S. Capitol unguarded, and this all lies on Nancy Pelosi because it was her decision. It was her decision that caused all of this to happen. If the National Guard would have been there surrounding the Capitol, none of this would have happened. We all know it. And so we have to put pressure on our officials. They can't be little whips anymore. They must stand up, because it will only get worse next time we lose power if they don't do anything. They have to stand up. They have to prosecute the people who are really at fault here, and they have to pardon all of these J6ers eventually. So that's my message today. I love you all. We'll keep praying for everyone, and we'll keep doing what we can to help everybody out. Thanks so much.
Election of duty over here. It's almost like I want to work for the government or something. So I apologize. So listen, guys, we have Mike Lindell, and as any of you that know the persecution that this man's been through for trying to bring forth the information about what actually happened with that election, Mike Lindell has been a warrior, a fighter, a guy that has never stopped. He's been persecuted to the nth degree. He's been engaged in lawsuit after lawsuit and expense that is unimaginable, and he has stayed the course. I think Mike Lindell is right there in that same target sites of the FBI and the DOJ, the people they'd like to take down. He's as much a J6er as many of us. So I want to welcome now Mike Lindell.
Back to hello everybody. I want to kind of take us back to where to January. I'm going to go to January 4th of 2021. And in January 4th of 2021, everything I had found of the 2020 election, all the deviations and everything I had personally found, I was actually on that night, I was down in Georgia in the 2 senator runoffs, if y'all remember that. The 2 senator runoffs, I was there with our real president, and then it hit me. You know, I'm a marketer, and I'm going, you know what? I said, I got down on my knee. I prayed to God that they would steal both them senators. And everyone's going, well, why would you do that, Mike? And I'm going, well, here's why. They were caught. If I was their marketer, I would have said, hey, you guys, let's give them back a Republican so they shut up about this election. We're caught. And had they done that, if they would have gave one back, everybody would have went silent. They would have said, oh, Mike, don't worry about it. Or, hey, guys, don't worry about it. We still got the Senate. We'll get them back in 2022. That's rubbish. That would have been, it wouldn't have happened that way. As we know, we'd have lost our country forever. That's the fact. But the evil is greedy, and they took both the senators, and everyone went, oh, now what do we do? It was just like I realized, or that I thought would happen. Everyone went into a panic. Go, maybe there was crime in the 2020 election, and everybody went into this panic because then you had the House, the Senate, and they had stole the presidency. Well, but evil had a backup plan, and that backup plan was January 6th. That was planned, and they with what happened on January 6th, which manifested into January 7th and 8th, 2 of the most important dates, I believe, in history. And those 2 dates, 1.2 million people, mostly in the US, were deplatformed on YouTube, Vimeo, Suckabuck's Facebook, Jack Dorsey's corrupt Twitter. I mean, all these platforms, people that spoke out about the election, or even against the vaccine, or against or for Jesus Christ. If you had those 3 things, that was their excuse to deplatform. If everyone remembered, Parler was wiped off the face of the earth those 2 days also. Our real president lost 100 million people on Twitter alone. So they went, and everyone else in the country that wasn't deplatformed, they were petrified to speak out because of January 6th. So all the prisoners that are in there, they figured they had won that day, everybody, that they had won. They had silenced us. Boom, they got the world, they got the US, it's done. But we never stopped. We never stopped. Our voices never stopped. It was down to, I always compare it to old black and white TVs when I was a kid. We turn off the black and white TVs, they'd go down to this little tiny dot. Well, that little tiny dot was our voice. Okay. But the TVs, we'd turn it back on and they would come back to life. Well, from that point, from January, after January 8th, our voice did not go out. And you guys and the J6, they weren't forgotten. They were saying their voices, even though that they tried to silence everyone and scare everybody, but it didn't work. And then, of course, then along came lawfare, which they did on February 4th of 2021. That's the day Smartmatic sued Fox News, and then you became lawfare in this country, where now you silenced all the conservative media about the 2020 election. All the conservative, your Fox News, your Newsmax of the world, nobody could talk about elections anymore. That was it. Everything was forgotten. You bring up something, you bring up January 6th, you bring up anything to do with the elections, and it's silent. And so they tried to kill our voice, but they didn't succeed. And over the next 4 years, the stuff we found out, and the stuff that had happened, I know I was talking to our real president, we were talking about this. I really believe if if we would have succeeded back then in November and December of 2020 to overturn the election and then show all the corruption and or just even part of it, and Donald Trump would have put in, I believe we'd have lost our country forever. I believe what had to happen was these last 4 years, everybody's eyes being opened up, and all these people that are unjustly held, like all you J6ers, like and held, and the attacks on everyone, including myself. I've had I actually remember when the FBI took my phone. I said, I want to go to those January 6th committees. You know, I wasn't there at the Capitol, but I wanted to go there because I wanted all the stuff I had, the information we had on the setup that it was. I wanted to bring there, and they go, "Well, that's a different FBI." And I said, "Well, you know what?" I said, "I want to be arrested because I want to get the word out, and they wouldn't arrest me." But I'm getting a little off track here. But what happened over the last 4 years, and everybody finding out as things started, eyes started to be open about this election and what really happened then, and what really happened on January 6th. As the public started, our voice, even though we lost our voice with all the mainstream media, the fake news, we had to actually use, you guys, the fake news. This is your CNNs, your Washington Post, your New York Times, all these outlets, ABC, NBC, CBS, all these outlets that attacked us, and we used them though. All of us, by everybody standing up and going and being attacked. I loved it when they'd call and attack me. I'd go, yeah, I would be able to keep getting the word out, And on this election, when I was there in the middle, it was like when Donald Trump, our real president, won, it was like 2:30 in the morning at the convention center, and I had in front of me all the news outlets, all your CNNs, ABCs, all of them are saying there, and I know most of the reporters, all of them. And the one little snot from ABC, she goes, Mr. Lindell, or she goes, Mike, now that Donald Trump has won, do you think this election was fair? And I said, I've told you before, I wouldn't trust any election ever done with electronic voting machines, and including this one, including them all. But I said, we're never going to stop until we get to paper ballots hand counted. And anyway, I said to them, but I want to thank you all. I want to thank each and every one of you horrible media journalists and that have attacked us and have not stood up for the J6ers, have not stood up for the people of our country. And all you guys have done is attack. But I said, I thanked them all. I said, it was because of you attacking, we were able to get the word out. And thank you for helping get our real president, Donald Trump, elected. And they're all going, we didn't do that. Well, yes, they did. You guys, evil is greedy. And evil was so greedy over the last 4 years, just relentlessly attacking, and the J6ers being forgotten or saying, here's everything suppressed, that what really went on that day. And but through all of our voice growing, which is your Lindell TV, Frank Speech, Getter, Gab, True Social, now Elon Musk having X instead of Jack Dorsey, even Zuckerbuck, you got to look at that. Even he went down there now to Mar-a-Lago, and he's trying to say he's a conservative. Well, maybe he did get his eyes open, but all I'm saying is all the stuff that went on and all the persecution and the stuff against the J6ers, against all of us, it's not going to be in vain, everybody. We're going to pray that each and every one of you gets let out. And we're going to look back, and maybe all that had to happen, the injustices that happened because evil's so greedy, you look at that from the outside looking in, and it opens so many people's eyes going, this is wrong. This is wrong. They tried to cover it up. And I've said it before, our victory this fall was we broke through the biggest cover-up of the biggest crime in history, which was the 2020 election. They tried to cover it up through falsely putting people in prison, like the J6ers, like all the attacks. They tried to cover up the biggest crime this world had ever seen with that stolen election. And they weren't able to do it. We broke on through that. So now, that's step one. Step two is now will be securing our elections and getting everyone that was involved, getting them the real criminals, you know, looked at and put in prison. But to get our elections secure so that we don't ever have to look back and say, you know, all these things, that we don't ever have to go through what we've just went through in the last 4 years of getting people's eyes open and all the attacks, and because we want to solve things going forward and be proactive, and I just keep my prayers are to all of the J6, that every one of them gets released, and that we finish what we started, the second part of this. And we do need, and I will never stop talking about it, we need to secure our elections. If anybody thinks that they didn't steal 4 senators and about 9 congressmen in this last election, and you know, once again, if I was a marketer, I knew Donald Trump was going to win. If I was their marketer, hey, we're caught. You know, if we go steal this again with this candidate, and you've all seen the thing where 63 million, 63 million, 64 million, that's Obama, Hillary, then 83 million for Biden. And then if you'd have stole this again, just like I said, if they'd have gave us China virus 2.0, none of us would have went around and done the same stuff and wore masks and all this stuff and ate out in snowbanks because the restaurant couldn't serve inside, all these things like we had to do in Minnesota. But it would have been the same with this election. If they'd have stolen it again, everyone would have said, hey, let's open up these machines. Let's check into it. But if that was market, I say, you know what? He's going to win. Everyone will go, oh, Donald Trump's in now. Everything's going to be great. And then they'll forget down here all these tickets, these down tickets of senators and the congressmen and the local races, that they did it again. They stole them again. And we've got 2 years to get that part, our elections, cleaned up. Remember, everybody, and I might be mixing the two, but this is it. This all came from the 2020 election, which I say is the most important election in history, because this is what opened our eyes. This is what opened the world's eyes. Remember, 132 countries have banned electronic voting machines. 132. The last one being Argentina, which switched over by one judge saying, hey, we got to get rid of these. Over 100 have banned early voting and mail-in voting. And here in the United States, we have the worst election platforms in history because they're using these things to take our country. But because of everyone standing up and keep getting the word out and over again and kept believing, and the prayers and the people that never gave up, we're able, the whole world knows now where we're at. And getting through that, breaking through the biggest cover-up of the biggest crime in history. And I just, this day in history, I remember being in DC that day at that rally, and it just said, something told me just not to go up there that day. And so at least for me, it was a divine thing. I've been able to keep getting the word out, where they would, where they would have been, I would have been one that they would have grabbed right away, just for going up there. And like so many people that are sitting in prison now, and they need to be let out, and immediately. We need to pray for each and every one, leave no man behind, like we say. And I just want to thank you all for not ever giving up. And we will, we're going to save our country, and we're going to save, and one of the things I've said, I want to say before I get off, is I want everybody to look at the positives too, even all the J6ers that are listening and watching, is, when things are going good, we people don't tend to reach out to God. It's when things are going bad or seem hopeless. And so I will say this, that we have been part of what I believe is the biggest revival for Jesus Christ in the history of the world. And so all of the J6ers that have found the Lord, and everyone that's found the Lord, this is the best time in history to ministry to people and to keep evangelizing. So thank you, and God bless. And I probably went over on my time, but God bless you all. Thanks.
I believe we all agree that it's okay to make a few extra minutes for the great Mike Lindell. So I want to take just a quick moment here for some shameless self-promotion. So I see that we have 30,000 plus people currently on the live stream. If you're not following these speakers, the people that come along, myself included, I would like that you please take a moment as they come through. You can follow me at Condemned USA. Kara told you where to follow her. We should see a huge rise in the people following because we have limited time to share information with you here today, but we've been putting out content on this and information for years. We've been putting out what the American people should have known. We were silenced by the big tech. We were silenced by big mainstream media. And now you have a chance, thanks to events like this and others, to actually hear an entire event full of truths of January 6th defendants, the supporters, those in the know. And we ask that you please take the time to give yourself the ability to continue to be educated. And with that, I would like to mention that I also, one last part before I introduce our next guest, January 6th, to discuss what happened to so many people, how it happened. It's 4 words. Call it insurrection, comrade. So without further ado, I want to talk about really quick the Pardon Project. Many of you have seen it floating around online. You've seen the book. You're aware of the information. I want to tell you that the people that worked on this, Tamara Lee, Suzanne Monk, the effort and the time they've put in creating the J6 database, creating the Pardon Project. Tamara Lee was known, she worked with Pasquale on the original General Flynn pardon of innocence. And now she's turned her focus and attention to the J6 event. But I'm going to let them tell you more about that, the Pardon Project, the work they've put in, and we're going to have quite a long time for that. So it's a great time to sit, listen, get comfy. This is the real deal. These two patriots have given of themselves, and they did it for what? For everyone else. Neither of them are a January 6th defendant. They're patriots that care and have served this nation and the January 6th defendants in our community. So thank you, Tamara. Come on up. Suzanne, come on up. Let's get you up here. Tamara Lee and Suzanne Monk, or the other way around. Suzanne Monk, Tamara Lee.
Give me one of these.
All right.
Thank you, Trinus. Yeah, we're going to sit, those two of us. I hate to do the, we're just going to make a little sit down here. It's better with the both of us. And thank you, Trinus, and congratulations on your best book. As he mentioned, I did that. I penned a little low-selling book called How to Pardon the J6ers, a comprehensive strategy guide for President Donald J. Trump. And this was actually only one of the steps of the Pardon Project. So I'll just give you a quick overview of how this project got started and how I got connected up with Tamara and the work that we built on, because it is literally years and years and years of work ultimately that went into this. So I spoke out for my first January 6th defendant on January 5th, 2021, when my friend Enrique Chario was locked up in jail before even the event occurred that day, to keep him out of the district. I spoke about that on the steps of this, on the front of the Supreme Court on January 5th. I knew the weaponization was coming. We had no idea how bad it would be. On January 6th, we saw a vicious attack on the American people by the United States government and members of that government. It is my opinion, through great many years of research, that was a coordinated attack with the Department of Defense, the federal agencies of the FBI, CIA, and other organizations. And there are other people far more suited in this group to make those proofs. I see Ivan here somewhere. So we'll let those folks do that. What we decided and what I decided on that day, that I was going to fight for my friends. I didn't know that 30% of the people in my phone list were going to be put in jail for January 6th. I didn't know that. We didn't know on the days after, when my friend Zachary Reel, Ethan Nordine, Joe Biggs got rounded up, as did many others. We didn't know the Department of Justice was going to go completely insane. We didn't know that they were going to deny again and again the 4th, 5th, 6th Amendment. Brady violations, denial of evidence, perjuring themselves on the stand. The government lied on court record. We didn't know that was going to happen, but we saw it happen. We watched it happen before our very eyes. And for those of us who spent days, weeks, and even months, I spent 4 months watching every day of the Proud Boys trial. I watched justice die before my very eyes. And I realized it was probably already on life support before we even got here. Our justice system is broken. We do not have equal justice in this country, and we have not for a long time. In this book, I write about a political prisoner named John Woods, who was arrested all the way back in 2016 as a Trump supporter, railroaded through the court system. The weaponization has been going on for a great long time. January 6th was just the ramp up to see if they could make it a mass production. And they will only continue that. And it is only we, the people, standing firm in the gap that is going to make a difference. So for years, we advocated for January 6ers. I spent all of 21 making sure that 4 members of Congress went to the DD detention center, and they did. And we have made changes there. That raised awareness to an amazing level and really started to form a J6 community and a family. And it's that family, it's individual citizens coming together that has caused the victory that we will claim on January 20th when, please, news, make this note, when Donald J. Trump pardons, commutes, and releases every single J6er. I know it's going to happen. We are actually preparing and planning travel arrangements and resources for every single incarcerated J6er. Please reach out to me if you are available, or to one of these other people here in the J6 community to get connected. If your J6er needs help, we have resources and we are ready to use them on January 20th. Now, I want to say this project, the J6 Pardon Project, started with a conversation over core links. Those of you who know, if you know, you know. With my dear friend Zachary Real, as he talked about the hope of President Trump pardoning him and how much he counted on that and how much he expected that. And I got that little feeling in my stomach. What if it didn't happen? What if it didn't happen? So I decided that I was going to spend the next year of my life doing every piece of homework that Donald J. Trump would need to ensure that day one pardons were possible. And it started with how to pardon the J6ers, a comprehensive strategy guide, which is a step-by-step plan. Starting with step 1, fire Elizabeth Oyer. Pam Bondi, I know you've got a copy of this book. I hope you read step 1. It's your job to make sure that the U.S. pardon attorney is replaced, because the one in there is a Merrick Garland plant. So each of these steps is so important. The proclamation pardon, using a proclamation style pardon so that each J6er can avail themselves of that pardon on day 1. Using commutations and pardons simultaneously, something I suspect they might actually be doing with the quick releases we're hearing from the folks happening. Will that very way happen? That's how you get that done. So there are some things certainly that I know the people in power have read. Will they do it? We'll find out. One of those things, and we certainly hope for, is the pardon of innocence. And the work that Tamara brought to the table with the pardon of innocence was so critical, because we built specifically, Tamara, we built specifically on the work that Pascali did and for General Flynn, and the work that you participated in, right it down to the pardon language. So talk a little bit about where that came from, because it's years in the making what we've actually created here.
What Suzanne has done brilliantly is taken that work that we did with General Flynn and the pardon of innocence that President Trump awarded General Flynn on November 25th, 2020. Right away after January 6th happened and the arrest started, David Summerall, who we'll hear from later, and I started talking. Pasquale was still alive at the time. We said we can take the blueprint from Flynn and use it for the J6ers. And especially the pardon of innocence. The pardon of innocence, and I'd like to speak a little bit about the pardon itself. We flushed out through 3 years of that social media campaign that we gave President Trump the support of his base to be able to award the pardon. We supported Sidney Powell in her work through the courts. Everybody wanted exoneration. He's innocent. Get the case dismissed. The case was dismissed, and then they still roped it in. So when you have a corrupt court or corrupt courts, they will not self-correct. That is the premise of the work of the pardons and the pardon of innocence, that the pardon of innocence works as the check and balance by the executive branch against the judiciary, against, as Ivan pointed out earlier in this streaming, that there was legislative corruption involved in that and how they orchestrated the insurrection. And so by providing that pardon of innocence and utilizing the pardon in a way that typically a pardon had been historically a footnote for a president on the way out the door to commute the sentences of people who were guilty and convicted and serving time. So what we did through reworking the language, Pasquale did incredible analysis. Go to pardonflynnnow.com. You can find all the backstory on it of how that pardon of innocence on our judicial system that is supposed to be on the presumption of innocence, how all of that can be made right by the pardons, by a pardon of innocence. And so that's what we are advocating, as you heard earlier, from the different J6 speakers who have gone before us, that there was fruit of the poison tree. There was denied constitutional rights. The 1A, which is one of the other premises of this work, is that J6ers came, and I was here. I was here covering J6 as well. So, you know, it's been 4 years of, is the FBI going to show up at my door? For any of the millions of people who were here that day, just documenting. There was power in that numbers of all of us here who had our phones, who were able to show what truly happened. And then it's been the 4 years of truthing. Those of us involved in the movement are very informed. And like Trina said, follow everybody here today because you've got a wealth of information. I'll put in a plug for 1afilmfest.com. If you go there too, we collected the context of how J6 happened, COVID, then the election, then J6, and now we're seeing the outworking of it, the border crisis, all of that. So for the public, you don't understand maybe as well as we all do of what all of the details, the nuances, but you have a sense that something is not right. And we all knew that with the election. And we came here to say, stop, wait a minute, something has to be done. And so all of the information that's come out through Condemn USA, through Jake Lang's work, through David at Stop Hate, through Daniel Goodwin, some of the others, getting the documentaries out there, J6 A True Timeline, The War on Truth from Chris Burgard, Professor Clemens, who's going to be here also to share his Let My People Go. All of this is very resourced information that is utilized by the public. We want you to get these tools to be able to explain, because all you got from the media was lies. And when they said insurrection, they use words like violent and they use words like rioters. Those of us who were here, we know it was a peaceful protest to redress our government, using our First Amendment right to say stop. There are problems with this election. Let's slow it down. Let's do diligence. But no, the J6ers haven't even been allowed to use their First Amendment right, in discovery, in their trials, but as the premise predicating why they were persecuted in the first place. So,
well, and something that's important to understand about the pardon of innocence at the federal level, which has only, of course, been used once with General Flynn, it is actually a very common practice at the state level. This is what I did with 4 months of my life in the winter and spring of 2024, was to research the pardon process significantly and to understand exactly how the pardon works, how the pardons of innocence can work. Is there legal standing for that? And there is. And so we have made some advisements to the president here to actually take that pardon of innocence to another level and to use that pardon to issue the first ever federal expungement of criminal record. We are also asking him to initiate with that pardon immediate wrongful imprisonment payments from the DOJ. And all of this is totally lawful and possible. The president's powers of pardon and clemency are broad and intentionally vague. And I know we've watched Joe Biden do a bunch of crazy things with the pardons, but let me explain something to you, okay? The founders knew it was going to get corrupted. The founders knew that it was going to be a SH show. I'm being nice for Jake's show here. You know, they knew, and so they put in place a broad power, and they knew some presidents would misuse it, as we've seen. They also knew that if you shrink that power, the presidents who need to use it to get justice cannot. So we continue to need the founders' vision of this country, and we need to continue to implement it, because the founders knew that there was actually one more branch, one more group of people that were going to be critical to the balance, the checks and balance, and that is we the people. That's the states, it's the individuals, and it is you guys. It is you guys that have actually made this possible. So as much as I get a lot of messages from J6ers who tell me that I have moved mountains and I'm their hero, I want to tell each and every one of you listening, each and every one of you who shared posts, each and every one of you who has called your Congress member, each and every one of you who has engaged, each and every one of you who has told a real story to your neighbor about J6, you did it. You did it too. We, the people, are creating justice in this country. And I'm very, very proud of us. I'm very, very proud of us. And we can't stop. What Mike Lindell says is very, very true. The deep state is very deep. And J6 has been one of the deepest state operations we the people have ever conquered. So we must continue to own our power to conquer the deep state through peaceful, political, consistent action. Citizen engagement is the key. That's how we got it done. We had 3 steps on the back of this book. 1, to produce the strategy guide. 2, to produce a database of all the January 6 defendants so that they have all the information available. And 3, expand public support for J6 pardons through education and engagement. We did that. We did that. I'm going to say something else. And for all the other folks out there on the election, Scott Pressler, please forgive me because I know you did very, very great work, but I'm going to say something right now. J6ers, J6 community, J6 advocates, J6 supporters, we sealed the victory for Donald J. Trump. And I knew that would happen. I knew that would happen in 2021 when the left said we want to make January 6th an election issue. And I said, come at me, bro. Throw me in that briar patch, because that's what's done it. It is an election issue. Justice is an election issue, and it needs to be on the ballot in every single election. So thank you guys for your support and your help. Please reach out to me. Please let J6ers know there are so many resources available. It is so critical right now that we help these folks and make sure that they get the resources they need to rebuild their lives, to get home to their families, to have a future, because their past is never going to be the same. I'm sorry, it's not. I wear black today because 4 people died that day and they never come back. But we can undo as much of this damage as Satan has put on us, and we're going to, and that is the work of the Lord. And I want to thank you guys for doing that. And I want to also say that we will honor the lives lost at that Capitol today and every other year until the end of time. Amen. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, more power, more passion, more truth coming forward. So before we have our next speakers here, and I mean, to see the emotion of the parents that come forward and share their love with you and the expression and what the comments online, but you get to see it here in person. And I've been with Tamara at 1A Film Fest, and I've been with Suzanne here in DC, and it's always powerful to recognize how much passion goes into what they've done and how many people care so much about that effort. So I would like to point your attention to, I am wearing a J6 Patriot flag pin. So this is something quite unique. And before I introduce these next speakers, I want you to be aware that you can look into this, the J6 Patriot flag pin. And Mr. David Wolf was good enough to make these and donate the 9/11 diamonds. It's a long story. I'll tell you more about it another time. You got some information from here, those of you that are here. But right now, in the J6 Pardon Project and this No Man Left Behind effort, we have none other than another family member, Sari Lang, Jacob Lang's mother, and his grandfather, Michael Landon, the 87-year-old Jewish American man who is a Trump supporter. And they're here today. They're ready to talk to you and share with you about how they feel about what's happening today. So thank you so much for being here.
Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you all for being here. My name is Sari Lang. I am the proud mother of Edward Jacob Lang, known to those who love him as Jake. Standing before you as a mother, my heart is filled with both pain and hope as I share my son's story and plea for justice and compassion. Jake was raised in a home filled with love and strong values, with a Jewish mother and a Christian father. He grew up learning the importance of faith, integrity, and standing up for what is right. From a young age, Jake showed an empathetic heart, always ready to protect others and lend a hand to anyone in need. Those who knew Jake describe him as a man of unwavering moral character and deep compassion. 4 years ago, Jake was swept up in the events of January 6th. That day was chaotic. And like so many others, Jake found himself in a situation far beyond what anyone could have anticipated. Yet even in the midst of turmoil, Jake's actions reflected his true nature. When the chaos became overwhelming, Jake demonstrated extraordinary bravery and selflessness. He saved the lives of 2 men that day, Tommy Tatum and Philip Anderson. As the crowd surged dangerously, Jake held on to Tommy and Philip for their life, refusing to let them be swallowed by the chaos. He later described the feeling as though their limbs might be ripped off, he would never let go. When Philip lost consciousness, Jake mustered every ounce of strength he had to drag him by his armpits to safety, protecting his life at great risk to his own. These were not the actions of a violent man or a threat to society. These were the actions of a hero, my hero, someone who stood in the face of danger and chose to save lives instead of coming to fear. Since that day, Jake has been held without bail, without trial, for nearly 4 years. I'll say it again. In America, in 2025, my son has been held for 4 years without bail and no trial. This is not just an unimagined personal injustice. It is a blatant violation of his constitutional rights. The Sixth Amendment guarantees every American a speedy trial, yet Jake has been denied this most basic protection. During his time, the conditions he has endured nothing short of inhumane. At least 4 years of his time has been spent in solitary fourth of his time in jail has been spent in solitary confinement. Most dangerous offenders are not someone who has to be convicted of a crime. That punishment is meant for dangerous offenders. He has been moved more than 15 times. Each relocation plunging him and our family into fear and uncertainty. Days would pass before we could locate him, leaving us to wonder about safety and his well-being, navigating with unfamiliar systems over and over again. Jake has also faced severe limitations on his access to legal counsel, obstructing his ability to defend himself. The conditions of his confinement have been degrading and cruel. Weeks without basic hygiene, like a shave or nails, and days without showers. He has been forced to sleep on a wafer-thin mattress in dark, damp, moldy cells with no chairs or eating utensils. Meals are often too little to sustain him. Sometimes nothing more than a piece of bologna and a thin bread. These conditions are not unique to Jake. They are a window into the brokenness of our justice system, where countless Americans are subjected to similar inhumanity, many before they even had their day in court. This is not justice. This is a betrayal of the principles that our country was built on: fairness, dignity, and the presumption of innocence. As a mother, it is agonizing to witness the toll that this has taken on Jake and our family. He has missed weddings, the birth of his niece, funerals, and countless family moments that can never take place. A piece of our family taken from him, leaving a hole in our heart, and yet let his spirit be broken. He has used his time in jail to grow in his Christian faith and to serve others. He has become a mentor and source of comfort to his fellow inmates, helping them find faith and hope in the darkest of circumstances. I am so proud of the strength and resilience he has shown, turning his pain into a purpose that uplifts others. Jake has used his time in the service of humanity. But resilience should not excuse the treatment he and others have endured. Stand here today, not only for Jake, but for all the men and women who remain behind bars, many who have been detained without bail or trial for years. These are not nameless individuals. They are fathers, sons, brothers, mothers, daughters, and friends of ours. These are families who miss them, who long to see them return home. In Judaism, we hold sacred the concept of tikkun olam, the call to repair the world through acts of kindness and justice. Releasing Jake will allow him to live out this principle, to carry forth his good deeds into the world. Jake has shown that someone who brings light into darkness, saving lives, mentoring others, finding strength, faith. His freedom will not only restore our family, but allow him to continue to make the world a better place, one act of service at a time. To President Trump, I make this plea as a mother. You have the power to bring immediate relief to Jake and countless others who have suffered unjustly as a result of January 6th. I urge you, upon taking office, to move swiftly and have all charges dropped, and to release Jake and everyone still detained for their involvement that day. These men have endured enough. Their families have endured enough. Let them come home. Let them begin to rebuild their lives. Let them return to the arms of the people who love them. To everyone else here today, I ask you to see and others like him through the lens of politics, but as a human being. I ask you to empathize with the families who have suffered in silence long enough for the return of their loved ones. This is not about division. It is about justice, fairness, and the fundamental rights that every American deserves. To our lawmakers, I urge you to reform the pretrial detention system that allows Americans to be held indefinitely without trial. To the members of the justice system, I urge you to ensure humane conditions in every facility and uphold the rights guaranteed by our Constitution. To the public, I ask you for your voice, your prayers, and your demand for fairness. Let us come together to ensure that no one is stopped, that justice is restored, and that families like mine can begin to heal. To the men who still detained, you are not forgotten. We will continue to fight for your freedom and for your dignity and for justice. I continue to be a proud American, a patriot like my son, who will never stop believing in the promise and possibilities of this country, despite the hardships he has witnessed and endured. I want to thank you, and may we all find the strength to seek justice and unity in the days ahead. I want to bless America and bless President Trump and his family and keep them safe and do the right thing. Thank you all.
We're coming.
We're coming back. Jake, you're coming back home. Thank you.
Strong. Very strong.
Thank you.
Only 30.
We're going to do a quick moment for that, but I would like to recognize you heard another mother's passionate plea. This is indicative of what's been happening in this country for 4 years. I'd like to point attention to the matter that you have other countries in this nation or other countries on this globe that are now offering political asylum to January 6th defendants. 4 years they've been offering political asylum. In our own country, this has always been the place where people that sought political asylum could run from a globalist world, horrific government, some third world, nasty operation. And yet here we are in this day and age, we now witness other countries opening their doors to political asylees who are being attacked within this country. It's a very sad day in America when that's happening. So we now have Brandon Fellows. This is a January 6 hostage that did years in the federal prison system for a felony that turned out not to be a felony. So Brandon, if you'd come and tell us your story, and honored to see you and to know you.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Brandon Fellows. Let me just pull up my quick notes that I jotted down right back here. All right. So just a quick background of me. I got some photos, to just kind of help you picture what I'm talking about, and some videos. I was a tiny houser since 2016, owned a chimney company and co-owned a tree company in upstate New York, specifically around the capital region. In college, I was a nutrition, business, and phys ed major, senator in college, and fitness instructor and wrestling coach, among other things. Did not ever intend to storm the Capitol. Didn't know we were even going to the Capitol on January 6th. This was actually my first political rally that I had attended. My schedule just lined up, and my friends had told me, Antifa members had attacked people the previous 2 Stop the Steal rallies. This was the 3rd Stop the Steal rally, and like many people, I was prepared to defend myself that day. Fortunately, unlike a lot of people, you don't see me with knee pads and helmets and other things that you see that they claim was there to, people brought this stuff to fight an armed police force that's most well equipped to deal with riots along with National Guard, which should have been there if it weren't for Pelosi. But as the prosecutor shared, I had come dressed, prepared for war with a helmet. And this is the helmet that they're referencing. It's made of yarn. I thought this is amazing. Opening first statement. They said, and I just start bursting out laughing. They didn't like that. But you can test it for yourself afterwards. You know, it's not going to protect you from really anything except for the cold, which is what it was intended for, and to make people laugh. So do we have a photo of one of my tiny houses when the truck, I love that little truck, little red truck stuff I sent you guys. Yep. So that's me before I was wrapped up in a place. Forgive the duck face, but yep, that's me before January 6th, just enjoying my life on 180 acres of an old strawberry farm. Very minimalist life. So I went to the Ellipse, and I wanted you to show, you know, this wasn't a person prepared for war. I've got a video of that day, just a minute long. You should see the video somewhere there on one of the things I sent you guys. Although that's me at the Ellipse next to Trump, but got in, didn't have any weapons on me, wasn't intending to storm the Capitol, and we'll get into the conditions after this. I just want to give you an idea of where my mind was at. It's one of those. Sorry. Not going to work? That's okay. Well, let me know if that works, please. But anyhow, I was having a good time at the Ellipse. Didn't even know we were going down to the Capitol until Trump said we were going to peacefully and patriotically march down to the Capitol to let our voices be heard. No idea. You know, most people don't realize that as Trump is still speaking, there's the chaos that's starting at the Capitol, which we now know that some agents, and my favorite evidence is William Pope's prosecutors. I saw that, read that in jail. And these people are telling people to go past the barricades, helping people go past it, telling people to climb up the stairs that I and, you know, for instance, Guy Reffett and many others would later climb up, and then telling people to go inside the Capitol. And some people ask, why would you think you were allowed inside the building? Well, aside from the police officers there we go. Besides the police officers seeming like they were welcoming us, at least where I was. You know, they always show these images of the tunnels, but it's such a confusing place. It's called the People's House. And this isn't just a random excuse. Actually, the judges, if they were to look at their own precedent, you know, their own cases of the decades past, they've agreed that this place is so confusing that the saying of ignorance of the law is no excuse is actually basically null and void. They have knowingly factors, which prove that you have to show that somebody knew they were actually trespassing or being disorderly. And almost all the charges in the Capitol and even D.C., because of how confusing it is for people, they said it's just not right to do this here because so many people are confused about this. And how they get past that threshold has historically been giving dispersal warnings and telling you the code that you're breaking. When you haven't done that, it's the government's burden historically to do that. They've dismissed the charges. But that's just one of many examples in which they treat us differently because this is a political game that we're involved in. It doesn't feel like a game. You know, it sucks if you're on this. We're good to go? Okay. So here, we'll start off with that video real quick of at the Ellipse. You tell me if this looks like a person ready for war, as the prosecutor said. It's about 59 seconds long. And that's me. Good. Secret Service let me in through a separate entrance. I felt very honored. Coming up here was my first time. There was a girlfriend here. Billy Weaver is taken. They say we were a bunch of anti-Semites there. Half my family's Jewish. I was getting ready to move to Israel in 2016 because I thought Clinton was going to win. So it doesn't really fit the narrative there either. And I think that's basically it. So anyhow, when I got down to the Capitol, lots of people don't realize because the prosecutors, I went to trial and then he's got 7 prosecutors over there and then there's just me with paper and a pen until they deemed that was too dangerous and they took it and gave me a yellow highlighter, which I don't know if you've ever written on, read on paper through a highlighter, but it's kind of hard to see. So I just wanted to show you one other video of my interactions with police in maybe like 30 seconds. It's the other one I sent you guys. Give me a thumbs up when you guys are ready with that. But I'll tell you a little bit about that. When I get down to the ground, 1 second, please. Yep. So when I get down to the grounds, a lot of people don't realize, you know, some of us here probably realize, but a lot of people out there that have just been shown the same images, they're not really understanding that all these barricades, mostly orange mesh, plastic that you can just rip off and they literally may disappear within a minute in some places, that's all gone. This is an area where most people hadn't been before. You got people from all the other other states around the world and even other countries. And I'll give an example. I'm in New York, near Albany. At any time of the day, you can go up and you can physically touch the building. So they're saying we should have known that we shouldn't have been there. No. In the communist state of New York, I'm allowed to do that. Why would I think anything else at a place called the People's House? Another example is Michigan or Texas. My understanding is you can actually have guns on the grounds. So maybe people have that idea of, hey, I've just been in Texas or I've just been in Michigan. Why wouldn't I be able to have something less than that? Or even, for instance, you know, we know a couple instances of people that use guns, which we get cringy about. But the good thing is the people that love guns, despite that we were getting incited and attacked, we didn't use them. That's the main thing that we should take in and consider when we're talking to Democrats that try to bring this arguing point up. But I get to the building, I feel like we're being welcomed in, and I also consistently, out of the hundreds of officers I encountered, felt welcomed in. And I just wanted to show that 30-second clip. This is a Capitol officer giving me further directions inside the building, and we say, thank you very much. And there's not anybody asking. Cafeteria? There's the cafeteria. There's the cafeteria.
Dude, you're super cool. Yeah. You're way up. You're super cool. Thanks.
So there's a Capitol officer, one of many, giving me further directions inside the building. Earlier, I had been told I wasn't going to be arrested for going inside. Didn't know if it was because they were with us or I don't know what the heck was going on. It just looked like there's probably some pretty epic photos in there, and I got some. And one of them is one other photo with the police officers outside. They also made me feel welcome. Can we show that one? So fun fact, in trial, they let you name your exhibits, and I thought this is so fun. I got to make this fun. And this is called Exhibit 2-A. Yep. Getting Sexy Wit Da Popo. That's an actual court exhibit. The jurors smiled, even though they hate me. So you can see there, they were letting me take sexy poses with them, and they had no objections, nor did they tell me. In fact, the only person that told me indirectly to leave that day, and the prosecutors hated this and objected immediately, is Donald Trump. Donald Trump said, hey, everyone, we were told 6 p.m. curfew. We got that around 4:30 p.m. He says, guys, we love you, blah, blah, blah. We love the police. Time to go home. That's the only person to tell us to go home that I encountered. Anyhow, for that, I was arrested, had the FBI chased after me originally for misdemeanor charges, kicked off of Airbnb, Uber, Lyft, bank accounts closed, people calling for your death. 3 years in prison, and not just prison, domestic terrorist wings, where a year and a half, you're not allowed to see your family or friends. And, it's just, I got some actual videos that I snuck out from the prison, and I was actually attacked over this. I don't want to play the whole thing, but there's multiple videos. And you'll see they didn't give us haircuts or shaves. So the only option you could have, you wanted to look not crazy for your bond hearing, you got to chemically burn your hair off, which sometimes leaves second-degree burns. So if we could show just a little bit, there was a link I think I sent to you guys, and actually Kara Castronova is the one that helped me. I don't know if she's still here. She spoke earlier. She helped get those up. Let me know if we got that. If not, it's you can Google it in DC jail videos. Gateway. You have to type all this stuff in because they suppress it. DC jail videos, Brandon Fellows, Gateway Pundit. You got to type all that in order to find it easily. Or you can use DuckDuckGo. Anyhow, I was hoping to show some of that because I look pretty rough there. No? None of those two. It was a link. It was like a Rumble thing, I think. Yeah. And let me know too if I'm going over. You guys let me know. I can happily speed it up. Brandon Fellows, DC jail videos, Gateway Pundit. Anyhow, sorry, BRANDONFELLOWS. So aside from that, though, I've spent 6 months in solitary. Lots of times, I think the longest I went without being allowed to shower was 9 days. Sometimes you get left in there for 4 or 5 days without them. You know, your toilet gets clogged. You stay there, and as if poop didn't smell bad enough, imagine rotting poop. And I would just go to all and then look for the Gateway Pundit thing. Click all. Brendan Fellows DC jail videos, Gateway Pundit. That's what you have to. I told you it's suppressed. Nope, still not there. Yeah, that's how annoying it is. Because this actually did make a little traction online. Mm-hmm. Perhaps. Got it. Well, anyhow, I was originally they were telling me early on I was facing 33 years in prison. And then they come to you with these 5-year plea deals, even 15, 18-month plea deals. Okay, well, that's new. Well, I look absolutely horrendous there. There's different videos of my time in there. That's very interesting that it's blocked. Anywho, I ended up going to trial. They found me guilty, though they did say the marshals said, wow, I was very surprised it took them 3 days to find you guilty. We've seen that people get found with 7 times the amount of felonies guilty in like under 3 hours. But I just wanted to say our trials here, just because people say we were convicted here, this is, as Trinis was sharing earlier, it's the worst place to have trial. Studies where 84% said they'd find anybody with January 6 related charges guilty. Compare that to another Democrat stronghold of Atlanta, Georgia, another place that had charges pending against Trump. That was 54%. So a 30% drop. And think about that. That's people being honest. Because there's people around here, there's billboards. We can't let January 6 happen again. They're having events at the parks. And this city is 10 square miles. They're grabbing people. If they haven't already been in a jury, they know somebody in a jury. And these people are looking at us. You ask them the question during voir dire, the question asking stage of trial. Hey, were you negatively affected by January 6th? Everybody raises their hand. I mean, that's just not, you're not supposed to have victim jurors. We need to change a venue. And one quick thing I want to bring up too is we can draw a lot of similarities from, this was the largest criminal investigation in American history. We can draw similarities from another, at the time, largest criminal investigation in American history. And those are the people targeted after. You got it? Oh, okay, gotcha. That's the people from the that were charged for colluding to assassinate Abraham Lincoln. They were all found guilty. They had a jury here. They felt like they were victim jurors. The people that had dealt with that. And then a year and a half later, one of the woman's son who was hung from that conviction. John Surratt gets moved outside of the district because they said it's not proper to have the trials here. So I know some of us, like myself, are going to be seeking to appeal what is now left for me misdemeanors. I think we need to also push for 2 things to wrap this up. We need to push to get the trials out of DC for those of us that are looking to go on this, because we're looking to make precedent to try to stop this. It's not just enough, okay, it's over. We need to fix it in multiple ways. But the second thing I just want to bring up is that I've been forced to live here in DC for 7 months. I've been allowed to go home. And even this period of time, despite the support that I've had out here, even though I'm not from here, has been essential. And there's going to be a lot of people coming out. They're going to need help in various ways. So I just want to, let you guys know to pray for them and help us support them in any ways that you guys can. My best way is I recommend Gifts and Goes for the individual people. So, yeah, that's what I got to say. Sorry, we're a little disorganized, but yeah.
And then Brandon, thank you so much. This guy, I had to wait years actually to meet this guy. I talked to him on the phone early on. This is one of the guys that we knew what was happening to him was just so wrong, like everybody else, but it's just one of the cases that became very personal to me through a mutual connection some years ago. So thank you, Brandon. It's really an honor to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Of course, you saw the horrors and atrocities of Brandon Fellows' actions that day. So I appreciate people that have had the chance to somehow take this in stride and almost laugh along the way, as much pain as they've been through. So that kind of spirit, I think, is indicative of who we are, emblematic of what we are as the American people, the spirit that could not be crushed, the will that would not be bent, the knee that would not be bent, and who we stand to be, what we aspire to be as Americans. So we have Wayne Allen Root coming up on deck here. Do we have Wayne? Is Wayne ready to go? If we're not ready with Wayne, we can play that clip. So while we're waiting, another question for you. If January 6th was like 9/11 and all of these horrors and atrocities that happened, if that's really what happened, again, I like to ask, how is it that we didn't have an advance notice of all these people, these so-called insurrectionists on the way? Why didn't we have the National Guard? I think Ivan covered some of that earlier. It would certainly be of interest. Did you know the National Guard's doing some work here in DC for a snowstorm? It's interesting. I find it a little bit interesting. Maybe. But let me make this point to you. I find it interesting. Why would they not want the National Guard on January 6th? They said they didn't want it for optics. Why did the city, the Mayor Bowser, who's not opposed to calling the National Guard on a pretty regular basis, they do appear here a couple times a year on average or better. Wouldn't you think that it would be interesting, but maybe because Donald Trump was talking about the Insurrection Act and you would need the National Guard, i.e. the military, to actually utilize the Insurrection Act? I think that's why they didn't want to have the National Guard on site. Just an opinion for you to consider. Are we ready to go with Wayne Allen Root? All right, ladies and gentlemen, Wayne Allen Root is here. Thank you, Wayne. Good to see you. Wayne, hold on. We can't hear you, buddy. He's excellent. You know the man's a patriot. Look what's going on in the background. I'm sure he's passionate and vigorously espousing.
We get a blanket day one pardon, whether it takes the form of commutation, whether it takes Cash Patel or someone else coming in and dismissing cases. The point is we have to get our countrymen out of the gulag. And it's worth coming all the way from New Mexico to share my insights. First and foremost, as a prosecutor, for the better part of a decade, I prosecuted real criminals. And I'll tell you right now, when I would go after a rapist or a murderer or a thug, they didn't look like the Midwestern Christian veterans, police officers, FBI agents that were actually honest. We had Jeremy Wise here earlier, and they've made your lives living hell. And as a prosecutor, I was struck with many legal deviations. This is what really offended me, because you've got cases like Brady versus Maryland. This case that goes back to, I think, to 1963, with the premise that the state, the government, has to do what? Produce all exculpatory evidence that tells you whether you're innocent or not. Well, we just had a report from the Inspector General, Horowitz, on what? At least 26 embedded agents, provocateurs, that as a matter of law had to be disclosed. The J6ers were entitled to know who their identities were. Why? Because you also have this thing called the confrontation clause, a guaranteed right to confront your accusers. They've been deprived of that. It is my firm belief that the most salacious things that you see on camera, the things that have been played over and over again, is a byproduct of agitators that weren't indicted. And you had unwitting, wonderful people standing right next to them that were swept up. So I only have one caveat for the blanket day one pardon. That if you are a Fed provocateur, you don't count. You don't get a pardon. The other case that comes to mind is the Giglio decision. Came about 10 years later with the idea that if you had credibility issues, if the state knew that there was someone that they were going to pass off as a witness to a J6er, that has to be disclosed. There are many, many actors, individuals that raise many questions, Ray Epps in particular. Why hasn't anybody been able to subject him to the stand for cross-examination? It's curious. Why does he receive such protection from the swamp? Another possible violation of the rights of the J6 prisoners. Again, these are concepts that come from cases that are 40, 50, 60 years old. Then you also have this thing called entrapment. And I really want to focus on this because much of the debate, even among conservatives, is whether or not violent offenders should be afforded a day one pardon. And let me be clear, absolutely. Absolutely. Why? Because when you have this thing called entrapment, the law has long held that you're entitled to dismissal. When you have people that were setting up people to fail, to brand them as criminals, it creates this thing called the fruit of the poisonous tree. And so while everyone is trying to distinguish between violent and nonviolent behavior, their analysis should be squarely focused on whether or not you had the state creating a landscape that made you all more likely to fall into a trap. And that's exactly what happened on January 6th. Another thing that I want to bring up from the standpoint of the law, if you look at most garden variety charging, when it comes to assault on a police officer, typically if you're called to the scene of a crime or if there was a bar fight, you're looking at sentences that are imposed anywhere from 6 months, maybe up to 18 months. That's the typical range that you'll see for assault on a peace officer. And I look at the Jake Langs of the world. I look at the Ryan Sampsons of the world. I look at the folks that have been incarcerated almost 4 years. They would have exceeded the max sentence for assault on a peace officer 2-3-fold. Great injustice. Great injustice. So we can just rattle off violation after violation after violation, and it makes you wonder who are the real criminals. And so I want to preface this as a prosecutor. It was my job to screen my cases, to investigate my cases, to ensure that I didn't have dirty witnesses violating Giglio. It was my job to figure out if there was anything that would tend to prove the innocence of the accused to provide to the other side, because I didn't want to have that on my conscience. Because a violation of Brady actually follows convictions, meaning I could be disbarred. Someone could file a complaint for me against me if I withheld that evidence. Where are the DOJ's attorneys when it comes to acting righteously, doing the right thing? And it's not just them, it's the judges. I've never seen such a manifest injustice in my life than when I look at these judges, their calloused, cold hearts. And so my ardent prayer since day one is to raise awareness, offer a level of vindication that on the law, when it comes to this thing called equality under the law, the J6ers have been given a raw deal. Because if entrapment was part of the landscape, and make no mistake, it was. If you had facts that showed that you had provocateurs and agitators that shot rubber bullets at the J6ers, deployed gas against them, they had a lawful right to self-defense of themselves and others. So while everyone wants to point to salacious photographs of Jake Lang holding a bat, did you ever ask yourself why he was holding a bat? Because someone was murdered right in front of him. That's why. Why did he have a gas mask? Because he was sprayed with gas. And so for all of the cold-hearted swamp creatures that live here, how much is enough? How much do you need? How much blood do you need to draw from the J6ers before you're satisfied? Because as we've established today, the sentences are excessive. The law has been violated by the state. And so I'll leave you with this. We need to get these folks out. We can't leave anyone behind. And my earnest plea to Donald Trump, if you see this, is that you have righteous prosecutors, you have righteous law enforcement officers, and they are all sick to their stomach about what they've seen. The reason why I am invested in this is because my profession let the J6ers down. And Jeremy Wise, who I spoke with in the back as a former FBI agent, he will tell you that the agents, by and large, let you down. And so we're here to bear witness, to provide testimony that this has to be remedied. So going forward, we want the pardons. We want them day one. We want pardons of innocence. We want restitution. There's ways to go about getting restitution. Everyone on the unselect committee is actually guilty of the 1512 charge. When you look at obstruction, real obstruction, when you apply the black letter law, the Liz Cheneys of the world violated that statute. They should be arrested. There should be civil asset forfeiture, and assets should be taken, and that should be the money that's used to make you all whole. It needs to happen. And then one last suggestion after the pardon. There needs to be a law that protects the J6ers as a protected class so they cannot be discriminated against in the job market. There's going to be a lot of woke, leftist, radical Marxists that are going to punish you. They're going to try to keep you from integrating back into society. So I propose that there's a law that treats the J6ers as a protected class, that you can't discriminate against them, or there will be legal penalties for that. This is just the beginning. 4 years have been lost. People have been devastated, and justice demands that we make it right. So day one, President Trump, within the first 9 minutes, we want those doors open. We want to march over to the J6 or the DC Gulag, and we want to be there waiting for our brothers and sisters to come out, welcome them back to society as heroes. And we thank you, Mr. Lang and the family, and allowing us to share our thoughts today. But God bless you all.
David, thank you. So great to have you here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have a little announcement for those of you that aren't keeping up. I'm not quite sure. Is that right? Are we confirming that 100%? Okay, so Trump has been certified as the 47th president. Amen. Thank you, God. Here we go. Donald Trump has been certified as the 47th president. So, well, I guess they don't have to worry about us causing another insurrection. You guys just send the guard home now, right? So we're all good. Right. Okay, so guys, we lost Wayne Allen Root here just a little bit ago. And if I'm correct, we're bringing Wayne back up now. So we have Wayne Allen Root. Here we go. Let's try it again, Wayne. Good to see you. We're working on the audio for Wayne Allen Root. I think, you know what happened is we probably got audio problems. We talked about Trump getting certified. And disinformation or something. It's some of that Brandon Fellows propaganda. It's the DC distortion. Corey Griffin, listen, ladies and gentlemen, Cowboys for Trump. You guys saw him riding horseback. You've seen him across the country. Cowboys for Trump. Corey Griffin's coming up now. We're going to fill in here. Corey, thank you. You've seen him stand in the Oval Office. You've seen him ride the horse. You've seen him be a part of this country. Valor, honor, tradition, that kind of thing. Cowboys for Trump. Corey Griffin.
Thank you, Trennis. Thank you very much, Trennis. I just like to start out very quickly by praying right quick. Father God, I come before you in Jesus' name, Lord, and I just pray, Father, that you give me the power of the Holy Spirit, Father, to speak clearly, Lord God. I pray that you direct my thought, my speech, and I pray, God, that it all is to honor you and glorify you, Father, in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. Well, I thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It's a great honor, as it was an honor to stand 4 years ago on January 6th as we stood outside of the Capitol peacefully, patriotically, with hope that what happened wouldn't happen. We knew the train wreck that was coming. We knew the corruption of the 2020 election, and we knew the dangers of a Biden presidency. And that's all been carried out over the last 4 years. We've seen the devastation of so many American families, to so many American patriots, and it's been sad. But speaking, I want to share a little bit about yourself. I want to share a little bit about myself, a little bit about my background, so you know more of a rounded view of who I am, why I was there, and what has happened to many Americans like me. Before January 6th, I sat as a county commissioner in Otero County. I formed the group Cowboys for Trump to advocate for President Trump, to support President Trump in office, to support his policy, his legislation, which directly affects us there as a border state. I'm 75 miles from El Paso. So as I saw the president making great strides to secure our border, I wanted to support him in that. I formed Cowboys for Trump. And then I went on the trail. I took my horse to countless different cities across the United States, advocating for an America First agenda, supporting President Trump and his position on America First. Then the 2020 elections came, and I saw the momentum that was behind President Trump. I saw the complete lack of momentum behind the Biden campaign. And then when the results came in, I was shocked like many. But I didn't just sit at that time as a citizen. I sat in a legislative position as a county commissioner. And any of y'all that know the processes and certification, we know that certification first begins on the county level. The county commissioners are your first line of defense to protect the election. So as I sat as a county commissioner and the 2020 election came before me on certification, I voted no on the certification. I did so off of the message that I was receiving from President Trump that our elections were compromised, but not only President Trump, also Ted Cruz, Mike Pompeo, many in the the higher echelon of politics, if you will, that should have better information than many of us on the lower levels were saying, no, the elections are compromised. So as a county commissioner honoring my oath of office, I stood strong. I stood strong on the vote. I voted no. Whenever they told me I couldn't vote no, I said no, it's a yes-no vote. I will vote no. I voted no. And then after I voted no, I once again carried that conviction to Washington, D.C. on January 6th, exercising my right to peacefully, patriotically protest what I believe and what has been proven to be a rigged and stolen 2020 election. So I stood peacefully, patriotically outside. I had the great honor by happenstance to meet Jake Lang on the west side, where we joined in prayer. We were able to pray with thousands of people because before the days of politics were days of ministry in my own life. I've pastored a Cowboy church in New Mexico for about 5.5 years. I was the lead pastor, spent lots of time evangelizing in the streets, evangelizing the gospel. So God kind of battle hardened me, if you will, through the ministry to step me into the corrupt world of politics. But I was able to pray with people on January 6th. And, you know, it was a day like many others through the campaign process where I just stood with just the good old boys, the good folks. You know, I never on January 6th at one time, I never cringed. I never was in an environment that wasn't a peaceful environment. I believe it was God's protection because many Americans didn't get that grace. Many Americans on January 6th were subjected to a crowd where they might have seen a little old lady get whacked over the head with a billy club, or maybe seen somebody get shot in the face with a rubber bullet. And I'm very grateful to God that I wasn't in an environment like that because I know myself. If I would have seen somebody get shot in the face with a rubber bullet on that day, I would have reacted the same way many reacted on that day. I would have stood up to defend the defenseless. And if that, God forbid, would have happened, I thank God that it didn't. If it would have happened, though, I would be sitting in solitary confinement right now with these other guys. Because I believe, as the brother said earlier, I believe in men stepping up and stepping in the gap and protecting people from being assaulted, which is a lot of what happened on January 6th. But I was arrested on January the 17th, though I didn't go into the Capitol, though I stood outside of the Capitol, though I did nothing disorderly or disruptive. I was charged with a misdemeanor trespass on the 1752 charge. I spent 3 weeks in solitary confinement here in the DC Gulag. I can tell I was one of the first ones in. I believe I might have been the very first one in the Gulag because whenever they first arrested me, they wanted to swab me and give me the COVID thing. And I said, no, I'm not sick. I'm not going to do it. And they didn't know what to do with me. I was the first one that refused the COVID test. So they were first going to put me in the infirmary. And then the people in the infirmary were like, no, we're not going to let him come in here. So then they marched me over to another wing of the prison where nobody was. And I believe I might have been the very first one that went into what is now known as the Gulag. But I spent 9 days. The first 9 days I spent in the Gulag was in total solitary confinement, 24-hour confinement, where they restricted me from taking a shower, any human contact. And, it was very mentally traumatizing because when they arrested me, I didn't know what was going on because as God is my witness, and I still feel like I did nothing wrong on January 6th. When they said, we've got a warrant for your arrest, the first thing I responded was, is this for an unpaid ticket? Because I do have one unpaid ticket that was wrong and I haven't paid. I will pay it. But I thought maybe that was the case. I had no idea that it was because of my actions on January the 6th. But yeah, they charged me. They threw me in for 3 weeks. It was torture. I was in the cell next to Jake Chansley, the QAnon. Me and him would usually get out for the same hour. Big O Barnett was in there. Dominic Pezziola, some of the higher profile people that some of y'all might have heard of. And you know, my obstruction that's been removed from office through Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. And I was acquitted of disorderly conduct. I wasn't even disruptive on January 6th, but yet our judiciary has been so weaponized and it's so corrupt right now that the very same people that will cry our democracy civil courtroom to rule on an egregious criminal matter, remove a duly elected official, which allows the governor to hand select who she wanted to represent the people in my seat, who she chose a Democrat who had ran for office 8 times and lost every time she ran. That's who the Democrat put in my seat in Otero County. But that's just the fallout of January 6th. And I share all that to share this, that January 6th wasn't what they're trying to say it was about. January 6th is more about the American people standing up to the rigged and stolen election of 2020. May we never forget that. May we never forget that January 20th, that's where our fight is at. We can't get too caught up in the inner workings of J6 and who's who and who's that and who did this and who did that. If we will hold the line on the rigged 2020 election, President Trump says he has the evidence. If he has the evidence, let's look at it. Let's make a declaration on the rigged 2020 election. And when we do that, what will follow is we will deem Joe Biden was an installed president through a rigged election, and every action that he took through his presidency will then be deemed null and void. That's the line that we need to hold. But until then, my plea today is that President Trump issue a blanket pardon for all those in prison right now, because it's unjust, it's immoral, it's corrupt, and it never should have happened. I thank you for the time that you've allowed me. God bless. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, Trennis. Thank you.
Well, you know, you keep hearing the power of these people, the strength of their voice, the ongoing commitment 4 years later. Does he sound like he's been ground down to you? Does he sound like he's been given up or thrown in the towel? Listen to Jake when he does his speeches over from the jail. Listen to these people. They never crushed us. They never stopped us. They cannot break our will because we are the American people. So we are going to go next to, I'm sorry, I've lost track here. Or do we have? All right. We're going to try this again. All right. Now, Wayne Allen Root is on deck. Let's see if he's ready to go this time. Wayne, are you ready? Do we have audio? Wayne, that little button down there, it says mute. Are you muted, Wayne? Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, so let me talk for Wayne just the way he would say it, right? No, I'm just kidding. Wayne, we're trying, buddy. We're trying. Who do we have? Oh, Matt? We're going with Matt? All right, we're going to go to Matt Wallace and figure out the Allen Root audio.
All right, there we go. Hopefully you can hear me all right. Unfortunately with the audio issues, but I'm honored to be here. I want to say that first. Thank you to God for giving us all an opportunity to speak out on this and to put what is right at the forefront, because I've spoken to a lot of the people who are currently in prison who have been treated extremely unfairly. And these are people who have families. These are people who want to start a family. And when you're in prison for 10, 20 years, not only do you not have that opportunity, but you have to sit there every day knowing that if you weren't set up by the FBI, by the 3 other agencies, if they didn't open the doors, if it wasn't an entirely unfair, rigged thing to begin with, you wouldn't be there. So you have to sit there knowing your entire life is gone and it wasn't your fault. And that's not fair. Some of the best points that I've heard so far during this are that you don't normally get 20 years in prison when there's a whole scuffle and police get involved. That's not normal. This is political prosecution. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And it broke my heart when I saw Trump was only planning to pardon 1,000 people. What about the 700 remaining? These are not hardened criminals. These are not illegal immigrants who are going to take advantage of children, who, by the way, they get off scot-free, right? These are individuals who are patriots, who pay their taxes, who do a good job contributing to the country. These are people who will make society better if they're free. And that's the most important thing to remember. No violent offenses, no offenses of any kind. In fact, I would be willing to go out on a limb and say almost every single one of those people, if it hadn't been for that one day, would have never had a brush with the law. Not even once, not even as the previous speaker mentioned, maybe a parking ticket, right? An unpaid parking ticket, an unpaid speeding ticket, that's it. You're not going to have a burden to society by letting these people out. And Trump or anyone in his team, if you're listening right now, I understand that there may be political pressure. You don't want to, I don't want to make them mad. I want to keep my popularity rating up. That's not how a leader operates. A leader does what's right, no matter what people think. And that's how you get respect. That's how you get a high approval rating. People can see if you're being fake or if you're trying to appease by doing what is right. And this is what is right. That is how we win in the end. That's why Republicans overwhelmingly won, because we're more so the side that's being right, even though there's a lot of people that still need to be ruled out that are wrong in the Republican Party. But it's about who's more right, who's more authentic, who really cares about the American people. And to prove that you do, you need to sign a pardon for all of them. If Joe Biden's son is getting a blanket pardon for that entire time frame where he was with prostitutes, where he did all of these illegal activities, he endangered children, the crimes Joe Biden's son did in one day are worse than the crimes of every single January 6th defendant combined. And I really mean that. That may even be an understatement. And so for him to be sitting there free right now, and innocent patriots who were entrapped, who were taken advantage of, for them to be the ones in prison instead of him, It's just so unfair. And the door's wide open. Trump, you need to do a pardon for all of them. There is no choice. There's no option. I'm not caught up in this at all. I don't have any stake in it besides friends of mine and people who I have compassion for. I wasn't there on that day. I'm not going to go to prison or anything like that, or none of my family. I just want them to be free because it's the right thing to do. And I'm going to continue to fight for it. I'm using my platform. I got a couple million followers on X, and I'm trying my best to speak the truth and to make sure that everyone understands that Jake Lang shouldn't be sitting in prison for the next 10 to 20 years. That all these other January 6th defendants are not going to just put up with a partial pardon. It needs to be everyone. It needs to be done immediately. And Trump, if you want to do something like 1,000 first, and then the next day after the media goes crazy, then do the other 700, that's fine. But it has to be all of them. There is no excuse. With that, I'm going to go ahead and get off. I appreciate being allowed to come on the stream and speak. And I really hope that there's someone who is listening that is going to be able to make a difference. I'm not friends with Trump, right? I can't tell him what to do, but I know there are people who can. And if you're one of those people, please do it. That's all I want to say. I appreciate you bringing me on.
Guess who we're going to bring on next? All right, we're going to make another attempt at Wayne Allen Root. So here we go. Let's see if there's audio. Let's check this out. Wayne, it is your destiny to be with us today, or to not be. To be or not to be. Oh, boy. So while we have, all right, we're going to go to Sari. We're going to go back to Jake's mom. She's coming up here next. Are we ready to go with Sari? Is she ready to go? Josh? Oh, Sari's there?
I don't know what I have on and off. Oh, Lord. I hope I'm on. Do you want me to start? I don't know, bro.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Ned Lang. I'm Jake's father. I want to say this has been 4 years of a lot of ups and downs. It's been quite the journey with my son. I'm very proud of him. I'm proud of every J6er, every family member. You've endured a lot. I know a lot of you. I've spoken to a lot of you. My heart goes out to each and every one of you. But I tell you, and I've told you from the beginning, there's purpose here. There's real purpose here. When I back in January, early January, after January 6th, when I had heard about what happened that day and found out that my son was there, and I had been at a couple of the other rallies for President Trump, and they were spiritual. They were just amazing. My wife begged me not to go that day. I usually charter a bus and bring a bunch of people with me. I didn't, thank God. And so I went. I didn't go down there, but my son did. And afterwards, I heard he had called me up, and he was wounded. He was shot in the foot by one of the rubber bullets. He was in a lot of pain and agony. I go to the hospital, and they broke up his head pretty good. Got a bunch of stitches in his head. And I didn't understand what had happened that day, and understand that my family, my son especially, comes from a family of veterans. My father fought as a Marine in Korea. My brother Jerry fought in Vietnam as a gunner. My other brother and I both served in the U.S. Coast Guard, and my daughter served in the IDF. So we're a family that knows, understands, respects the law. We respect the police. My family, every family member has been brought up that way. Some of my best friends are cops, and they still are today. And when I found out that my son fought back against the cops, and you know, I didn't understand the circumstances, and I was mad. I was really upset with him, and I said, "How can you possibly do this?" Well, then said, "Dad, just watch the videos. Watch the videos, please. Watch the videos." So I got over myself and I watched the videos, and I found out what really happened that day. And my son went there peacefully. He went there to protest a stolen election. I come from the 60s. Woodstock is very close to my house. We had the big event there in 1969 to protest the Vietnam War. I understand what protesting is all about. There was hundreds of thousands of protesters during the Vietnam War all over the Capitol. So I understand that people, that's where you go to redress your government. That's where you go. If you have an issue with your government, you go to the Capitol. And every one of those patriots that went there today went there that day, went there to protest the stolen election, and as well as to support President Trump and all that he had done for us and all that he wanted to do for us in the upcoming election, which was stolen. And so they went there that day, and it was very purposeful that Nancy Pelosi would not allow President Trump to put in the National Guard and protect the Capitol, just in case there was problems or trouble. Who knew what kind of people were going to come there other than the J6 Patriots? We had Antifa there, now we know. We had BLM there. We had all kind of insurgents, assets, if you will, of the FBI, and who knows what other government agency. We'll never know, because they're sworn under a cloak of secrecy. So we'll never know really all of the different antagonists, the agitators, the people that really did attack the police and caused the crowd, incited the crowd to whatever violence happened. So we have videos of my son outside the West Tunnel when he marched up from the President Trump's speech up to the Capitol steps, found himself outside the West Tunnel. And then when he saw that there was a lot of violence going on in front, and then he heard people screaming and whatnot, he was in the videos, we can see it, his hands in the air. Please stop, you're hurting people, you're killing people, stop, stop, stop. He managed to get himself to the front of the crowd, and somehow he positioned himself at the bottom of that pile beside Roseanne Boylan. And he saw Roseanne Boylan, and as he looked over to her, her face was blue. She was frothing out of her mouth. She wasn't breathing anymore, and her life had passed. And Philip Anderson, a black man, was laying next to her and was about to die. My son was a collegiate wrestler. Thank God he was able to pull him out of the pile. He carried him down the step, and he's a lot bigger man than my son. So he took him down the bottom of the steps, and they applied first aid on him. And after that, he went back up and he saved Tommy Tatum's life under the same circumstances. So he saved two men's lives that day. And then as the day progressed, and the police at 2:06, I believe, the last thing the police needed or wanted to do was use deadly force on a static crowd. That's how you incite violence. There is women and children in that crowd. Any man, and any woman would fight to, you see women getting hurt, children getting hurt, other men getting hurt for no reason. They were selfless. They were defenseless. They were there to protest. They were not there to cause an insurgency and overthrow the government. They didn't have weapons. And the police had every weapon available. And when you use the flashbang grenades, when you use the rubber bullets above the shoulders, when you use the tear gas canisters, which are huge, and you fire them into a crowd that will kill you if they hit you, that is deadly force. And when you use that kind of force on a static crowd, you're going to get violence. And that's exactly what they want. This was nothing more than entrapment. This is nothing more than Nancy Pelosi trying to paint every J6 patriot, every Trump supporter with a broad brush that say we're domestic terrorists, that all we want to do is create violence. All we want to do is to cause an insurrection. And that's exactly not the truth. That is exactly what they want the media to purport. That's exactly what the media pasted and hit us with over the last 4 years. And then beyond that, I made a documentary shortly after that because I couldn't stand all of this bad propaganda. If you go to J6truth.org, J6truth.org, the documentary I made was one of the most watched documentaries ever, I guess, on Rumble, from what my son says. But I wanted to talk about why J6 happened. Why were all those people there? So then I went back and I wrote the script, and I went back to BLM and Antifa when President Trump was the president, and why there was so much damage done to this country. Whole cities were burned down, autonomous zones created, cops hurt, killed, people killed, buildings burnt down, stores looted, billions and billions and billions of dollars in damage. And the Democrats loved it, let it happen. President Trump, if you remember, actually had to put feds into these cities to protect the federal buildings. The police, the local Democrats in office would not protect the federal buildings. Then in the documentary, then we move on and we show how and some of the reasons why and how the election was stolen. We got some great evidence there. And so then we talk about that. And then from there, we go and we bought a lot of videos back in the time nobody else had seen from J6ers. We show people walking from President Trump's speech up to the Capitol. We show people protesting peacefully. We show the police opening up the doors that were their magnetic doors that takes tons of force to open those doors. You can see the Capitol Police inside the building actually opening up the doors and letting people in. They were fist pumping the demonstrators. They were taking pics with them. They were escorted the Shalom into the Senate chambers. This is not violence does not beget this. The police were not threatened. It was very, very peaceful. And you could tell a lot of the demonstrators in there were saying, don't touch anything, don't do anything wrong. You know, there's some bad actors every once in a while. It is what it is. You have a lot of people are charged up, but nobody was trying to hurt and kill the police. And then we go and we show a lot of the things that happened. We talk about what my son did and the men he saved that day and other demonstrators and exactly the truth about J6. And then most importantly, we talk about the disparity of justice between the J6 patriots and the BLM and Antifa activists. You can see the charges of the J6ers for these little grandmas and so many people, but I mean, grandmothers walking into the Capitol, praying, walking through there for 3, 4, 5 minutes. That lady from Colorado, she got a $70,000 or $80,000 fine. They want to put her into prison for 6 or 8 months. Horrible, horrible, horrible. When you don't have justice for one, you have justice for none. And that's how this country is made. That's how this Constitution came about. That's how America is and was the place we were brought up. And these were the conditions that we thought we had. This is what we thought the Constitution guaranteed us and the Bill of Rights guaranteed us. Well, it's all been washed away now. So you look at the disparity of justice between the BLM and Antifa folks and the J6ers, it's abhorrent. There is no justice. And what do they do next? They then put these poor J6ers, every one of them has been tried in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is a cesspool. I mean, there's people, we've done some different surveys. We can show through the surveys when very, very reputable companies spend tens of thousands of dollars on these surveys. And we can show you that there is a real angst. There's a real hatred for any J6 patriot, anybody that supports Trump, but anybody that supported or was involved in January 6th. And what do they do? These jurors, they actually have so many J6ers that they've tried that the jurors, they're recycling jurors. They don't do that. That's not how our justice system works. These jurors have already heard cases about J6ers and they're recycling them because they don't have enough jury pool anymore. There's no reason in the world that these J6ers should be charged and held accountable in Washington, D.C. My son should be charged where he lives in White Plains. That's where the federal courthouse is. And every other J6er. It's 100% conviction rate in Washington, D.C. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. They know what they're doing. Then the judge are actually demanding that these folks repent and apologize. Where is that in our justice system? That's not part of our justice system. That's a charade of justice. So this is what's happening. So President Trump, I ask you and I beg you, on behalf of every J6er, and my son and I and my family and so many other people have helped and tried to help so many other J6ers. My son is doing amazing things in prison. He started, all these funds to help J6 patriots out. We've been supplying commissary for 250 or 200 different folks that are in prison as J6ers throughout the country, giving them $100 a month. That's $25,000 a month. Putting cars in putting engines in people's cars, paying for their transportation, paying for their plane tickets, help them to offset their bills at home, their car payments, their rents, their house mortgages. So many people in this country have given so much that we are so thankful for all these generous, wonderful people out in America that understand how wrong and how tyrannical the Biden regime is, how much harm that they have done and continue to do to this day to not only the families of the J6ers, but to our Constitution and our way of life, our very fabric of what this country is all about. President, one second. There's a plane right over there. For January 6th, I asked President Trump to please find in his heart that no man or woman should be left behind in prison because of what happened on January 6th. They were there peacefully until the police attacked them. We know that the police attacked them. We know that there was assets in the crowd. That's called entrapment. That's called enticement. How can you possibly hold anybody accountable for saving other Americans' lives, for fighting against police that were there to harm and kill people? Unfortunately, this is not how the police that I know ever were supposed to handle a situation or handle a crowd. They did everything wrong that day purposely. So President Trump, you need to find in your heart, and I pray that this country needs to get behind President Trump and support him in helping every one of these J6ers and their families return these men and women back to their homes, drop all their charges, let them move on with their lives. They've proven themselves to be patriots. And I believe, as history will show, that every one of these people, every one of these J6 patriots, history will show that they were there to push back and stand up to a tyrannical government who was there to take away their rights and stole an election. And they came out, they got off their sofas, they came out and they supported President Trump in his time of need. They showed America that we can stand up to tyranny, and we will not be put down. And even with the FBI and the DOJ being weaponized against us, we're not going to back down. We're going to continue to fight forward. And pray God, and I'm really proud of my son that he has been doing such wonderful things in prison. He's holding prayers. He's baptized people and other prisoners. He's been in general population for 4 years. Now, general population is a free American without a trial. Can you imagine that? Almost 4 years. January 16th will be 4 years. That is unbelievable. So I ask you, President Trump, please let all these J6ers out. Admonish, get their records should all be cleaned. They should be able to move on with their lives and go down in history as people, as patriots that stood up against a tyrannical regime and fought back and did great things in prison. So many people are doing such amazing things in prison in the worst of conditions. My son was 202 days in the bowels of the Washington, D.C. jail in solitary confinement. And met a guard down there from Africa. And my son now is donating money to his cause back home to help children down in Africa, amongst so many other things. So it's been a wonderful experience, unfortunately. But, you know, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. And we are doing that. I'm very, very proud of my son and every J6er. And I ask you to stand proud, stand tall. And please, President Trump, no J6er left behind. These people are out there and we're out there and continue to be out there for you. All their records should be wiped clean. They should go back to their homes and become and run for office and help turn this country around. And pray God this aberration of justice never, ever happens again in this country. So help me God, I pray.
Share with you a little bit. I've had the personal experiences I've had with Ned. He's funded documentaries. He's stood up and helped J6ers, people that you don't know about. He's helped people, these names. So think about it. You know the names of the Stuart Rhodes and the Enrique Tarrios that you keep hearing about. But you don't know so many of these names. There's 1,600 almost. How could you? How could you know all of the names? I've individually had the pleasure of speaking to hundreds of these people over time and their family members and keep hearing the stories like I talked about earlier. And I take no pleasure in the fact that this event exists. I think all of us look forward to the greatest testament of our advocacy being that this event has come to an end, that we have restored the individuals that have been a part of January 6th and that have been a part of this bludgeoning of the weaponized justice system as we've experienced it. So I don't know. I assume that we're going to try and get Mr. Wayne Allen Root back up again. Somebody back here, help me out from technical. Is that where we're headed? Are we going back to Wayne Allen Root? Oh, so we're going to go here to Jake Lang. All right, here we go. This is a time for Jake to come forward and be able to talk to you guys direct from the prison cell.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Am I tracking loud and clear? God bless, God bless. Hey guys, I just want to lift up the name of my Father in heaven, the one who sustained me and given me the ability to last this long and surrounding me with my amazing family and friends, all you guys that are there today at the Capitol, standing up 4 years later for this injustice, this gross miscarriage of justice, this two-tiered Soviet-style persecution of American patriots, guys. You are the heroes out there. We love you so much. Everybody that's trekked through the snow and the rain and the freezing sleet, like George Washington and his awesome rowdy crew of patriots crossing the Delaware River, making sure that patriotism and our constitutional republic lasts long in this country. And I believe that to make America great again, the first step is to free the Jan 6ers, pardon all of us on day one. We can't go forward as a country and leave behind dozens, if not even hundreds of Jan 6ers in prison that stood up for this beautiful, beautiful country that we're blessed by God with. And look at the amazing people that have shown up today. My father just spoke very strongly and eloquently. An apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I'm proud to come from him. My mother spoke already. We're going to give her another opportunity after I'm done because she had some interference. But Look at these family members. I'm just one small little portion of the incredible suffering and all the families that are wrapped up. That there's tens of thousands of your brothers and sisters, America. All the people listening from the Gateway Pundit, we love you guys. But there are tens of thousands of your brothers and sisters, American conservative Christians, that are their lives have been destroyed after 4 years of a witch hunt. And we need to bring this to a close. That's why today's press conference is all about one thing: leave no man behind. And we're calling upon President Trump and his administration and those in President Trump's orbit, the cabinet that's going to be selected around President Trump to deal with his pardon process, that it is not the time to start nitpicking and splitting hairs between who stays and who goes. Everybody has been denied due process. We've all been cruel and unusually punished. I've done over 900 days of solitary confinement myself. I mean, if that is not enough of pounds of flesh for these George Soros prosecutors have already collected from me without a trial, and many other Jan 6 brothers of mine that have suffered, but alongside me here in the gulag. If that's not enough for these evil tyrants, then nothing will ever be. 4 years is long enough. It's time to bring home all of our brothers and sisters. It's the time for our jubilee, for God to open up the prison doors, and for America to say, it is the long arm of our Father in heaven and his Son Jesus Christ that delivered these faithful men, these righteous men, the men that I have met. Let me testify to the character of the human beings that have suffered alongside me inside this gulag with me. They are some of the most upright, citizen-driven, selfless men I've ever met in my life. And it would be an absolute shame if any of these men were to spend a single more day after January 20th, 2024 inside a prison cell. These men need to go home. They have lives they need to restart, generational family businesses that have been wiped out and destroyed. We need to get these men back out there so they can rebuild their lives. And when they're done fixing the 4 years of destruction, we need to start electing these men into office, because there is no one who will fight harder for your rights, America, for your constitutional liberties, for your human rights and your human dignity than people that have been persecuted like we have. And so I'm calling upon all my Jan 6 brothers today, rise up to the occasion. History has presented an opportunity for us to learn how fragile liberty truly is in this country, and what it takes to defend her, and how to keep that lamp lit for more generations to come. And now that we've been denied our liberty, we know what it's going to take to defend your liberty. So God bless you guys out there. I want to bring my mom in some time to give her to speak, because at 2:35, exactly on the dot, we're going to be pausing for a moment of silence, and we're going to get a live stream in for the lives that were lost on the Capitol steps that day. Ashley Babbitt was shot and killed by Officer Michael Byrd, and there was a ceremony going on, a wreath-laying ceremony for her going on to celebrate her life as a patriot and the ultimate sacrifice that this woman made for our country at the Capitol that day. An innocent, unarmed protester victimized, brutally and mercilessly killed by the Capitol Police, and as well as Roseanne Boylan, who died virtually in my arms. She was murdered by the Capitol Police officer Lila Morris and all the people that trampled her, all the Capitol Police officers that trampled her and sprayed her with CS gas and tear gas and pepper spray, and asphyxiated this poor woman till she succumbed to her injuries. And two other men, Kevin Greason and Benjamin Phillips, also lost their life this day. These are true American patriots that have their names forever etched into the halls of liberty. And so we're going to pay our respects to them at 2:35. We're going to get a live stream in to the wreath-laying ceremony. And, you know, I just want to wrap up by saying this, guys. Our community has grown into such a strong representative of America at large. When you're wondering about the backbone of America, if American patriots still have what it takes to go through all kinds of matter of persecutions and hardships and adversity, and still retain our godly joy, still retain our love of Christ, still retain our hope in the American way, then look no further than the Jan 6ers in this community that is around us right now, because this is what it looks like to be an American and to be a freedom fighter and to never give up and never back down and never surrender. So God bless you guys. President Trump, do the thing we know God is putting in your heart to do. Right hand on the Bible, left hand on the pardons. I'll see you at the inauguration, Mr. President. I will be in an orange jumpsuit, and I'm going to latch onto you and give you a big hug, and maybe even leave a big old smooch on the side of your head, maybe that bullet that almost took you out. But God saved us that day, and God's plan is to save America through your hands, President Trump. So we love you. God bless you guys. No further ado, my mother, Sari Lang, and my 87-year-old grandfather, Michael Layden, who is a Trump supporter, Jewish man, and living historian of what it's like to go through hardship in this country and emerge into the American dream. So no further ado, my mom and my grandpa. I love you guys. God bless America. Love you, Rachel. God bless everybody.
I will say this, that man is a ball of energy. He is on fire, inspirational. What he's accomplished from behind prison walls is absolutely a testament to the fact of what we can do, what we will do, and who we, the American people, are. So, are we going on the schedule here? Okay, so we are going to Sari Lang. We are going to pull in Sari Lang now. We have Sari. There she is. Hi, Sari. All right.
All right, I'm back again, and hopefully this time without any background reverberation. Everyone, I missed my flight today I'm sorry, my flights were canceled today to be in DC, but I'm here with you now from Florida. My name is Sari Lang. I am the proud mother of Edward Jacob Lang, known to those who love him as Jake. Standing before you as a mother, my heart is filled with both pain and hope as I share my son's story and plea for justice and compassion. Jake was raised in a home filled with love and strong values, with a Jewish mother and a proud Christian father. He grew up learning the importance of faith and integrity and from standing up for what is right. From a young age, Jake showed empathetic heart, always ready to protect others and lend a hand to someone in need. To those who know Jake, they describe him as a man of unwavering moral character and deep compassion. 4 years ago, Jake was swept up in the events of January 6th. That day was chaotic. He called me to let me know and sent me some footage of that day. And it was indescribable. Jake found himself in a situation far beyond what anybody could have anticipated. Yet even in the midst of the turmoil, Jake's actions reflected his true nature. When the chaos became overwhelming, Jake demonstrated extraordinary bravery and selflessness. He saved the lives of 2 men that day, like his father told you, Tommy Tatum and Philip Anderson. As the crowd surged dangerously, Jake held on to Tommy and Philip for dear life, refusing to let them be swallowed by the chaos. He later described the feeling as though their limbs might rip off, he would never let go. When Philip lost consciousness, Jake mustered every ounce of strength he had to drag him by his armpits to safety, protecting his life at great risk to his own. These were not the actions of a violent man or a threat to society. These were the actions of a hero, my hero, someone who stood in the face of danger to choose to save lives instead of succumbing to fear. Since that day, Jake has been held without bail, without trial, for nearly 4 years. I'll say it again. In America, in 2025, my son has been held for 4 years with no bail and no trial. This is not just an unimaginable personal injustice. It's the blatant violation of his constitutional rights. The Sixth Amendment guarantees every American a speedy trial, yet it has been denied. My son has been denied this most basic protection. During this time, the conditions he has endured have been nothing short of inhumane. At least a fourth of his time, he said 900 days, have been spent in solitary confinement, which is a torture. It's a form of punishment meant for society's most dangerous offenders, not someone who has yet to be convicted of any crime. He has been moved more than 15 times, each relocation plunging him and our family into fear and uncertainty. I think they call it diesel therapy. Days would pass before we could locate him. leaving us to wonder about his safety and well-being, navigating new and unfamiliar systems over and over again. Jake has also faced severe limitations on his access to legal counsel, obstructing his ability to defend himself. The conditions of his confinement have been degrading and cruel. Weeks without basic hygiene like a shave or nail clipping, days without showers. He has been forced to sleep on a wafer-thin mattress in dark, damp, and moldy cells with no chair or eating utensils. Meals are often too little to sustain him, sometimes nothing more than a piece of bologna on a thin piece of bread. These conditions are not unique to Jake. They are a window into the brokenness of our justice system, where countless Americans are subjected to similar inhumanity, many before they've even had their day in court. This is not justice. This is a betrayal of the principles of our country was built on: fairness, dignity, and presumption of innocence. As a mother, it's agonizing to witness the toll this has taken on Jake and our family. He has missed weddings, the birth of his niece, funerals, and countless family moments that can never be replaced. A piece of our family has been taken from us, leaving a hole in our hearts. Yet Jake has not let his spirit be broken. He has used his time in jail to grow in his Christian faith and to serve others. He has become a mentor and a source of comfort to his fellow inmates, helping them find faith and hope in the darkest of circumstances. I am proud of the strength and resilience he has shown during his pain into a purpose that uplifts others. Jake has used his time in the service of humanity. But this resilience should not excuse the treatment he and others have endured. I stand here today not only for Jake, but for all the men and women who remain behind in bars, many of whom have been detained without bail or trial for years. These are not nameless and faceless individuals. They are fathers, sons, brothers, mothers, daughters, and friends, people with families who deeply miss them, who long to see them return home. In Judaism, we hold sacred the concept of tikkun olam, the call to repair the world through acts of kindness and injustice. Releasing Jake would allow him to live out this principle, to carry forth his good acts into the world. Jake has already shown that he is someone who brings light to darkness, saving lives, mentoring others, and finding strength and faith. His freedom would not only restore our family, but allow him to continue making the world a better place, one act of service at a time. To President Trump, I make this plea as a mother. You have the power to bring immediate relief to Jake and the countless others who have suffered unjustly as a result of January 6th. I urge you, upon taking office, to immediately move swiftly to have all charges dropped and clemency granted to release Jake and everyone still detained for their involvement that day. These men and women have endured enough. Their families have endured enough. Let them come home. Let them begin to rebuild their lives. Let them return to the arms of the people who love them. To everyone else here today, I ask you to see Jake and others like him not through the lens of politics, but as a human being. I ask you to empathize with the families who have suffered in silence, longing for the return of their loved ones. This is not about division. It is about justice, fairness, and the fundamental rights that every American deserves. To our lawmakers, I urge you to reform pre-trial detention system that allows Americans to be held indefinitely without a trial. To the members of the justice system, I urge you to ensure humane conditions in every facility and uphold the rights guaranteed by our Constitution. To the public, I ask for your voices, your prayers, and your demands for fairness. Let us come together and ensure that no one is forgotten, that justice is restored, and families like mine can begin to heal. To the men and women still detained, you are not forgotten. We will continue to fight for your freedom, for your dignity, and for your justice. I continue to be a proud American, like my patriot son who will never stop believing in the promise and the possibilities of this country, despite the hardships he has witnessed and endured. Thank you. May we all find strength to seek justice and unity in the days ahead. God bless America and God bless Trump and his family. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Aaron, making, please. All right, we're right into going live. Actually, the
So we're having technical difficulties with volume, so we can't hear you guys. Can you hear us? Give us a thumbs up. We are here at our state capitol to honor everyone who lost their lives that day.
That's not too bad. Your mom had to be 57.
Everybody say hi to Washington.
I want They are Freedom Corner, of course, probably, right?
So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Kirsten Imla. I served 8 months in federal prison for misdemeanors, and I'm praying for a pardon. I won't keep you long on my story, but we have Cindy Young, also a J6er. Where's Mark? And Sue?
Mark, right here.
Mark.
Hey, Washington, how you doing?
He's also a J6er.
Sue, where's Sue? She went to get gloves. Oh, that's right. She went to get some pods.
And we have another J6er. So you have 4 of us from Massachusetts and New Hampshire here to honor everybody that passed away. We'd also like to honor all of the J6ers that committed suicide. And we'll be laying flowers for them. And we got some news outlets over here that, you know, like to twist stories and interview us and say that we don't care about police officers that were killed that day. You know, we just keep educating them to actually learn the truth of that day. And
Good turnout.
like to say
Yeah.
anything?
Who's this? Is that the event that's going on now? Yes. Okay. Hey, everyone. Welcome. We're in New Hampshire. Great organization skills here. Lots of people showed up. Thank you for supporting us.
Hi, everybody. We're out here in the cold, but we're out here standing strong, and we're happy at the news that President Trump was confirmed today. One step closer, aren't we? And let's bring it home for all the J6ers and get our men out of prison and our women out of prison, and let's move on with life.
And we're all going to team up. And there's going to be lots of lawsuits. We all need to be compensated for everything that we went through. Anybody who is still being arrested, you know, just hold the line, stay strong. You know, me and Cindy decided to take it to trial. We never wavered. And we didn't bend the knee. And, you know, our lives have suffered for the last 4 years. But we are hoping. And we got Sue here. She's a J6er.
Who am I talking
to? Washington.
Oh, is it? This is DC? Hi. Thank you for everything you're doing there.
So, yeah, we can't see you guys, but I hope you can hear us because we can't hear you guys.
We had an eagle fly over too.
Yeah.
Good
we had to
sign.
go,
Oh, yeah.
like,
Freedom.
circle over us
Freedom,
for
baby.
about 5 minutes. It was awesome. All the flowers we have. We love you all. God bless America. Stay strong.
Freedom. Freedom.
You guys set up J6ers. And the DOJ and Nancy.
Have been in prison. Are you on live right now? How you doing?
Yeah. We can't hear them.
Okay. So who's what
Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C. Hello, my name is Captain Higgins. I'm with the Plymouth Patriots of Plymouth, New Hampshire. Come and visit us at one of our flag waves at 228 straight weeks, and you'll be amazed as to what America can really do for you. Talk.
Hey, who's this?
Everybody.
Woo!
Hey, everybody. Happy New Year. I think 2025 is going to be rocking, right, Cindy? Here's the year off. My superhero.
Freedom! And I said, thank you and left, so I guess I'm going to prison. Oh, you know. Well, we love you guys. Continue our event. Unfortunately, we can't hear you guys, so. But thanks for letting us tune in and get to speak. God bless America.
So there you go. More of that fantastic will, the spirit. We're going to bring Josh Macias to the stage here briefly. We have a couple minutes with Josh. So I have a long-standing history with this man, hero, patriot, veteran. So he founded Veterans for Trump, and now it's Veterans for America First, amongst other things he's been doing for the veteran community and now the J6 community. So let Josh take it away here for a couple minutes.
God bless, brother. Thank you. That's an honor. Amen. Well, I thank you so much, everybody. My name is Chaplain Joshua Macias, also known as one of the founders of Veterans for Trump, Veterans for America First, Vets for Trump. And I got to say, 21 days in isolation in a Philly gulag was not good for my skin or for my body or for my mental state, physical, my business, my life. And for every other veteran that has gone through this, I stand with you, brothers and sisters. And for all those J6ers, I understand and feel and relate with the loss, especially those that we lost both physically and those that are that we're continuing to see losses continually. I work with veterans every day, helping them to transition out of service and back into community. At the same time, help them to get out of jail and help them to transition into a place where they can move continually forward into the next level of their life. This is a passion of mine. I joined the Trump community to eradicate veteran suicide. That is why we launched the 10-point V reform plan in Virginia Beach in 2016, and how we helped to get 6 million veterans to vote for Trump that they never saw coming, which helped to win the election in 2016. Come on, that's all of you guys. Yes, yes, please and thank you. Now, the backbone of making America great again is the veteran, the first responder. The core of America is our community. And I got to say, every one of us who went through this, they used our honorable service to heap shame upon us, to act as if our service to the country honorably was in some way, shape, or form how they twisted and manipulated to then charge stack. They wanted to throw me in jail for 35 years for asking the question if every legal vote was being counted in Philadelphia. If anyone's watched 2,000 Mules, Kash Patel's talked about this, and also how real Veterans for Donald Trump made all the difference in the world in 2016 and 2020 victory and 2024. We have stood next to President Trump as Ultra MAGA supporters for so many years. And when I heard the call to come down, even after going through Philly gulag, even after they tried to revoke my bail, I showed up on January 6th. I stood on stage and brought in Topher the Marine rapper to have his very first ever performance of the Patriot on our stage. As President Trump was speaking, we then walk up to the Capitol with this chaos. And we're asking ourselves, what is really going on, when we knew that Pence had the chance to do what's right. And I called him out as a Benedict Arnold, and I still do today, even though I stood on stage with that man over years of efforts to continue to move forward our Make America Great Again movement. I was so disenfranchised at the lies and the manipulation that he continued to step forward into, despite what was clear and was needed to be done. I'm so grateful that right now, at this moment, that we're able to say that we have a President Donald J. Trump as both 45 and 47 as we continue to fight for USA. And it is thanks to the efforts of those J6ers like you and those that are listening and your family members, and your sacrifice will not be in vain. Please, any veteran, know that we have a facility for you where you can come and be celebrated, not just tolerated. I have a facility in Richmond. I have a facility in Homestead, Florida. We are transitioning our veterans out of whatever they're into and into the next level of their lives. We will help get back their earned benefits. We will help them get their permanent housing taken care of. I don't care if you're here with me for a couple weeks or if you're with us for the rest of your life, living in a net zero apartment, fully furnished. We have got your back. Brother, I do it for our service members every day, and we want to serve our J6 veterans. Any veteran who needs assistance, go to j6vets.org. Right now, you'll see about our nonprofit which is On Your Six Foundation. I am the executive director and chaplain. I can step in and support our veterans, help them within the VA in their transition, and I stand with all of those who in solidarity, who've been through the gulag and are coming out. We will pick you up. We will get you where you're at, and we will pull you into community. You're celebrated with us. God bless, Godspeed. Josh Macias out. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching the moment. It's now 2:44. I would like to ask that we have the moment of silence in recognition of the moment that Ashley Babbitt was so unceremoniously murdered some I want to point out that Mickey, her mother, is trapped in Kansas, unable to get here with the weather and the storms. But there are people currently, right this moment, at the United States Capitol, just up the street, laying wreaths and the flowers in that area to the best of their ability in a designated march that's happening. And they will be attending, of course, Freedom Corner tonight. For those of you, Freedom Corner will be going on tonight. That important effort has been going on now over 1,000 days, and they have been there every single night, letting the voices of the J6 prisoners from inside the gulag and other places be heard every single night. They've been there, rain, storm, shine. It didn't matter what the weather. It didn't matter about the counter protesters. It didn't matter. They have endured every night, all of this time, for all of those people to bring the voices to the voiceless. So I know that we have a program here that we're going to be continuing, and we are going next to Wayne. I don't know if we're moving to Wayne Allen Root just yet. I know we've made that attempt repeatedly, and it seems that the forces aren't with us on getting Wayne Allen Root here. So where are we going next? So we're coming to Sandy Rios next, and we have Sandy here. Here she is. So thanks, Sandy. Come on in and join us. Thanks for being here.
Well, it's my pleasure. Trent, it's great to see you. 1A Film Fest. I saw you there on stage, and the movie you did, it was wonderful. I want to say hi to all of you. I was going to be there like so many, and I couldn't be, so I've just been watching you all day because I can't think of any people I'd rather be with this day. I feel like I wasn't there on January 6th, but my heart is with you. I was almost there. I'm the host of Sandy Rios 24/7. Before that, I did the morning show for American radio. Before that, I was a Fox News contributor. And before that, I was in Washington, D.C. as president of Concerned Women for America. My husband is a retired FBI agent, the good kind, the kind that is grieving over what's happened on J6. There was a lot of senseless suffering, a lot of hardship, deaths. When I think of Jake's mom and dad, they were so moving today, and all the stories that we've heard, some that we already know. I think of Jake. He's just a young guy, and he's been in prison for 4 years. It's heartbreaking. I think of Roseanne and her family, wherever they are, senseless death. I think of Victoria White, beaten in that tunnel mercilessly by the police, and then she's charged with a crime, and the injustice just wells up in us like a river. Ashley Babbitt, Mickey, if you're there, just hi to you through the miles. And people can't understand, and yet some can, what it's like to lose a child. So our prayers are with you. And then, of course, there's Matthew Perna, who hung himself. He's not the only suicide. I think of his Aunt Jerry, who has advocated for him senseless death, senseless suffering. So I think the question I want to address is, does God care about that? Did God just watch from afar off and just let this happen to all of you, to your families? Does he not care about your suffering, about the loss of business, about your children being orphaned, about you losing your children for years on end? Does God not care? Doesn't he care? And I want to answer that by just observing that God had a son, and he wasn't caught up in J6. God himself offered the only son he had for a brutal death, torture, and watched him die because he had a higher purpose, and that was to meet the requirements of forgiveness for all the things we've done. Now, I think sometimes when you suffer, and I'll speak on personal experience, when you suffer, you forget, you get focused on the suffering, and you get very kind of self-focused. And sometimes I think you forget that suffering does not make you sinless. There is still a need for your sin to be dealt with, not just the outside of you, not just being free from a jail cell or free from the loss, but there's a deeper thing going on here. The scripture, the Bible tells us that man looks on the outward appearance. We see all this suffering, and it's so hard to take, but God looks on the heart. And when you say, where was he on that day? God has more important things. I am not implying he didn't care. I'll get to that in a second. But God's priority is the inner man. It is our hearts. It's dealing with the sin inside. Inside, all of us can be as mangled and ugly as any of those that are beaten or maimed on January the 6th. But we don't see that. Only God sees that. And he's in the business of taking care of that too. I think one of the untold stories, that's really gripped me on January 6th is the move of God among the J6ers. I think most of you know about it, but many of you have experienced. I think of Jake. Jake has been an inspiration to me time and time again, as he has understood how God has sort of transformed his life and brought him into a very different place. It makes no sense. It sounds so foolish and so silly to those of us that just see the outside and the injustice of it all. How in the world can that possibly believe that God has done something good here? And is Jake a little crazy? When he talks about praises God all the time. Well, he's not the only one. I mean, remember, I always think of the J6 guys as men's men who fought for their country, were policemen, started businesses, good fathers, men's men in the way that God fashioned them. And yet they're caught up in this. They are humbled physically, brought to their knees in solitary confinement in other ways. And yet these men's men, somehow on their knees, found They looked to God, they cried out to him, and he made himself known through others who already knew him, through Jesus. That's what happened to Jake and many others. And so that's kind of the untold story, and it's a powerful movement. So when you actually, some of you, this is going to sound silly, but I just have to repeat that God sent his son, and we're going to deal with the outside suffering, but it's the inside sin that I want to address. You know, when God forgives you of your sin, and that happens when you confess it and ask for whatever you've done before J6, after J6, or what you're doing right now. God cleans us up inside and out, and he brings a brand new life, a life that has more meaning. In fact, I would say, because I've been through some suffering myself, I'm not going to go into that, but let me just say that after that, when you understand who he is, the things that we once cherished really don't have any meaning. And whatever happens in the future is not the end, no matter what. It's really just the beginning. So the one thing I want to say to all of you who have become, I'm a stranger to some of you, but some of you have become very dear to me, whether you're public persons or relatives or J6ers, you've been on my heart, pulling at my heart for the last 4 years. I did my first show about J6 on J6. And God has just laid you on my heart repeatedly to try to help in any way that I can. So I just want to say to all of you that I've had a chance to get to know, don't miss what's happening here, because it's more than just injustice, and it's more than just about pardons of the outside person. God really does care, and he knows every blow. He knows every injustice you've suffered. He sees things that you haven't even told us about. He knows about all of it. What he offers is much greater than a pardon. It's forgiveness, and it's abundant life, no matter what happens next. And so I think, as I close out here, I think that you guys that have been incarcerated and really paid such a huge price, you're going to become the champions, really, of this country. You can. Businessmen, successful politicians, leaders, because you've been put through the fire. And not only that, but if you really take to heart what I said about God and the inside of you needing to be transformed, not just an outside pardon, but an inside pardon that cleanses you from your sins. I think of this scripture, and it goes like this: eye has not heard, eye has not seen, and ear has not heard what God has prepared for those that love him. The future is incredible, whether you get a pardon or not, if you know God through his son, Jesus. So just think about that. And that's my gift to you today on this 4th anniversary of January the 6th. Meanwhile, I pray that God would prompt President Trump to bring you all a pardon. It's the right thing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. So good to see Sandy Rios there. So listen, these people that you're seeing, I mean, I've seen them around the country. We've traveled, we've spoken, we've educated people, had the opportunity to speak to rooms full of thousands and live streams all over the nation. Through those travels, I've met some people, and some of the people that I haven't met have been so instrumental. And because we always miss each other, or they're stuck in a place where I'm not, or we miss them when I'm there. And I want to introduce the next person, James Brett, or Jim as I know him, Jimmy. Jimmy Brett has been a fighter, fierce warrior, somebody that was there when we were in the midst of the Proud Boys trial and we were deciphering things pre-trial, going through the information, much like Chris Worrell and others who lent themselves to the effort. James Brett has been a warrior. He has made documentary films. He's made evidentiary videos for people. He has stood up and he has been in the right place. All were enduring all of this himself. He's another one of these people that's going through this fire and has helped others all along the way. So without further ado, dear friend, man that I honor and cherish, James Brett. Thanks. Welcome aboard.
Hey, Trennis. How you doing, brother? My fellow American patriots, I want to open with a verse from the book of Matthew 5, verses 10 through 12. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when others revile you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely on my account. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is great in heaven. for so they persecuted the prophets who were before you. Today marks the 4th anniversary of a day that has affected our community to the core of its being. Today also marks the beginning of hope for us, the beginning of the restoration of our republic and a renewal of hope for our J6 community. It starts today with the certification of Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. I find it particularly interesting that the Democrats are virtue signaling yet again and purporting to take the moral high ground with supporting the peaceful transfer of power. The undertones of Kamala Harris's statement yet again denigrate conservatives and paint us as deplorables and extremists in an unjust manner. I find this sickening and oddly amusing because as more and more evidence comes out, it appears that, as we knew, the election of 2020 was stolen and that their party, along with the weaponized agencies of our own government, set up the events of January 6, 2021. Since that day, a weaponized Department of Justice, along with the DHS, FBI, judges, and vicious prosecutors indicted, arrested, convicted, and jailed a cross-section of the civilian electorate that, in my fair estimation, best represents the ideals and moral bravery of the founding fathers of the Republic of the United States of America and the true spirit of 1776. I've observed wonderful patriots persecuted for their political beliefs. We've lost everything, as they did by standing up to tyranny. As bad as this experience has been for many of us, the deep state failed in their objective. They sought to destroy our careers, families, freedom, and most egregiously, our faith and hope. In retrospect, they sought to make us weak and cower. They, in fact, made us stronger and increased our conviction in the ideals of liberty and freedom. We did not back down. We did not take a knee. We did not run away while directly experiencing the tyranny and oppression at the hands of the Biden regime and a weaponized federal government. We came, we saw, we conquered with faith and hope and a love of our country. We now stand on the dawn of a new era of change. We rest our hopes, dreams, and beliefs in freedom on a man and his word. Our eyes are drawn toward January 20th and the prospects of justice and freedom prevailing. To President Donald J. Trump, I have a statement for you, sir. As Moses said to the Pharaoh of Egypt, I now say to you, sir, let my people go. Let no patriot who has taken a stand for our belief in God, country, and your administration be left behind. Pardon every last J6er and restore our faith in our government and our Constitution, that living document that rules as the guiding light for our republic. I have closing words of admonition for those who indicted, arrested, convicted, and jailed my brothers and sisters of faith and liberty. January 20th will not be the end. When pardoned, we will not go quietly in the night. You will see us again. We will be running for office and positions of leadership in our communities, states, and on the national level. Justice will be served, if not immediately, then eventually. You strengthened and motivated a cross-section of these United States to take action and effect change. To my J6 brothers and sisters, I deliver this charge. Fight harder for the freedom that we are about to regain. Tell everyone our story. Take leadership roles and control of the republic we love. Let us never forget. Let us forge ahead with the lessons learned to ensure this never happens again. To my prosecutor, Rebecca Lederer, I look forward to seeing you at your trial. I hope you experience the same feelings as I did as I saw my future flash before my eyes in a kangaroo court while you smugly grinned at my dismay, knowing that I have a family of 8. Justice is a pendulum that swings both ways. I will pray for you even though you betrayed the Constitution and sacred ideals of this land. Preserve your documents, ma'am. May God strengthen and bless this Republic of the United States of America and its ever-burning flames of truth, liberty, and justice. Free the J6ers and restore the Republic. Semper Fidelis, Ura, and let freedom ring. God bless America.
So I got to tell you that James Brett's kind of guy that makes you proud of your boy, for those of you that know what that means. That's right. Proud of your boy, Aruhu. Anyway, so January 6th, we're still here. We're still talking. We're here on the anniversary, 4th anniversary, and we're getting ready to go live with
Lara Logan.
Oh, Laura Logan. So I don't know how you introduce Laura Logan other than just say her name, because everything else comes ahead of it. We all know who she is. We know everything about her. This person is a fabled journalist, fierce freedom fighter, recent United States citizen, and someone that I'm proud to know as someone that has fought fiercely for the January 6th community, because she always wants to tell the truth. So without further ado, Laura Logan.
Thank you very much, Trennis. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. And I'm very glad that you're doing this, because it's obviously means so much to so many people. And I don't think we can heal as a country until we bring justice to these families and to these people, their freedom. They deserve their freedom, but they deserve more than freedom. They deserve restitution, because they've been targeted and politically persecuted. And I know that this has been somewhat controversial. There are people in the community who argue that there shouldn't be a blanket pardon, and I understand why. But for me personally, I just feel that there has been the conditions for chaos were set and orchestrated intentionally, and people were manipulated. So I believe that starting with a blanket pardon is the right place to begin. And quite frankly, if there isn't a blanket pardon, that's not going to be a very encouraging sign for everything else on the president's agenda. I don't know if you want me to keep talking or you want to say something. Okay, so I'm not hearing you, so I'm going to keep talking. I haven't been present for the whole of the press conference, so I haven't heard everything that's been discussed. But okay, somebody else is coming in there now, I see. But what I would want to say is that I did not understand until I started investigating individual January 6 cases how many people had never been to the Capitol. This is my puppy, sorry. She wants everybody to be freed as well. Important. She's very much in favor, aren't you, Lady J? Yes. Okay. That's what happens when you get puppies. Sorry. What I was going to say was that once I started investigating individual January 6 cases, even though I knew there was a setup and I knew that people had been manipulated and mistreated, I didn't really understand how much each and every one of us owed the people who traveled to the Capitol on January 6th, because you were the voice for all of us. And when I was looking into Roseanne Boylan's death, one of her friends said that to me. He said that Roseanne, I was so proud of Rosie because she did this on behalf of all of us, and some of us couldn't make it. Not everybody could get there. And those of us who did, those who did that really representing all the people of America who, whether they know it or not, we all need free and fair elections. And it was so obvious from the very first moment that the 2020 election was stolen. And I was one of the people that said that from the beginning. And what was kind of interesting, I'm sure many of you went through this as well, is that, I was at Fox News at the time. And one by one, I started to watch them drop off. People that I considered sort of, fellow warriors in the fight who were forced to, or, encouraged or, pressured into going along with the narrative that, whatever happened on 2020, we just got to go with it. And I understand how those compromises have to be made, but it's been a lonely journey for those of us who recognized that the 2020 election was stolen from the very beginning and that January 6th was a setup. The day that it was happening, I was supposed to be there and I had made plans to be there. I was going to work with a production team, and then I had to deliver a script for the series that I was working on. And the boss of the company said to me, when is this going to happen? And I realized, wow, if I travel to DC, I'm not going to be able to meet my deadline. So I had to cancel. And so I was flying back home to Texas on the day of January 6th instead of flying to DC that morning and going to the rally. And I will never forget watching that footage and realizing instantly, wow, this was a setup. People were set up, and this is going to, I watched as the Republicans, not just the Democrats, but the Republicans step forward one after another to decry this is such a terrible day, and we'll talk about how scared they were. And, it's so frustrating as you watch a false narrative being set up and created, and you recognize in real time what the tactics are and what the lies are. And there's nothing that you can do about it, because even the so-called people on the right, are either not free to say what they really think, or they don't have the courage to do it, or they're part of the psyop itself. And so that was really hard for me. And that's been, one injustice after another, right? Because I've been fighting this for more than a decade now. And so I think it starts to physically take a toll on your body, because if your nature is to stand up for the truth and to fight, right? When you see an injustice, oh no, I'm not going to let that just happen. And then you start to realize that these things are so much bigger than you, and you can't find every single one of them. And so you have to just take it, and you have to take it, and you have to take it. And it's brutal. And then you watch as they raid people's houses with SWAT teams for misdemeanor offenses, for nonviolent misdemeanor offenses. You watch them escort people out of airports. You watch them put people in jail who don't deserve to be there. And even though you can't tell every story, and you can't make it right, and you can't address every case, every single one of them chips away your soul. Every single injustice just begins to chip away your soul. And it's very hard to live with that. And I know that that's nothing compared to losing your home and getting a divorce because your family can't take it, and not being able to see your children because you're unfairly incarcerated, confronting the fear of going into prison for the first time if you haven't been there before, losing your job, your reputation, being treated as a pariah, having your bank account shut down, being ostracized from your society, being unjustly cast as being a threat to democracy. Never mind the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers falsely going to prison for a fake insurrection that never was, confronting the reality of years and years and years in prison if something isn't done. I know, and I recognize there are probably a lot of people in the community disappointed in me that I wasn't able to help them or to help tell their story, and I'm sorry for that. I just want you to know, if you're somebody like myself, you're fighting on every single front. You're fighting on the trafficking front, not just with kids, with boys, with adults as well. You're fighting on the border front. There's national security issues that are coming at you. And every single day, it's coming at you from everywhere on the front line. So I recognize that when you're living it and this is your piece of the battle and everything is at stake, I know there's nothing more important. And it feels like people are letting you down. It feels like people like me are letting you down, because I don't have the luxury of just making this one thing everything that I do. But every single day, I have recognized from the beginning what the truth is. I have given everything that I can, and I am praying every day and every night that President Trump doesn't lose his nerve, that he is not surrounded by people who are going to try to talk him out of this, that the lawyers who claim to represent the White House, who claim to represent the people, that they're going to make this right. And those people in the Justice Department that drove people like Matthew Perna to take his own life, and he's not the only one, those people who have subjected so many in this country to unnecessary torture and difficulty and suffering, because of political targeting. Those people in the FBI and the Department of Justice, I have to remind myself that God says, vengeance is mine, says the Lord, and that it's not up to us. And I don't wish you any harm. I really do. I pray for you, and I hope that you can find salvation somewhere. But if you're one of those people that's still going out arresting people, putting people behind bars for nonviolent misdemeanor offenses, putting people in solitary confinement when they don't belong there, you have committed great evil. I pray for you and I pray for your souls. I really do. It's hard. It's hard to forgive you. Easier for me than someone whose family's been destroyed because of you, or who's the family of, people like Matthew Perna. But I do forgive you, because I know that even though you may find forgiveness, you're still going to face accountability, and you're still going to be held responsible for what you've done. And I hope that this administration does not rest until the whole truth is known, because this was, as Congressman Barry Loudermilk admitted to me in one of our interviews on January 6th, about January 6th, that this is possibly one of the greatest crimes ever committed against the American people as a whole. And there have been many, but this is one of the greatest. So I don't know if people are able to ask questions or want to ask questions. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do here, except I just want you to know. I just want you to know that what you have endured is recognized by people, and it does mean something to people all across this country. And even where people lack the ability or the means or the moral courage to stand up, it didn't mean that they didn't share in your pain. And so I want to salute all the January 6th defendants. Those of you who've been in prison, those of you who are out of prison, I just want to salute you, and I want to thank you for what you have endured. And I know that this is the beginning of a better road forward, but that the hard work, it still needs to be done by all of us, every single one of us, every single day. So a greater man than me, obviously I'm not a man, in spite of what they say about changing your agenda, but a greater person said once that courage is not the absence of fear. It's acting in the presence of fear. And I think that all of you have acted with courage in the presence of fear. I'm sure it took extraordinary courage to survive what you have survived. And so this is a time now. The tide has turned. You are no longer the pariahs, and you are now heroes in America today and across the world. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Lara Logan, as always, moving, compelling. So I will say that in all seriousness, this is one of the finest individuals I've come to know through this process, and I'm honored to know her and her family. Fantastic individuals, great Americans, and we need more like them. I would like to say in a personal note, and some of you may object, but I'm going to say it anyway. The kingdom of heaven belongs to the Lord, and he shares it with us. I feel the same about the vengeance. I'm not really your Bible study kind of Christian. I'm more your crusade type. So I'll be happy to take part in the vengeance in our courts of law, of course. And on a lighter note, that is probably the only time that Lara Logan has ever asked to speak longer than she was intending. So without anything further here, so I think we have either Wayne, Alan, Root.
You got me? Can you hear me for the first time? Can you guys hear me now? Someone let me know if you can hear me. Gentlemen, are we on? Ladies and gentlemen, are we on? You got me now? Okay, good. For once you can hear me? Good. All right, so look, here's the deal. I have a studio, by the way, a TV studio. That's why the difficulties came in. It's set up for my TV shows, 3 shows on Real America's Voice TV, America's Top 10 Countdown, The Root Reaction, and my show on Frank Speech called Wayne Alla Root Raw and Unfiltered. And everything goes through my, Fox News TV cameras. We spent a lot of money on the studio and the cameras, and I guess it doesn't work. It's not compatible with your streaming service. For whatever reason, you couldn't hear me, but now you can. I'm going old school here. Instead of being in a fancy studio with a fancy studio background and fancy studio lighting. I'm on my cell phone. This is as simple as it gets. But I did not want to leave you. I've hung in there for 2 hours and a half since my intended time on the air, and given up a lot of time because nothing in this country is more important than getting the J6ers out of prison. Jake Lang has become a friend of mine. I've known criminals in my life only because I grew up in a very rough neighborhood on the Bronx borderline in Mount Vernon, New York, and went to a very rough middle school, very rough high school. Was attacked many times, was beaten up many times, was chased home from school many times until someone, took a little pity on me, and a great group of kids taught me how to fight one summer. And then I fought back and won and taught a lesson to a few bullies. And the victim who was bullied fought back and won. And I learned a valuable lesson that day, that you always have to fight back against bullies. You can't run home. You can't beg them for forgiveness or beg them not to hurt you. Your only chance to survive is to fight them and win and turn them into cowering little victims, even though they're the bullies. And after that, no one ever touched me again the rest of my life. I walked tall and strong and proud down dangerous hallways of one of the most dangerous high schools in America, and nobody ever touched me again. And graduated valedictorian in my school and got into Columbia University. My life changed dramatically. I credit it all to learning how to fight and work out and lift weights and box and stand up for myself. And we've got to do that for the January 6ers, to just sit back and be nice like Republican congressmen and senators are, and prior presidential candidates, John McCain, Mitt Romney, nice guys gentlemen, golf players, country club goers. I'm sorry, but it doesn't get the job done when you're fighting vicious people who are literally communist thugs, and literally, I'm a Jew who could say this, Nazi thugs. That's what we're facing in government today. Gestapo and KGB level scumbags. And you've got to fight them tooth and nail. And you've got to stand up to them. And you can't accept that these people were treated, the January 6ers, so differently than any other protesters in the history of America, and treated it in such a way that it was literally torture and cruel and unusual punishment. So when I stood up to these bullies and I stood up to these criminals and these thugs in my youth, I know what a criminal's like. I know what a thug is like. I've had Jake Lang on my show perhaps 20 times from his prison cell. He is a wonderful gentleman. He is an all-American young man. He is the salt of the earth. He is not a thug. He's not a criminal. He didn't deserve to spend 4 years in a prison cell. And I know this is about all the J6ers, not just about Jake Lang. But Jake Lang is an amazing, extraordinary young man who, from his prison cell, literally while being tortured, while being meted out with cruel and unusual punishment, while being in hell, while being in a prison cell that should be in a country like Nazi Germany or Soviet Union or East Germany or Cuba or Venezuela. Instead, it was the Washington, D.C. Gulag and I think about 15 other disgraceful prisons around the country, like the Brooklyn Detention Center. Jake was in all of them and treated horribly and mistreated horribly and given cruel and unusual punishment and torture in solitary for large portions of the last 4 years without a trial. It's a disgrace. And this should never happen in America again. And we should all fight. And none of us should accept that any J6er is left behind. If you see Jake on film fighting, it's because he was fighting for his life. And he was fighting to protect others who were being killed, who were being smothered under a pile or beaten with batons till they were close to dead or dead. So, and later, of course, one of the J6ers was shot dead by a Capitol policeman, unarmed J6er shot dead by a Capitol policeman. So, look, you all know the story. I don't need to tell you the story again. And if you haven't, if you didn't already know it, I'm sure you've heard it today from many others about how bad the treatment's been and how the entire thing was entrapment. The entire thing was a setup. So let me quickly close by moving on to the general picture, okay? The world is changing. Trump was certified today, as you all know. Certified by the person who literally had to oversee the certification, just desserts, Kamala Harris. A wonderful moment. Kamala Harris had to certify her opponent, President Trump, as the next 47th president of the United States, already having been one of the greatest presidents ever as the 45th president. You know that Justin Trudeau stepped down today as the Prime Minister of Canada. The same thing is happening all around the world, in France, in Germany, in Romania. All the thugs, all the criminals, all the corrupt deep staters are losing their jobs and being forced out or forced to step down or literally beaten at the ballot box like President Trump did to Kamala Harris in a landslide. So today's a great day. Trump is in, Trudeau is out. Today's a day that proves that the people in office today that conducted this January 6th witch hunt are true criminals. Because I always predicted that communists never leave peacefully. They burn it down on the way out. And Joe Biden today killed offshore, banned offshore oil drilling, basically in the entire United States of America and the ocean surrounding the United States. That's the act of a man, a communist madman, a tyrant, burning the country down on the way out the door to try and leave it destroyed so President Trump takes over a wrecked, failed nation that he cannot make great again. But I don't think Joe Biden, who's brain dead with dementia, realizes that an executive action could be instantly wiped out. At least that's my hope and prayer, by the incoming new president, who will make it null and void. As a matter of fact, because of the rigged 2020 election, which we all know was rigged and fixed and stolen, I'm hoping and praying President Trump's number one priority, other than in the first few hours, pardoning every single J6er. No man should be left behind. We cannot leave anyone behind. They've all, the fruit of the poison tree. Everything that went on indicates none of them ever should have been arrested, and none of them got fair treatment, and none of them got a fair trial. Just like President Trump, a mirror image of what they did to Trump, framed and then rigged judges and rigged juries and rigged charges. So just like you, President Trump, they all have got to be let out and their names cleared. But what we have is a rogue presidency led by a president, an illegitimate president who didn't win the election. We all know what happened. And I pray that President Trump's number one priority, after he has sealed the border and gotten rid of birthright citizenship and opened up the largest mass deportation in history and sent all the illegal foreign invaders home, and after he's opened up America for oil drilling again and clean coal and nuclear and fracking and made us the energy independent capital of the world, after he's done all of those first steps, I hope he makes the number one priority of his, and let the J6ers out. Hope he makes the number one priority of this administration to prove, now that he has the apparatus of law enforcement, now that we control the FBI and the DOJ and the NSA and the CIA, every law enforcement organization in this country will be under the control of President Trump and my friend Kash Patel as an example at the FBI. Now that we have the law enforcement apparatus and control of power, I pray that he studies and analyzes and proves that the 2020 election was rigged and fixed and stolen, and therefore everything done, every single act and law and executive action by President Biden, the illegitimate president, shall be overturned, shall be null and void. And of course, that would include every arrest of every January 6er and every arrest and conviction of President Trump and Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. And the list goes on of good people and great patriots. Roger Stone, good people and great patriots whose lives were ruined or certainly damaged badly by this rogue administration. And if you could prove the election was stolen and rigged, then we can prove to the United States Supreme Court that every action taken during this illegitimate presidency must be null and void and overturned. And every one of these criminals who ran our government should be sent to Guantanamo and tried for treason, not just for the J6ers, not just for trying to destroy our country with inflation and rampant crime and illegal invaders welcomed and waved into our country, and everything else that they did that was illegal and illegitimate, forcing COVID vaccine mandates on the American people. If you want to work, you have to take a poisonous, deadly experimental vaccine that killed so many because they had no choice. They had to keep paying their bills and their kids' college educations, so they kept their jobs. They made that choice, and they took the vaccine and rolled up their sleeve, and they're dead now or they're crippled now. This administration must be held accountable for all of it. And if you could prove it was stolen and that they literally stole the election, then everything they did should be made null and void. I send my prayers to Jake Lang, who arranged this from his prison cell, made this happen today. He's an amazing individual, built a TV network and put so many events on to bring the eyes of America on what's happened to the J6ers. Thank you, Jake, for being a brilliant guy and a hardworking guy with amazing work ethic, an amazing spirit and positive attitude, and quoting the Bible while you're being persecuted and tortured. You're an amazing guy. We love you. We appreciate you. I want all the J6ers to get out the moment, within moments of Trump becoming the 47th swearing in as the 47th president of the United States. God bless you, Jake. God bless all of you. I'm Wayne Ellerud from Real America's Voice TV, saying goodbye. Have yourselves a great day. Today's January 6th. Never forget what happened on this day. Never forget. It's a blot on America's history. It's a disaster that we allowed to happen. And as I learned in high school, and as President Trump told you after he came within a quarter of an inch of dying that day in Butler, Pennsylvania, always fight, fight, fight. God bless you. Let's keep fighting for all the J6ers and to make America great again. God bless. Have a great day.
Thank you. Moving Wayne Ellerud. Fantastic program. He's been around since dirt was invented. Fantastic guy. So I wanted to think about this. A reminder that this is about Pardon J6ers Day 1. No man left behind. No one will be left behind. And I think what Wayne was talking about there sounds like a little bit like what Pam Bondi's been saying, I think. But I'd like to add to it. I think she left out a couple. She talked about the investigators being investigated and the prosecutors being prosecuted. Let's not forget the hunters become the hunted and the judges be the judged. Because I intend to see to it. You think I worked hard the last 4 years? I've fought uphill the last 4 years with a lot of great people, a lot of people you've seen here. We fought an uphill spiritual battle for 4 long years to be here. Don't think that I'm getting ready to pack it in and go home now that we've achieved the high ground. The high ground only empowers me. And watch what comes next. So I'm your host. I'm Trennis Evans at Condemned USA. I am honored to be here with all of you today. And I believe we have on deck, if I remember correctly, do we have Jonathan Gross or Peter Steger? Who do we have here? Is that Peter Steger? Where are we going, guys? Help me out. We're going to Jonathan Gross. All right. Now, real quick on John Gross as we bring him in before he gets going. John Gross, he probably won't tell you this because he's very humble. He is a rabbi before he was an attorney, and a great man all along the way. I've had the opportunity to work closely with him. Condemned USA is an organization, and Jake and all the other organizations have had the pleasure, the honor of knowing John Gross and the hard work that he's put in, the legal efforts, the cases he's fought, over 20 January 6 cases. He's in trial nonstop. He comes into the belly of this beast, DC, and fights for righteousness. So without further, John Gross. Gross has the Wayne Allen Root audio system. So, John, we don't have audio, buddy. Yeah, you're muted. You've got yourself muted, brother. All right, go to the cell phone. Here we go. Put it on the cell phone. So, look, John has fought cases. Here's the kind of guy he is.
Got it.
We pick
Got
up the
it.
phone.
No need to keep talking about me.
You.
Thank you, Trennis. Thank you. Yes, I just want to say that 4 things that need to be done going forward. A lot's been talked about the past. Really the path forward is 4 things. And the first one is freedom for all the J6ers. And what I mean by freedom is every type of freedom. Everyone should be restored to be a free citizen as they were prior to January 6th. Obviously, that means all of the people who are in jail today need to go home immediately. And this is not a simple thing. I do not believe that if President Trump just signs a pardon, that they're just going to swing open the doors of the cells and everybody will go home. Richard Barnett was charged with the 1512. He's one of many who's sitting in jail right now, and he should not be. But because of the bureaucracy, because of the way that the courts work and the way the Bureau of Prisons works, and the way that the DOJ is not helpful, obviously, he remains in jail to this day. And Richard Barnett should be at home. So not only do we need pardons, we need the Justice Department, the prosecutors to turn around and be accommodating and make sure that the courts do not stand in the way of people going free immediately. We need the BOP to comply, and we need the United States Marshals to comply. All of those, except for the courts, are underneath the power of President Trump, and all of them need to coordinate to make sure that everyone goes free immediately. And I am not embarrassed to stand up for even the ones that they call the worst of them, because no one, not a single one, deserves to be in jail right now. 0 of them. Every single person, no matter what they did that day that was so bad, has already served what time they would have served if they had done the same thing on another day. And I remind everybody, if you want to look it up, that a man named Montez Terriel Lee, a Black Lives Matter protester in Minneapolis, burned down a small business, and there was a man inside the store who died. And the government compared him to Martin Luther King Jr. and said in their sentencing memo, which looked like something that a defense attorney would write, and they said, rioting is the language of the unheard. So they advocated for leniency, and he got it, and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. And somebody like Dominic Pizzola, who sits in jail to this very day, was given 10 years for breaking a window, period. Chris Quaglin was given 12 years. He did not do anything near, obviously, what Montez Terriel Lee did, who killed a man and, or at least negligently killed a man by burning down a store, according to the government's sentencing memo. And Chris Quaglin got 2 additional years. So I am not ashamed to advocate for every single one of the January 6ers that they should all go free immediately. And frankly, anybody who does otherwise, I'm sorry to say, but if you do not understand what is really going on, because every one of these people was given the sentence that they would have gotten, which would have been a month to maybe 6 months. And then on top of that, many, many years in jail because of their politics. And that is not America. They should have been given an appropriate sentence that they would have gotten if they were any other political persuasion, and then they should have gone home. And that's not what happened, and that's what must happen. But more than that, freedom does not end with pardons. First of all, there are people who are on probation. Those probations need to end immediately. There are ongoing prosecutions that the pardons will not affect. those prosecutions obviously have to start on day one. The Justice Department right now is not acting as if those will stop on day one. I was on a conference call today where I tried to say, why are we scheduling out? Can we just wait until the 20th? And the answer from both the courts and from the prosecutors are no. No, we need to schedule everything right now. And they're acting as if there will not be any pardons, as if the Justice Department will continue in this direction after January 20th. Obviously, on day one, whoever replaces Matthew Graves, who stepped down, that person should immediately send out a memo to the Justice Department and say, we're done. And all these, we file a motion in every ongoing case that they are all voluntarily dismissed. And beyond that, January 6ers who were arrested and charged, and those who were not, which is thousands of people, were surveilled and were put on terrorist watch lists and were also maligned in the papers, such that in other proceedings, like in child custody cases, because you were present at the Capitol and you were part of the insurrection, there were all kinds of adverse consequences that deeply affected people. It's not clear that the federal government and the president will be able to reverse those things, and all of that needs to be remedied. So freedom does not occur with the stroke of a pen. It must be fought for continuously. It will not end on January 20th, and we have to be prepared to continue to fight for freedom. The second thing is compensation, and I want to set the record straight on this. My opinion is that a lawsuit is not the way that compensation will necessarily come, because if the federal government decides to fight that lawsuit, well, that lawsuit will go before the same judges that the January 6th criminal cases went before. So if we sue the federal government in Washington, D.C., why do we think if the federal government decides to defend the lawsuit that Judge Mehta, Judge Bossberg, Judge Chutkin, Judge Howell, that these people will be more favorable? We know how they feel about the January 6ers, obviously. And if the federal government decides to fight these lawsuits, then it will be a very uphill battle. And for the amount of compensation, these lawsuits would take years, many years. The only way that compensation will happen is if the federal government decides that they want to give compensation, and we need to fight for that. But I want to caution about compensation, and this is something that really concerns me, is that we cannot allow greed to consume the community. Every single person suffered, but it's impossible to really put a metric on how much everybody suffered. That just can't be done. And there's going to be a lot of disputes over who should get how much. And I caution everybody, and I pray that it will not cause any rifts amongst the community, that people will understand that your compensation will have to ultimately come from the only one who can truly compensate, and that is our Father in heaven. And hopefully everybody will get compensated according to their injuries, but we need to ultimately be able to understand that nobody can really be made whole for what they've been suffered. Every single person affected by this was irreparably harmed. The third thing that is very important to think about going forward is to make sure that this never happens again. And I know that the people, the January 6ers that I've spoken to, they wouldn't want this to happen to their worst enemy. If I say this all the time, if President Trump had targeted peaceful protesters for Black Lives Matter and sent the FBI after grandmas who were standing around a burning building while their people were burning down buildings and murdering people and looting, and there was somebody standing around who was a grandma, and they were charging that person with misdemeanors years later, I would have done the exact same thing that I did for January 6th defendants, and I would have defended them. And I know that many people who I've met feel the same way. Unfortunately, what we see is that there are this other group of people who supported Black Lives Matter And if you ask them, they would definitely say that they believe that the criminal justice system is broken in America and that the prison system is broken in America. And for some reason, because this is not affecting them and it's affecting someone on the other side of the aisle, then everything's okay. And you hear this all the time. They shouldn't have been there. They did the crime. They have to serve the time. That needs to be fixed. But we need to make sure that regardless of what those people think, that this can never happen again. And that includes not just the DOJ, it's reforming it to make sure that they cannot selectively and vindictively prosecute, but also the Bureau of Prisons must be reformed under this administration. It's horrifying what is going on in the prisons. I hear about it every single day. So many people in this country are in jail that should not be in jail, and it's not just January 6ers. If we do not do something about the Department of Justice and the Bureau of Prisons while President Trump is president, then these 4 years may only be a reprieve. And the people on the other side who think, well, it's fine when it happens to the J6ers, well, they need to understand that today it's the J6ers, but tomorrow it will be them, because the revolution eats its own. It's not okay to say that I'm in favor of this totalitarian regime as long as they stay away from me, because they will not stay away from you. Eventually, you will find yourself in the crosshairs as well. And that's why we have to work together as a country to reform this government and not allow this to happen. We need to deprive the government of the tools that allowed this to happen. And the January 6ers should be the leaders in this movement for reform. And I pray that President Trump has the insight and the wisdom to tell his people to rely on the January 6ers. They have been inside the prisons. Ask them about the prisons and what needs to be reformed. Ask them to point out if there's any corruption. Ask them to point out if there are people who are there who shouldn't be there. I've heard from many January 6ers that they've been told in jail, please, when you get out, when you get pardoned, don't forget about me, from people who are in there for all kinds of other reasons that they shouldn't be there. The January 6ers need to be the leaders, and President Trump needs to recognize that and tell his people to rely on the January 6ers for advice and guidance on how to make those reforms. And finally, the fourth thing I want to say, and this is the most important of them all, justice will only be restored to our great nation if we turn our eyes to our Father in heaven. That is the only way we can get out of this. The reason that the January 6th atrocity was able to happen these last 4 years was because our nation, unfortunately, has been gripped by all kinds of sins that we have to purge ourselves of. And that includes envy and hatred and greed. And we have not turned our eyes towards our Father in heaven. And we have not considered ourselves our brother's keepers. We need to restore our faith in this country. We cannot shy away from speaking about all of these issues in the context of doing it because God compels us to do it. That needs to be our driving force. We need to carry out this mission because we were commanded to by our Father in heaven, and for no other reason, and following no other leader. And if we all do that, if we all turn our eyes to our Father in heaven, if we all purge ourselves of our sins, we repent, we pray to God, we do kindness towards our fellow man, then there's no question that we will get out of this. We will reform these broken systems, and we will restore justice to this great nation. Thank you.
So Jonathan Gross obviously has it well put together. He's represented people. He has a spiritual basis, and he has great ideas there for us. He talks about greed, reform, taking care of things. And, you know, look, everybody doesn't always agree with me, but I'm sure as hell going to say it. So I think about the illegal aliens and the people that have come here illegally. You know, we spent $66 billion on them in 2023. I think after we throw them all out in 25, maybe we just divide that up for compensation. No one be greedy. We'll divide that up between the 1,600 people and their families. That comes out to be about $41 million apiece for the wrong that's been done to us. How's that work for you? So, you don't like reality. You don't want to talk to me because I'm going to say the way it needs to be said. I don't suggest that we all need $41 million, but I think that we certainly need some restoration because my name was dragged through the mud. I was called an insurrectionist by federal judges. I never committed the crime of insurrection. I was never even charged with such a crime. That's a crime under the federal statutes. And multiple judges have made that reference with my name in their mouth. Well, it's my thought that they can put something else in their mouth, and I've got a better idea about where we go from here. So, at any rate, so without saying anything unjust or unkind, let's get into the real next part of this. I know we have some people waiting to speak. I see Philip Anderson. I see Peter Steger. I see some people there that have been waiting. I see some great Americans, some heroes, some people that have been through the ringer. Anybody, somebody back at the tech world, tell me where we're going next. Nobody tells me anything, so I'll keep talking. Brother Philip Anderson, how are you today?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it. I can't see who's there, but I hope you guys are having a good day. I was invited to come to Washington, D.C., but I said I'm not going back to that place, even though they hold a gun to my head. I have no love for Washington, D.C. It's not American soil. They'll throw another felony charge at me like it's nothing. So, I obviously don't want to go back to Washington, D.C. for any reason. I want to stay here in Texas where it's safe, where they don't almost murder you and then charge you with a couple felonies. But I'm really disappointed with some of the things I've seen lately with some of the actors in the J6 community that are, not for helping all the J6ers for their own selfish reasons. It's not for any good reason that I can think of, and they never really quite explain themselves. I've actually seen them get exposed a number of people, and we shouldn't want to destroy people's lives, completely and permanently destroy people's lives just because we personally dislike them or have some type of a gripe with them. Like, that is psychotic behavior, and that's deeply troubling. And we just need to stand against that firmly in a united front in the J6 community. There's a number of people in the J6 community that I would not call my best friend. But do I want them to get railroaded? Do I want them to be in a gulag for years and years? No, I don't want that. Especially after I see the Democrats literally burning America to the ground for 7 months straight with impunity, no punishment. I see the Democrats pardoning and commuting the worst criminals in the entire world. And the Democrats can literally do anything, any terrible thing that they want. And they never get any punishment for it. They never get any trouble for it. But we want to split hairs. And we want to give our own people the hardest time. We want to make them suffer and not be sure that they're going to be okay. Why do we treat our own people like garbage? Why is there even a debate as to which J6ers would be saved? Or, the J6er has to be the perfect little angel or goody two-shoe to get a pardon. Since when was there a standard to receive a pardon? Never heard of that before. And Joe Biden pardoned Hunter Biden, and you all saw, the thousands of pictures and videos of him doing all kinds of crimes, literally on the record committed hundreds of crimes. He gets a full pardon. If Hunter Biden can get a pardon, every J6er can get a pardon. If you can commute the sentences of death row inmates and you can give clemency to literal child pedophiles and child molesters, then you can commute the sentence of every single J6 prisoner. There is no excuse to abandon any J6. No, zero excuse. You are betraying your own supporters if you leave the J6ers behind. It is cowardice. The only reason not to help every single J6er is purely out of cowardice. It's not because you're doing the right thing. It's not because you're trying to do the right thing. It's because you're not willing to do the right thing, just because it may not seem socially simple at the time. But you need to do the right thing because no other group of people in all of modern American history have I seen get treated like this. It's ridiculous. I mean, people are literally committing suicide before they even go to trial. I mean, and like, if you had murdered someone, or if you had done something truly egregious, like a terrorist attack or shot up a school, I could understand that. We're talking people who are only charged with misdemeanors, or someone who's only charged with one felony charge, they would commit suicide before they'd even go to trial, because that's how terrified they are, because they know that they won't be judged fairly. They know that the exculpatory evidence will be withheld. They know that they're going to be put through the ringer, that they're going to get the most severe sentence possible. They know that they're walking into a firing squad. They're basically going to get lynched. And just the thought of that drove them to take their own life. That's what every single J6er is facing. And anyone who thinks that it's acceptable, there's something seriously wrong with you. I would not wish this on any Trump supporter. I'd not wish this on any regular person. All right. So that's where I stand on all of this. We need to help every single J6 prisoner, every single J6 defendant. We need to end the J6 nightmare on day one, not split hairs on who we help. Every J6 prisoner, every J6 defendant. And we do not abandon any individual one of them. We get each one of them out of prison. That's the bare minimum. Got to get each one of them out of prison. And we also need to end the trials on day one by dismissing the cases. The guy before me talked about how the U.S. attorney can file a motion in each case to have it dismissed. So it can be very easy, but you have to want to do it. That's all we're asking, for Donald Trump to have the desire to help his own supporters, truly to help his supporters, not to try to fill out any other agenda than helping the people who desperately need help. And that's all the J6ers that have been targeted by Joe Biden's Department of Justice. And there is one last thing I'd like to include. Jake Lang, for example, he saved my life on January 6th, and there's some people that want to give him a hard time because he has a number of charges. But the thing is that in each charging document, each state of facts, it doesn't show all the facts. It only shows the narrative that they want you to see. For me, for example, I was there on January 6th for hours and hours. But you look at my charging document. Yep. If you look at my charging document, it'll make it seem like I was only there for 5 minutes. Like I ran up there, point A, point B, point C. But that's not the case. I was there for hours and hours. So I want Donald Trump's administration to understand you cannot just look at these, pieces of paper with the pictures, and their written summations of what happened and think that that's actually what happened, because that's not the truth. That's pieces of it, but it's not all of it. And it's not fair to any of the defendants to treat them that way, to judge them. It's not your job to judge them. It's your job to help them. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. I want to thank Jake Lang for saving my life. He's a good man, and I want to see him out of prison on day one.
All right, ladies. That is probably the calmest I've ever heard Philip Anderson in an interview. Any of you that have ever heard Philip, he is an on fire, ball of fire, raging ball of patriotism that is fed up, bent out of shape. And I'm not sure what he was doing today, but I think he had some hot milk or something just before this, but that's for sure. We have next, Peter Steger is coming next. Here we go. So look at this. This looks like a typical insurrectionist, working man, probably paying taxes somewhere, got a hard hat on, and he's going to come out here and have a talk with us. Thank you, Peter Steger. Let's go.
Thank you. Hello. I want to, first of all, thank God for giving us the strength and for allowing me to suffer with so many good men and to shoulder the burden together while we were being incarcerated in the belly of the beast in Washington, D.C. I want to thank all the Americans for people and people throughout the world for all the letters, the love, the support that helped us in the hardest times of our life while we were being kidnapped and detained, I believe illegally, in Washington, D.C. But thank you all for the hope and the inspiration and giving us the love and the compassion, the empathy and everything to continue on in our darkest hours, and also for giving our families love and support in the community. But I think it's crazy that we continue to see the charades and the nonsense go on from supposed people that call themselves leaders as they cover up and hide the fact of what transpired ultimately on January 6th was a continuation of a coup against the sitting president of the United States. And the saddest part about it is we continue to look past the fact that the Republican leadership assisted in the takedown of Donald J. Trump. Now, I'm critical of all administrations, and I'm actually a Green Party independent or libertarian. You know, it's sad that until we really get to the bottom of what transpired during that, we can not actually uncover the truth of what happened on January 6th. And there also needs to be there needs to be accountability for the murders of 4 unarmed Americans on January 6th by their government. The people that were called heroes, they were in a very bad position, unfortunately, but the reality to it is there has to be accountability for the deaths of unarmed American citizens. Roseanne, Ashley, Ben, Brian, their families, they deserve justice. They had nothing in their hands that could cause injury, death, or anything of the sort to be murdered by the people who swore oaths to protect and serve. And the reality to it, all of it is they were murdered by them. Lila Morris is not a hero. Officer Byrd is not a hero. What he did was murder. And what she did was murder innocent Americans who were doing nothing more than doing what the Constitution allows them to do. The other thing is a lot of us, we, like me, for instance, I, along with a lot of individuals, helped tremendous amounts of people who we didn't know, because what we saw shocked us to our very core and our foundations on January 6th. To see elderly people, women, men, to be stripped of their civil rights, their basic human dignities, and to stand by and allow that to happen at the hands of anyone was unconscionable to me. I just simply, it was against everything I've ever been taught by the people who meant the most to me, who served this country in the military, that were in law enforcement. It was the most tragic thing I've ever had to witness. Now, unfortunately, trauma will cause you to react and do things. But I want you all to understand, you better hope that if something like that ever transpires and your loved one is being stripped of their basic dignities, that there's people willing to sacrifice everything to come to the aid of them. You really need to understand, we didn't care who those people were. It didn't matter to us. All that mattered to us was ultimately we would hope that something like that, or people would stick up for us or our loved ones, because what they were doing was not wrong, and they were just being brutalized. And the amount of force that was used exceeded all the training of the individuals who swore oaths not to break those and to honor the Constitution and to support we the people. And instead, they were used as cannon fodder, and then we were put in kill boxes because they wanted carnage. And we need to get down to the bottom of who those people were. And to all my brothers and sisters out there that are still incarcerated, I hope this comes to an end real soon for you, because this has been the most tragic thing to happen, and we wouldn't wish this on our enemies. I don't care who you are. You don't deserve to sit in solitary confinement as a detainee. To have evidence taken to a grand jury where they edit the audio, they edit pictures and take assets out so they don't see truly who was involved. And they're not told these Brady violations. You know, the persecution of every single individual on January 6th who's been run through the ringer by the Department of Justice. It's absolutely frightening. And I'm telling you, I don't care what party you belong to, they're coming for you. It's you that's in the way. It's you that they're after. And the Patriot Act, they're just going to continue to strip your liberties. one at a time. And to continue to divide us, we've got we've got to stop, and we've got to figure out some middle ground. We've got to put an end to this, but we've got to have dialogue and quit with the party nonsense, because these people, they know what they're doing. Their interest is not yours or mine. It's their own. Zionist, globalist, call it whatever you want, corporate greed. It doesn't represent we the people or the Constitution. We have got, as a people, to stop and figure out how to bridge the divide and come together. I asked for pardons of all January 6ers, but I, on the same hand, would also ask for the pardons for the individuals who are responsible for the Summer of Love. There has to be something to show that there's an olive branch so we can actually have meaningful dialogue. And I think that very likely may be it. I don't know what it's going to take. And a lot of people may disagree with me, but we've got to start thinking centered and get out of the echo chambers that we're in, to not allow this to ever happen again in America. We cannot allow the republic to be literally controlled and run by the fascist state that Washington seems to be. Again, I'd ask, and I want to thank every single one of you to support any individual who's involved in January 6th or in any other politically motivated anything. Find out, write to them, reach out to them, establish dialogue, and try to think and put yourself in the other person's shoes and position, and then stop the divisive rhetoric and going after each other, because we have bigger fish to fry right now. There's a bigger picture. There's something bigger that we need to achieve together to unify the nation, but also to undo the control in Washington. And we need to literally dismantle it, because it just simply is not working. It's corrupt from every single step of the way. But also the judiciary, there's a reason why they took us to Washington, so they could gaslight and control the narrative and also suppress. So we can't allow that to ever to happen again. I want to thank the American people again. I want to thank all of you, but continue to fight. We need lawyers. We need individuals to step up and to quit running from what you know needs to be done. We need civil rights attorneys. We need constitutional attorneys. We need people to step up and to start helping the cause, because a lot of people just simply have turned their backs and gone the other direction, because they see the railroading that's going on with it. Unfortunately, the court process in Washington, and how it doesn't matter if it's a Republican or a Democratic judge or however it plays out. The fact that they're victims, and it seems like majority of people in the jury pools even or have some kind of tie to the government. How could they even be allowed to be on the jury pool, because the government's the victim? So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense. And again, I'm not a scholastic individual. I'm just a blue collar American who does just like a majority of people in America do. I'm trying to pick up the pieces. I'm trying to make a living, and I'm trying to support my family while I pay my taxes, and to try to make America great. I love you all. I hope you can support me on wedecent.com. I'm going to release a book in the future. I'd like to see if we could get some support on that. Please continue to help the Lang family. Pray for them and any of the patriots that find themselves incarcerated. And let's see if we can continue to help each other and move forward in a positive manner. I love you. God bless America.
A few shout outs here. I need to thank Federal Watchdog, our sponsors, Blessed News Network, of course, Patrick Byrne, as usual, is somewhere in the mix doing something for the country, and the great Joe Hoff, Gateway Pundit, and that organization and all that they've done. The literal backbone of the fundraising arm and the truth arm, getting the information out. Thank you to the Hoff brothers and what they've done. Jim, thank you for publishing the stories and allowing us to share the truths about prosecutors, the judges, and so many others. I want to be very clear. We're still the party of law and order. What we're talking about here with the Capitol Police and MPD does not embody every individual. There were bad apples in their bunch, right? That's just that simple. They chose a poor course of action, and they need to be held accountable just like anybody else. And I want to be clear that the Capitol Police and the MPD, both, I believe, are full of good men and women, just like the FBI. I believe there's a lot of good people there. And we all falter from time to time. I mean, he who's without sin, right? So we all make a mistake from time to time. But this mistake, what has been experienced by the American public, this bludgeoning, this weaponization, this misuse of our government, of our judiciary, I would say this, I'm very concerned. How many Capitol Police outside of Tarek Johnson have come forward? How many Capitol Police have come forward and said, this was a lie? How many of them have come forward and stepped up and said, hey, I need to tell the truth about what happened that day. I need to own this issue. I mean, I'm curious. I mean, there's, I don't know, a couple hundred of them here in the building this morning. I talked to them last night. I talked to Park Police. Do you know that when I talked to Park Police just the other night over at the Lincoln Memorial, they actually admitted, the Park Police said to me, and we were there filming, and they said to me that, well, it's an embarrassment, a national embarrassment. The Capitol Police opened the doors, let people in. We saw what happened, and then we're ashamed of what's happened to a lot of the January 6th community. How many policemen have come forward and stood up and said, hey, I need to get in touch with these defense attorneys and tell the truth about what happened, that we failed, we made mistakes, we felt like we were set up. We hear these things. We've seen video evidence of them making the statements, yet how many of them have come forward and done the right thing? So this is my plea to the Capitol Police and MPD. Any of you that truly uphold and believe in your oath, the truth is the truth. And wherever the chips may fall from the truth, you have a duty to tell it. And I haven't seen it yet. So I'm looking for those good men and women to step forward and simply tell the truth. So I know that we have a few things coming up here. I'm actually a little bit lost in this program, but I want to tell you this, that because it's it's a very fluid program that we have going. So pardon J6ers Day 1. No man left behind. That's where we are today. This isn't to Donald Trump, and it's not to a certain individual. It's not to Pam Bondi. This is the same statement that resonates. This comes of the American people. This is where you're hearing it. You're hearing influencers, journalists. You've heard January 6th defendants. You've heard family members. You've heard all kinds of people come forward and say, the experts on this, the people that have lived it and those that have studied it, attorneys, are telling you like never before, pardons are deserved en masse. And I would disagree that somebody said earlier that we haven't treated an American people like this for anything ever in history. I would disagree. We have treated American people like this once before. During the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King was standing up for people that were being treated the way we're being treated, the January 6th community. Lies, half-truths, wrongful actions of the judiciary and law enforcement have been a part of the equation since the beginning. Where we stand now and we're headed is up to those that could tell the truth or choose the truth, because we, the people, are deserving of the truth, and those people are deserving of telling it, are dutifully bound, I should say, to tell it. So again, Patrick Byrne, Jim Hoff, Gateway Pundit, Blessed Network, and we have somebody else there. Federal Watchdog. So I'm Trennis Evans, Condemned USA. We've been fighting these cases, legal advocacy, and we're about to do the signing, I believe, now. Oh, wait a minute. We have Daniel Goodwin. And Nandan. Is Nandan, and can we do signing Nandan Daniel? Daniel's the close it out guy. All right. So at that point, then we're going to do the signing now, Hong. Is that where we are? Now come through, those of you.
And then we've got a couple
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so we have a marker here, Hong. I'm going to back these chairs out. So those of you that are here, listen, folks, this event, I'm shocked that we were able to get as many people here as we were and be able to stay throughout the day. It's been a long day, and I know some people had to go because of flights and travel. But here we are at this moment. I would like to lead off by signing. This is the official January 6th Day One Pardon Petition. I'm going to hold this up here for the camera. Can we see that? I'll read it. I don't know how you can get it. We, the undersigned, are reaching out to you in solidarity, united by a singular goal, to ensure that the 1,561 political prisoners from January 6, 2021 are all immediately released from prison, home confinement, and freed on day one of your inauguration. We stand together with all these brave souls who have endured heinous political persecution under the Biden regime. Mr. President, we stand behind your statements when you promised to pardon or grant clemency to every single January 6 hostage. Millions of Americans are now calling for justice and freedom for the most persecuted group of Americans in history. We cannot leave a single patriot behind to rot in the gulag. This matter couldn't be any more urgent to we, the people. The January 6 political prisoners have suffered far too long. Some going 4 years without trial, without justice, and without accountability for the outrageous violations of their rights. Their only crime was exercising their First Amendment rights, protesting the 2020 election results, and voicing their belief in the sanctity of our constitutional republic. For this, they have been branded criminals, dragged through a broken legal system, and subjected to inhumane conditions. No one should be left to rot in the gulag for standing up for their country. The time for justice is now. We are calling on President Donald J. Trump, who was inaugurated today, or excuse me, who was confirmed today, to fulfill his promise of justice by releasing all 1,561, that number is now grown, individuals still languishing in jail. None were given a fair trial with biased DC jury pools or even a proper defense, victims of a two-tier justice system and the hyper-weaponized DOJ. We demand the immediate release of every last one of these Americans. 4 years is long enough. They have suffered enough after being entrapped by the federal government in an obvious setup, and we will not allow them to suffer another day. So let's get this together. Let's get this signed.
So if you would like to sign this petition, please come to this side and come on up and sign, and then get one of these and stay on the stage. We'll take a picture together with all of us who remain here. And then after this, we have 2 more speakers, so please stick around if you're online, and please stick around if you made it so far, having made it here through the snow. Thank you all for attending. Yes, please take a picture if you like. We'll do a final picture. Stay on the stage. If you would get "No Man Left Behind" poster, hold it for the final picture with all of us. Everyone is invited who would like to sign. Please go ahead and come on up.
What am I doing?
Can you take a picture for us? Yeah, I can do that.
How are you? Good. How are you? Good. Sorry. Sorry,
Come on in to sign if you're able.
Oh.
The petition.
Oh, sure.
And we'll take a picture.
Yeah.
Now, we'll also announce people can buy things from you.
Yeah.
Tell me your name.
Claire.
Claire and Juan.
Yeah.
Tell me your
Jenny.
name. Jenny.
Yes,
Good to meet
yes.
you. Please come on in. We're going from the far side.
Oh, wow.
We get a poster, we'll take a picture. We have a few more people joining. Please feel free to come up, sign, and stay on the stage. You can do red or blue posters. Let's leave no man behind and pardon all Gen Sixers. Coming up.
Young lady in the back. What are we doing?
All right, here's mine, please. Thank you. Andrew will be taking pictures, so if you'd like him to snap a picture, go ahead and give the camera to him. Otherwise, we can post it and route it around. Did you sign already? Yeah, okay, we'll do. I probably need to be over here because I'm short.
No, he's right. It says the taller one's in the middle.
Taller in the middle, short on the side.
We just need to have a wide enough angle on the lens.
We need to be more in the middle. Look at Andrew.
Right now?
Look at Andrew. There we go.
Mick, please come up.
Come on, man.
Oh, no, I got this.
What
You
happened?
guys
All the
go
guys
ahead.
with the pro cameras
There you
left.
go.
Knock your stuff.
Mick is getting serious.
Yeah.
This was a tight family for part.
Yes.
Yeah.
The communists lose that work for sure.
Hey, you want to grab my phone there?
Yeah.
We're done?
Yeah.
Okay,
You want to
great.
get my phone there? You want to check the photo?
Did we shut down the live stream?
No, not yet.
All right. Daniel Goodwin.
We have two more speakers
we have
after
more
this.
speakers.
Attorney Nandan Kenkurma.
Okay, let's clear the stage. We have two more speakers.
We're going to do Attorney
clearing, you're staying
Nandan
here.
Kenkurma. Thank you, Andrew.
Wow.
Attorney Nandan Kenkurma, J6 attorney, defense attorney, and then Daniel Goodwin.
Are we ready to go with Nandan?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hey, Nandan, how are you? Good to see you. Here we go.
Okay, I'm doing great. Thanks to Jake and the sponsors and for having this event and having me. I wanted to use the time to just illustrate some fundamental legal issues. My insight into this is as a defense counsel on a single case, but in that single case, there were so many fundamental errors, I just staggered. Now, this case is on appeal. This is the case of Cynthia Price and Christopher Price. They were just a couple. I just wanted to show some pictures and illustrate some issues. And, Cynthia served 4 months in jail. Both Cynthia and Chris are completely innocent. We've taken the case on appeal, mostly to address legal issues, and made the oral argument on it. Haven't seen an opinion. If possible, I'd like to see if I can present some pictures. So I'm going to press present here and hope it works. Okay, do we have that up? Can you guys see that presentation? Can you share it? Is that possible? Or do I need to press something about it? There we go. Okay, so this will have some a good sense of why I just encountered a case I couldn't understand how anyone could be held guilty, because the fundamental thing in America is you're supposed to have fair notice about whether something's a crime or not before you do it. And over again, this is lacking in this case. So let me say, to me, I mean, the damage is, to the actual people, but it's also to the law and Constitution. Each one of these decisions made by the courts and the appellate courts that are just seemingly going against fundamental case law and how you look at a statute, these are precedents that will live on for a long time. Look, this is the first problem. It's what I call the ghost of the red perimeter. They claimed this perimeter, and it might have existed in the morning. This picture was presented, but I've got an illustration to that. This happened in the morning. We presented this at trial. You can see that there is, kind of few police officers and some fencing there, right? So no one's challenging the police officers. This is, before my clients came. It's about 1:45. And at some point, around 2:06, the police officers leave. This was presented at trial. You're still left with the 3 barricades. Nobody crosses the 3 barricades. So there's no violence. Everybody's following the law. One person, not the crowd, not everybody else, one person kicks down the barricades at 2:13. This is all before my clients came. So whatever this perimeter was, it didn't exist. And this is the picture. You can see police and citizens walking in. There's nothing there. It's a ghost, right? There's no barricades. There's no police. In fact, there's police walking right on to the upper terrace. So I don't know, so this is when my clients are going in. There's nothing there. How are they supposed to know about barriers or police that don't exist at the time? There's no fair notice. That's the point of having a restricted area, right? You have fair notice that it's restricted. It's a fundamental thing in America that you have to know whether you're committing a crime. That means you have to have notice, and the statutory mechanism for that is to have actual barriers or to have cordons. That's the term used in the statute. So that was a fundamental problem. This is here at 239. This is at the back. Now, if you remember back to that first drawing, where the red would be right in the middle of this picture. I don't know if you can see it, but it's just hundreds and hundreds of people just sort of walking. It looks like the mall. I live in Washington, D.C. The mall is a place people walk around. There's no barriers here at all. So if you're just walking onto the grounds here, which they're saying is restricted here, how would I know? So this is a really basic problem in law. You must have fair notice. It can't be that you think it is. It isn't restricted because there's no restrictions. My guys were nonetheless convicted for this. This is the terrace that they got onto. They claimed that it was all in disarray. I mean, these are the pictures. There's no, there's a camera on it the entire time. There's nothing going on here. These are these people standing around. Okay, there they are, Chris and Cynthia. The great, that this is where they are, and so they do go into the Capitol building at some point. Here it is. They're walking into the Capitol building. You could see, I don't know if you can see real well, that there's basically a bunch of police officers right off to the side. And they don't say anything. They're clearly cordoning off going in that direction, meaning, don't go that way. And so, big deal. They walked in. Nobody told them not to. It's an open door. They get down to the point. This guy's, I call him Officer A-Tax. He has A-Tax on his badge or on his shirt. He gets to that point and he tells them, don't go any further. So they don't. This is 44 seconds in. They go in and the officer tells them not to go any further and they don't. And so then they get in line to exit. And so they leave. They stand in line. That's their entire crime. Cynthia Price served 4 months in jail for that. And there was no notice, no fair notice from anyone. Now, listen, every public building you go into, there's always security on the inside. That's where the security is, right? They tell you what to do. Maybe you have to go through a detector. Maybe they'll tell you, this is the staff entrance. You need to go to another entrance. No one in the history of America has been arrested, let alone convicted, for walking into a public building. And then a police officer says, well, you shouldn't be here, just leave. And they do. Where has that ever happened? Ever in America. So now, I don't know if you can see, there's like a guy, he's pointing his finger out. This is the first time, this is at 3:31, this is after my clients leave. He actually says, don't come in. You can see his hand is pointing. He's saying, don't come in. Well, nobody does because everybody's listening to the police. Nobody fails to follow the direction of the police, at least in this area, right? Like the crime I'm dealing with is an individual crime. I'm not at the West Tunnel, right? My guys didn't see the West Tunnel. It's a big, big building. It's a big, big day. This is all that's happened. And so, what has happened here? I have, there he is. Don't come in. So they don't. Look, all of this is presented at trial. So how is it that this is now called a restricted area when you walk in front of the police? In America, a police line, you can walk in front of a police line. You just can't cross it. But for some reason, my judge says no. And I say you have to have an actual restricted area. And one of the statutory definitions is a cordon. Is it cordon off? And I said, well, look, there was a police cordon right there, and they didn't cross the police cordon. This is all right. Now, the next thing is they got convicted of disorderly and disruptive conduct. Now, they were in the pictures I showed you before. They just walked around in a circle. And we were told that presence, I don't know why, presence is disruptive conduct. And there's no example where that's true. Now, they brought out as an example, and the DC Circuit did, about basically, these are called dispersal order cases, right? Where, maybe you're doing a sit-in or something and they say, you got to disperse. Well, sure, if you don't disperse after they give you a dispersal order, that's a crime. But you see, there was no dispersal order, and it's a different law. There's a certain way of providing a dispersal order, never provided. So you go back to earlier in the day when we talked about those, basically those flashbangs being launched into the crowd. Where was the announcement to leave? And so, 2 people had heart attacks from the flashbangs. You're supposed to give a public dispersal order. They could have put stuff on the PA too, but that didn't happen. So look, I think this is really, really some fundamental stuff here. By the way, this is later in the day. You can see there's lots of police there. There's nothing but police. Okay. So look, here's the thing. You can't create law. The law says there has to be a restricted area, which is defined a certain way. You have to have fair notice, and just being a confusing place is not a crime. So as far as I'm concerned, we really had no rights about this. And as a defense counsel, they didn't even tell me what the crime was. What was the disorderly conduct? They never said. What was the restricted area? Did Did the police count? They never said. I'm supposed to have the ability to defend the clients by knowing these things in advance and asking questions. I sent a bunch of discovery questions, and the judge wouldn't allow me to go forward on those. So these are some real basic constitutional points. Courts don't make up what the law is, number one. Number two, all law requires that there be fair notice. You have to know where in America is peacefully standing, other than the dispersal order cases, which didn't happen here. Where is just peacefully standing and walking around disorderly, disruptive conduct? So that's what I want to say. This is a really big problem. And just by the way, my guys, I won't go through it to sort of shut down on time, but the government also violated the Fourth Amendment. They basically did a Facebook search warrant that covered 2 years of everything, and then they inserted the entire warrant into the court case. So the pure Fourth Amendment violation didn't matter. So some serious legal issues. And so, I hope there's a pardon, but we really need to pursue these legal issues too. I've taken this case on appeal. It may very well be we're going to have to evaluate this, but we want this appeal to go forward, and if necessary, to petition the Supreme Court. And regardless, we need to talk about these issues. So that's what I wanted to bring forward here today. Thank you for having me.
On this for at a third grade level for even the district judges who seem to have a very difficult time understanding the law, the constitutional abuses that took place, etc. So we next have, and we have another speaker here, and I believe we're going to be closing this out with this speaker and then Jake, but Daniel Madman Goodwin. So Daniel Goodwin, I just want to give you guys a little insight into Daniel so you know who we're dealing with here. They tried to put masks on Daniel Goodwin when they arrested him. So handcuffed, he just chewed through them and spit them out. Daniel Goodwin refused to wear the mask. He refused to wear the face muzzle diaper, chin diaper, whatever you want to call it. And he stood up for his rights to not have his face covered and his oxygen shut off. Even in handcuffs, they didn't know what to do with Daniel Goodwin. He's such a heinous insurrectionist, as they said, and such a danger to society that he had to go to prison for 60 days. Now, understand that he did enter the Capitol building for a mere 13 seconds. He walked inside the open door. For 13 seconds, he was present in the building, and he went to prison for 60 days. And not only that, but he was on pretrial release for a year and a half, I believe, 2 years. And then, not only that, but this individual, he's going to tell you about something that should shock you. What they did with monitoring his use of computers. Because this person, who has been a part of documentary films from Bloody Hill, still available for free, bloodyhill.com. Watch it for yourself. It was one of the early films we put out on January 6th. He's been a part of Writing History and many others with David Summerall and the Stop Hate team. But Daniel Goodwin is a hero. His mother has been fantastic in creating the Patriot Mail Project with Paula Galloway, Marie Goodwin. They've done American Gulag Chronicles and so much more. So I know Daniel won't elaborate on all this because he's a very humble individual. So I'm going to take the role of elaborating a little bit on him. So please, Daniel Goodwin, please come and share with us a little bit about your January 6th story.
Thank you so much, Trennis Madman Evans. So I'll try to be pretty quick. I made some notes so that I can go through it without forgetting things. So my name is Daniel Goodwin, like you said. On January 6, 2021, this is basically the same outfit I had, except for I was wearing flip-flops. That's a different story. But I've got some nice shoes today. So yeah, so I was there on January 6th. It was actually between 30 and 40 seconds inside that building. I was asked to leave and I left. I would look at the camera, but I'm just going to look at my notes. So I was arrested January 2021 by an FBI SWAT raid early in the morning, like Roger Stone style, counterterrorism task force that traumatized my family, medieval style battering ram, pointing guns and lasers, shackled everybody. except for the last one out, who was my mom. And then I had actually, yeah, they were trying to put COVID masks on me for whatever reason. But I wasn't talking. So the only thing I would say is you can talk to my lawyer, because that's the only thing you should say to the FBI or these type of people, law enforcement. And so I wasn't, going to explain to them that I would like to breathe and all that. So instead, I just kind of moved my jaw to get the mask off. And they wrote it up that I chewed through 5 masks, which is not how I would characterize that situation. But anyways, they locked me up in jail. I had 3 weeks in jail, solitary confinement, which is because they called it COVID quarantine down, which is a total farce. And I had 4 misdemeanors at the time. But while I was in there, they added the 1512 felony obstruction charge that Trump had and eventually got knocked down by the Supreme Court. I was actually in 13 months of pretrial house arrest after that. And after that, I was still under a restriction, the Eastern Northern District of Texas, until I eventually did a plea agreement, which dropped the 1512. And then I only had one of the misdemeanors, which is how I ended up with 2 months prison. And while I was in there, they designated me as a terrorist. I didn't have any due process for that because the judge didn't actually add a terrorism enhancement, but the judge did add a $3,000, and that's on top of the $100,000 I had to pay in legal fees. But then there was a year of supervision after that, which I just finished in August. But during that, the judge gave me computer monitoring restriction because he didn't like that I went on Tucker Carlson, and you guys can pull that up online anytime. It's about 5 minutes long, and he actually shows that, I walked in the building I walked in a circle and left, and that was just the whole thing. So since then, I've become an expert about January 6th. Done a documentary every year since then. So you can go to stophate.com/J6, and you can find those there. If you click on the documentaries button, there's Writing History, Bloody Hill, 1,000 Days of Terror, J6 True Timeline, which Tucker Carlson said it should be the most famous film in the United States. And then we're working on one right now. So keep your eyes open for that. But we show in those that, Ashley Babbitt, Roseanne Boylan, Benjamin Phillips, Kevin Greason, they died. And the guy who shot Ashley Babbitt, Leroy Bird, he's been promoted. Roseanne Boylan, who was killed by Lila Morris was actually celebrated at the Super Bowl. So this is what happens when you kill people if you're a cop here, I guess. And then Benjamin Phillips, I've done a lot of research. I still don't know exactly why he died. He fell down right at the beginning, but I needed to see the footage of what happened right before that. But the reason he died really is because the cops didn't help him. I think they were scared of COVID. Same thing with Kevin Greason. But when he fell down of the quote-unquote heart attack, there were grenades going off all around him. So that may have played into it, but it's hard to say. But Ashley Babbitt did nothing wrong. Roseanne Boylan did nothing wrong. Benjamin Phillips did nothing wrong. Kevin Greason did nothing wrong. And I said all of these things at my sentence. And you know what the judge said? He said, "You're digging yourself deeper." But I still say that. They did nothing wrong and they didn't deserve to be killed that day. But they're martyrs. They're heroes. And we need pardons for all J6ers. But a pardon is not going to bring back Ashley or Roseanne or Benjamin or Kevin. And, but, we needed to make sure we get justice. And as Ashley's mom likes to say, justice for Ashley is justice for all. And I would like to add on to that injustice for any J6er is injustice for us all. So with that, I have several demands. But hold on, before I get to that, I just want to say that God is not mocked, and the truth is prevailing, but only if we obey God. And 2 Chronicles 7:14 says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, forgive their sin, and will heal their land." So that is for you math people, that is a formula you can follow, and you will get that. So I want to talk a little bit about my mom, who has done a lot of things that a lot of you guys know about. She's got a chat room for J6ers that were in there, J6ers and family members, some of whom are in this room here. She worked on the Patriot Mail Project to help get people who are locked up to get mail. She's been working on J6 Patriot News to keep the news about J6 in the community so people would know what's going on and be a kind of a liaison between that, and also worked on the American Gulag Chronicles, 3 books, new ones coming out soon, and the money from that goes to help J6ers. But the most recent thing was me and her went to Mar-a-Lago, and we actually brought 150 over that letters written by J6ers to President Donald Trump. And we actually were hoping to hand them off straight to him. We saw him speak and then he left, but thankfully, we were able to hand those 2 binders full of letters off to Lara Logan. So God bless her, because she was able to connect us with the Trump correspondence team. So we're hoping that Trump is reading those. A lot of them, the main topic is obviously going to be the pardon. So yeah, I want to go into my demands. Number 1 is the blanket pardon of innocents like Flynn's for all J6ers and other hostages, because there's a lot of other hostages, and exoneration on day 1, no man left behind. So everyone's pretty familiar with that. But I'll still go into what I've, my notes, why. To make a strong statement that the government can't be allowed to ever again to come after citizens like that. And it's, what J6ers did that day was even the worst, as they say, was justified, because the election really was stolen. And what does it say in the Declaration and in the Constitution? You guys can take a look at that. I won't have to tell you the specifics. But J6ers were trying to stop a crime. So whether you believe the election was stolen or not, it doesn't matter. J6ers did, and therefore they had no criminal intent. And also, there's the fruit of a poisonous tree. Obviously, you guys know that they were entrapped. We can get into the details on that. But there was obviously also the illegal surveillance. So anything stemming from that, you drop the charges if it was a normal situation. It's obviously all political. Nobody got a fair trial. Selective prosecution. Obviously, look at anyone else. The J6 committee tainted the jury pool. You got biased judges and juries in D.C. Change of venue denied. Prosecutorial misconduct, which that's a long list with subcategories under that. But Brady withheld exculpatory evidence disallowed. 1A defense arguments disallowed. Defense witnesses disallowed and threatened. Intimidated. Prejudicial evidence and statements allowed. So they would be like, oh yeah, we'll just show this stuff that has nothing to do with you, and that looks really bad about J6. And then over here, something that's totally exonerating you, we're not going to let the jury see that. So that's the kind of thing that happens in these trials. And then, so obviously people talk about people who are violent on J6. Well, first off, some of these people are just framed and falsely accused. So you got to look into that. But then also some people, maybe they were involved in violence, but who attacked first. I don't think I know, and I've looked a lot, I don't think I know of any instances where like they just went and they were swinging first. Like it's usually the cops attacked first. Like for example, at 107 when they shot Josh Black in the face, bloody hole in his cheek and blood all over the ground. So that upset people. But the political climate in general showed that it would be First Amendment protected. So it's a total double standard. But also, you got mens rea, like what's in your brain there? Did they feel like it was sanctioned or requested by the commander in chief, and or was it in defense of election integrity, democracy, and or the Constitution? So just think about that. And then people want to talk about feds. Oh, should we pardon people if they're feds? Maybe we should make an exception for that. Well, do you guys really think the feds have been charged? If so, can you please give me a list? You can, I'd love to see that. And then, the secret agents, the confidential human sources, the snitches. Okay, that, we can look at that. Just give me a list of who that you think that actually is. So that's my number 1 demand, is the pardons. Number 2, restoration or reparations or restitution. And that can come from a number of ways. It could be executive, straight from the president. It could be legislative. Literally, we have the Republicans in the House and the Senate. Now, there's a bunch of rhinos, so they probably won't, but they should. They should just legislate, that we get a bunch of justice and restoration. The judges obviously could order that we get restitution for what the wrongfully happened with us, and then just the public square in general, because if this were publicized properly, the American people could literally just fundraise for all of us all to be made whole. And money is the main way that we can be made whole. Obviously, some things will never come back. The people who died, they're never coming back. The events that we missed, we can't go in time travel. And, but there's legal fees, there's fines, restitution, loss of work or opportunity, time spent locked up, trauma to the self or to the family, your reputation, all the fake news. We should be able to get restitution from time spent in the BOP, or even from the hassle with TSA and Quiet Skies. But and even it's not just the government that has done all this to us, because we get slandered and demonized by people, get fired, and we get our benefits taken away. That's often a government situation there, like with the veterans. You get debanked, get demonetized, get deplatformed. I've got a list of things that I've been banned from. So that's number 2. Number 3. My third demand, so after pardons and then restoration or reparations or restitution, whatever you want to call that, would be recognition. So I'm not going to go into a bunch of detail, but like there should be a proclamation. We should be given awards that can have monetary attached to it. There should be a holiday declared, Patriot Day or Patriots Day. I don't know if we put the S on that or not. And a monument, at least one here, maybe one elsewhere. And like Gross said, you could hire us, for example, to oversee justice for other political hostages. My last demand is retribution. So that has to do with investigate and prosecute those who did to us, which I've got a list, but I don't think I need to read that off because you guys know. Well, thank you so very much for all that. God bless.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Am I up yet, or are we doing an intro?
Could do it without doing an intro for you, but I think we've done one. So, look, I know it's been a long day. Hang out. Let's listen to Jake. He has miraculously put all this together from jail. This is, I mean, come on. This is incredible that we were able to do all we have done today. 40,000 plus people watching on live stream today. A miraculous undertaking from jail. Jake, what is that you're speaking through? What's going on there? You got to tell us what's going on.
I've got this same tablet that they gave us 4 years ago when I first got to the Gulag, but for some reason, about 3 weeks ago, they just turned on video visits. So the 18 months that I spent locked behind this door 23 hours a day, where I wasn't allowed a family visit, I wasn't allowed a shave or a haircut, and I wasn't even allowed to do video visits. I could have been doing video visits the entire time, but the cruel and unusual punishment knows no ends in the DC Gulag. So they just gave us this ability to do video, so we're using it to completely demolish the deep state right now. Today's event has been astronomical, the impact that we've had today. And the listeners out there, guys, I hope that you guys have heard the stories like Daniel Goodwin's and Brandon Fellows and Trennis and all the great Gen Sixers and our advocates, and seen this community's unity. I mean, we're putting the unity in community right now, not to be completely punful, but God bless America, guys. I'm so grateful for everybody that showed up today, for Mick Rosado and Josh Pruitt for running the StreamYard, for Jim Hoff for giving us the Gateway Pundits platform today, for Viva Free and Vandersteel, B. Hizzy, and Zach Payne for giving us their platforms today, live streaming all of the amazing speakers that came up, Trennis Evans for emceeing, my brother Huang Quan for doing the prayer opening and helping me orchestrate this and all of the J6 organizations that we do. My beautiful fiance Rachel, God bless her. She's been on the phone with me for about 9 hours today orchestrating this. We couldn't have done it without every single member of this community. You guys are truly the reason why we stood up at the Capitol to begin with. The American people at large that are tuning in. We love Americans and we love this country. And so that's why we stood up. We did what any brave man or woman should do in a situation where injustice is happening. We stand. That's what it means to be an American. United, we stand. And that used to mean something in this country, and I hope it means something again. I can't wait for 14 days from now. God willing, I will be released and just get my feet on the concrete, my face in the sunshine, my arms around my family members. Imagine waiting for 4 years, just 2 more weeks left. You have to understand my heart is exploding right now with joy. So God bless the Father in heaven who gives us this grace to join today. May his son Jesus' name be exalted in everything that we do. I'm so in love with my Father in heaven, how he's held my hand throughout this process and touched my heart and allowed me to be strong. I haven't had the strength myself. It's he who lives in me is greater than he who lives in the world, and he's connected me with all you brave patriots out there. I'm choking up right now, guys, because I'm so grateful And I just pray to God that President Trump does the right thing and gets us all out of this hellhole. I can't wait to come home, and not another Christmas in the gulag, that's for sure. So, guys, God bless America. God bless you all. I'm going to kick it over to my attorney, Stephen Metcalf, who has been a brother to me throughout this. I've known him for a decade now. He's had my back through thick or thin. We have gone at it, but we have never folded or surrendered, and we are going into the courtroom. If I don't get a pardon on January 20th, I have trial on February 3rd. And so we got our battle clothes on, but we don't want to go to that war. I mean, we'll fight any battle with anybody, any day of the week. You name the place and the time, we're there. But we're praying that President Trump does the right thing and alleviates this horrible, tyrannical, tiered persecution of constitutionalist Christians and Americans. Please, President Trump, hear our voice today. God bless you guys out there. God bless America. And check it out from the gulag. Hopefully, I won't ever be on one of these stupid little floating head bubble video visits ever again with you guys. God bless.
Have Stephen Metcalf on. Please put him on for the next presentation. One final one for Jake Lang's attorney, Stephen Metcalf.
Thank you very much. It's beautiful to be able to sit here today. I wish I could be there in person and see everyone, all the familiar faces. Some I'm seeing just for the first time. And it makes you sit back and think about what has actually gone on the last 4 years. And I have a little bit of a different story, and a story that ultimately intersects and has crossed paths with a lot of people who have spoken today, a lot of people who have been spoken about. And I want to start by saying to Mr. Goodwin, I like the saying, Madman, Mr. Evans. That's the first I heard that one, and I'm actually going to take that going forward. But from Jake Lang to Trennis Evans in Texas, January 6th has allowed me to unite with these great minds, these exceptional stories, and beautiful individuals. So I'll tell a little bit about who I am and ultimately how I got involved with January 6th. And to foreshadow, it all does come from one individual that got me going here, and that's Jake Lang. And the different people he's interacted me with and introduced me to has been a very fulfilling part of my career in the last 4 years of my life. So I come from New York, and before January 6th, I was a different type of attorney in the sense that I was never afraid to try a case. I was in and out of various different courtrooms every single day, trying state and federal cases. I was winning trials that people said were basically unwinnable. And to call a spade, I actually did lose a couple of cases that I probably should have won. But nonetheless, I was never afraid. And I was never afraid to take on a fight for the underdog. And when I believe in something, I really try to put my all into it. And throughout my course of practicing in New York City, I ran into Jake, and I've been able to see what I refer to as two completely different Jake Langs. I saw the pre-January 6th Jake Lang, and then I've seen the man that he's become today. And essentially, they're polar opposite. And I love the strength that he has and everything that he's been able to do to persevere through this time. And I'll get to that. But I'll never forget right after January 6th in 2021 getting that phone call. And it was about Jake, and it had to do with Washington, D.C. And ultimately, the authorities came in early in the morning into a small town upstate New York and ultimately arrested Mr. Lang. And at that time, it was very easy for me to be able to get people bonded out. And that's where this story basically starts. the first phone call I received from prosecutors essentially said there is no negotiations with you. They already knew that I was going to get this phone call before I even got the phone call. There was some sort of a note that came down from DC. This is to New York prosecutors that basically said, do not negotiate with Mr. Metcalf about Mr. Lang's bond. I thought from experience that where Jake came from, his lack of criminal history, his lack of convictions, his family situation, the means that his family had to be able to put behind him, all these different factors that come into play. I thought that we were going to have a package and be able to walk him out of jail that same day. And look at where we are 4 years later. I was never so wrong on my impression of that one phone call than I've ever been. And that phone call kind of set the stage. It set the stage for various different bond hearings to be denied for some of the most ridiculous reasons. It set the stage for what everyone has kind of laid out, this two-tiered legal justice system, the way that things were going on in this country and how others were being treated in comparison to how January 6th defendants were being treated. And Jake, throughout that time, got moved to DC eventually. It didn't take long for that middle of the night phone call or transfer to happen. And I remember speaking with Jake and him asking me and basically telling me about how a lot of these attorneys, no one was really paying attention. I mean, this was at a time when nobody was taking these cases on. Anyone who was taking these cases on were basically federal defenders, and they didn't even want anything to do with it. And if they were taking them on as private attorneys, they really were just looking at it in a local situation or in a local outlook, and then it was ultimately going to get kicked to DC. I took it and ran with it. I went and got licensed in DC. I went and got licensed in the Court of Appeals as a result of that. And with Jake, we ended up going up to the Supremes and cert getting granted and all of that. So essentially, I didn't walk away. Again, that's not being afraid to fight, and that's doing whatever you got to do. I would have got licensed anywhere I needed to get licensed to keep fighting for Jake. And Jake basically said, hey, Steve, without getting into too much, a lot of these guys need lawyers. I couldn't help everybody. But I said, let's talk about some people who really need it. That ended up into the introduction to Dominic Pizzola, another fellow New Yorker. We went to trial for 6 months on that case. I mean, I could talk about that situation for days if people wanted to. And watching people like Enrique Tarrio get convicted and not even being in DC, I knew it was to set the stage up for something bigger, which was for the federal prosecutors to make their claims against Trump. And that became abundantly clear from the beginning. And these individuals, so many people got their life shattered in that takedown to just get to that part. We were the only ones in that trial to actually beat seditious conspiracy and another conspiracy charge. And ultimately, Dom Pizzola still got sentenced to 10 years. Enrique Tarrio got sentenced to 22 years. I mean, the numbers were astronomical. Zachary Rell, 18 years. I mean, when you think about this and you think about these numbers, it makes your stomach cringe and it makes you sick at the thought of seeing that this is what has actually happened. So I mentioned Enrique also for a reason that Trump acknowledged. He acknowledged in an interview that he would pardon specifically Enrique Tarrio. And if you want to slice and dice certain things about who is deserving of what, which we could, I mean, everyone's touched on their pardons, and I'll briefly touch on it. But if you want to talk about one individual who Trump has named by names, I mean, Enrique Tarrio was essentially alleged to have committed or conspired to commit every single bad action on that day, and he wasn't even in D.C. from a hotel room in Baltimore. So how can one dice and slice what is violent, what is not violent, the assault counts here, the injuries or lack thereof with injuries, when regards to determining who is actually worthy of a pardon? And that trial, my entire involvement with that, all stems from my relationship with Jake. It all stems from Jake saying, "You guys, everyone has seen what Jake is able to do, what he's able to pull, the resources he's able to pull, how he's able to get people to come together." But the behind the scenes, Jake also is an individual who I've seen truly cares about other people, and will put. I mean, Jake's case had to go on a back burner for months while I tried that case, because that's where I was every single day. Every single day without fail, I was in that courtroom on that case. And now we find ourselves in a place where Jake's case is ultimately coming up. And there's been trial dates set on that. There's been various different issues that have made for that to not happen just yet. But Jake said it as well. And I think he said it best. We'll be ready to fight that fight any day of the week. But why have to go through all of that? Why have to spend the resources, the time, the energy to go into a situation where the chips are completely stacked against you no matter what, no matter how well you do, no matter how right the law is and how much it's on your side, being denied access to present certain pieces of evidence, being able to be precluded from introducing certain arguments even. I mean, the fight for self-defense I've done for over 3.5 years on Jake's case, and I'm going to continue to do it. And yet we step in that courtroom on thin ice with regards to self-defense. And it's unbelievable to actually sit back and say what has transpired during these 4 years. We're never going to be able to get this back, but we are going to be able to see a group of warriors, a group of fighters, a group of people who came out, groups of people who have become united. Trennis Evans, throughout the course of this, has become a friend of mine, a client of mine. I mean, I can't tell you how much he's helped me behind the scenes. I mean, we're talking about people where I could call at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, no matter what, and everything gets dropped, hours get spent. I mean, everything gets thrown into whatever project it is or whatever thought or whatever theory I'm working on that time. I mean, just the devotion is something that is amazing that people need to realize and understand. And this community should not be ever at odds with each other, or should not be bumping heads, because that defeats the hard work and the purpose of everything that's been done on any side, on any account, by any individual, by any team. And I stick with those who are positive. I stick with those who remain positive, and those willing to help no matter what. And those same individuals are the type of individuals that are attracted to Mr. Lang, that are also that he's attracted to as well. I mean, I got to see David Goodwin speak, and his work in and of itself is astronomical. Most of the time I've watched it from afar, but I've recently been able to get to speak with him and see just how much this has impacted people's lives and how much they're willing to go to fight this fight and to be able to expose the wrongdoings that have happened. Other individuals I've gotten involved with in their cases is there was a good point of time where Jake, everyone's heard of Jake being in the hole. He was in the hole with Isaac Thomas. Isaac Thomas I still work with him every single day. Spoke to him earlier today. Another individual who has given everything he possibly can to this January 6th community, to this fight, to this commitment. His case is still ongoing. So when I ask people to consider the pardon situation, I really want them to consider those who have not gone to trial yet, and think of that as a positive. Think of that as a way to make history in a certain sense, because these cases should not have to go to trial if they don't have to. Trump has acknowledged that part of his thought process, from what I could tell, is that when he went to New York and was hit with those 34 counts, he was hit with a sham trial, that no matter what he could have done, he was going to get railroaded. No matter what evidence presented, no matter what arguments presented, no matter how much the case and the facts were on his side, there was going to be a way to figure out, to take him down step by step and piece by piece at a time. And I thought about that in a little bit more detail, and I'll circle back to the Proud Boys trial. I could personally recall probably over 1,500 to 2,000 defense requests that I made, where I was correct on the laws, correct on the facts. Everything supported exactly what I was looking for and the application that I was putting before the court. And I can remember five decisions that came off in my favor. You know how much getting knocked down that is? That is getting tumbled over every single day and having to get back up no matter what and keep fighting, being exhausted and wiping off the sweat and continuing to go, being away from your family, being away from everything you know, and just getting knocked over day in and day out, and still getting up every single day with your head high and saying, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep going. That's the type of person I am. That's the type of person Jake Lang is. That's the type of person Trennis Evans is. I've been introduced to some of these great minds that are not just lawyers, and they have that commitment and they have that passion, that tenacity to be able to make this their life mission if it needs to be. And I can't think of any two other people who I could say have done it any more and been more committed to that fight than them. There's people with different walks of life who got hit with different charges. The misdemeanor cases I get, blanket pardon, so on and so forth. Those cases are interfering with people's lives still to this day if they're still on probation, but they're not going anywhere. They're not sitting in a jail cell right now, and I represent a handful of those people, and I want them to be ultimately vindicated in whatever shape it may be with a pardon. But I'm really concerned about the people who are sitting in jail right now, today, who are going to be sitting in jail on January 20th. I'm concerned about a man that no one's probably heard of by the name of Paul Brenson, also comes from Texas. He's 66 years old, trying to save up for retirement, has to surrender on January 9th. He has to surrender to do 30 days in jail. What's the point of that? What does that do? How does that protect society? How does that do anything other than destroy this one man who was never alleged to have done anything harmful, was there that day? How does that change anyone else's life other than him and his family? That's what I call for, is that for certain, if there's going to be a priority, the people in jail, the people who ultimately have jail situations that are going on in the month of January of 2025, to really have a voice and really be considered right now. That's why the campaign day one resonates so much with me. There's so much that needs to be done on January 20th, on January 21st, because if the right thing is not done on that day, we're going to have to go to trial on Jake's case in the first week of February. Now, that may not seem like a lot to anybody listening, but I'm talking hundreds and hundreds of hours between now and then, on top of already the thousands and thousands of hours that have been put into this. I'm talking about travel commitments. I'm talking about so many different things that unnecessarily do not need to be done on January 3rd when this is where we are right now. When I mentioned these two individuals, Jake and Trennis, who everyone's heard from today, I like to say that there's one thing in common with both of them, and that's their ability to speak about their story, to be able to ultimately have a mouthpiece, have an attorney, have a team, and then also be able to articulate their position in a very certain way, and in a way that I've never seen before. On Jake's case, we got hybrid representation. I have never seen that or received a ruling for that in any case, let alone a federal January 6th case. And that essentially, without we could get into more detail if anyone wants to, Jake could ultimately speak up as a member of his own defense on his own behalf on his case. That is astronomical when you think about it. And to think about the trust that has to exist between not only myself, but any attorney working with me on behalf of Jake, the trust that we have to have in Jake to be able to say that we're comfortable with that situation is astronomical. Mr. Evans, in a similar way, I've let him speak to the judge for hours. And these two individuals have been able to do so in a way that I would never, ever be comfortable in allowing for that to happen on my watch in a federal court in DC on these particular matters. So I open up for anyone who wants to talk, anyone who wants to ask questions, anyone who wants to join me. I open that up as well. If Jake is still on, I wouldn't mind speaking with him. If Trennis is still there, whatever, everybody's heard various different points today, and I'm up for, I don't have to write any of this down. I didn't have to write any notes down about this. This could all come from my heart as it does come from their hearts as well. I'll openly sit and speak about any topic that anybody wants to address with anybody who is willing to address it with me. So I open up the floor at this time for that.
Okay, as you wish, Stephen. Let's do a quick Q&A if there are any. Okay, there's a question from Mrs. Krill. Please, if you like. Okay, let's go into camera view.
Hi, Mr. Stephen Metcalf. My name is Estelle Krill. My husband is currently incarcerated for January 6th. During the raid of our house, almost 2 years to the day of the insurrection, and I say that jokingly, our house was raided for 6 hours, and we did have weapons in our home. Peter has a 20-year-old felony. We had a couple incidents on our property that we thought we needed protection from. Believe it or not, including a murderer that was on the loose was seen in our yard. We live on 6 acres that belongs to my brother's trucking company, and I can vouch for the fact that I can't remember his name, but he is arrested now. We've had a few incidents where there were different things happening because we live in like the woods. People were in our yard. So anyway, they decided to charge my husband. The FBI told me that they could, they didn't have to charge him with the weapons, that they could just be confiscated. But after he turned himself in on May 2nd, 3 weeks in, he had court in another area. So they picked him up and they took him to Philadelphia for Camden federal court, and they charged him with the ammunition, and they listed the ghost guns because they couldn't prove that they crossed state lines. So if he is pardoned for January 6th, will he be pardoned for this?
Thank you for coming up and stepping up. I appreciate it, and for you being there. With regards to the charges, are they part of the charges in federal court in DC?
No, they're federal court in New Jersey, but I asked my husband about that and he said they're aggregated. So they kind of, I guess that means they're like piggybacking his January 6th charges. So DC is for J6 and then Camden, New Jersey is, the federal New Jersey charges.
And he's been sentenced in DC?
He was sentenced in DCC. He did take a plea deal because he had a 20-year-old felony. So we're both recovering addicts. We've been sober. It'll be 16 years next month. But thank you. His priors were during his addiction. And like I said, he's been home since 2009 and has not been in trouble until he went to a rally for Donald Trump for Stop the Steal, and that's when our entire lives were destroyed.
All right. Well, without specifically, number one, without specifically giving you any legal advice, in not having seen the paperwork or the charging documents or anything along those lines, there is a couple of thoughts that do come to mind. Number one, ultimately, the pardon applying for two different jurisdictions, and whether or not the pardons get issued and what applications are going to be required of the incoming administration are going to be what's at play here. I am not able to speak effectively on what exactly is going to happen with these pardons, because the one thing that I think is ultimately clear here, and no matter what everyone says, is everyone has somewhat of a similar idea, but does not know where this is going to go. It is something that is going to ultimately take President Trump to speak on and actually show action before I think a better assessment can actually be made. With that being said, if there are applications, it seems logical for you to speak to an attorney about the pardon pertaining in DC and pertaining in a different venue, which is in New Jersey federal court. Because it's federal, it should be very easily something that you may be able to put together as one application. But what you're not going to get back from this is the decisions that had to be made as a result of this. When sentencing has happened, especially in these cases, they're going to look at mitigating factors or aggregating factors. And in this case, you're never going to be able to get back how your husband was portrayed and ultimately how those guns were used against him during the course of this case in DC. So I would say, in order to be able to fully address your questions that you need to either speak with me on a different line or consult with another attorney about how that can the interplay between New Jersey and DC. So I cannot answer that just sitting here now and not knowing exactly what the full extent of the charges are in both jurisdictions.
Okay, yes. And he did take a plea deal for the guns also, well, the ammo, because they used January 6th against him in court. And he was looking at 15 years for the ammo, and he did microwave his cell phone the day our house was raided. So they
let's kind of not get into that right now, because I don't know what has also come out, and it seems like this is live. So I'd encourage you to kind of keep certain facts with regards to your husband's case limited to a setting where he would be speaking with an attorney and it would be a privileged conversation.
Okay, and I would like maybe I'll reach out to you tomorrow because his attorney is a public defender, and my brother-in-law went on her social media and it's filled with anti-Trump stuff, which is also part of the Hatch Act, wouldn't that be?
I'm sorry, the last part is
I
also a part of what?
That his public defender, who's a federal public defender, social media, my brother-in-law went to see like where she stood because she was not defending him properly. And when he went on her social media, it was filled with anti-Trump stuff. And I was told by somebody that that's in violation of the Hatch Act. So I just want to know if that was true.
The Hatch Act, I mean, I don't know if that's in violation of the Hatch Act, but it does kind of go to a point that I was speaking to early on. Again, I don't know the circumstances of your husband's case or this attorney, but ultimately there were a lot of people that I could tell from the beginning, and this was a constant conversation going on where people were being appointed, and the attorneys being appointed had a completely different view politically. Now, the law is supposed to be devoid of emotions. And that means that we are not supposed to allow for our emotions or for our political beliefs to interplay or to be a factor in our representation. So that this issue in January 6th has cut in the middle, politically speaking, in a way I've never seen before, where people cannot let it go, regardless of their profession. And that goes across the whole legal field. So I don't know about if that's in violation, but it does go to emphasize a point that people feel so strong about this entire chain of events that has happened for the last 4 years and even prior to that, that they are not able to set that aside. And it goes to all different facets, from the attorneys to the juries to who knows if it's even hitting in different places as well. But that is definitely something to keep into consideration and to keep looking into.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have questions, go ahead and come on up and we'll use the podium to ask the question. Please go ahead, Joshua. Introduce yourself and ask the question of Stephen Metcalf.
Hello, Mr. Metcalf. I'm Joshua Pruitt. My question to you is when President Trump is inaugurated, and if he signs all the pardons on day one, how long is it going to take for those pardons to take effect and for our political prisoners to be released? And the ones who are free, how long is it going to be before the pardon? After the pardon issue, how long is it going to take?
Okay, so just so everyone kind of gets some understanding here, this is new territory even for myself. I've never been able to actually sit before everyone and say that I've been close to a situation where the president of the United States is willing to pardon people I care about and my clients. So it's a matter of first impression. What matters here, I believe, is that the pardon process actually gets dealt with swiftly and doesn't get put to the back burner, and ultimately gets addressed immediately. I cannot say how long it's going to take. Let's say if a pardon or if something is signed, how long it would take for someone to get out of jail. There's so many different nuances. You guys have heard of computations of sentences. You guys have heard of clemency. You guys have heard of pardons. There's various different details. I think it's too easy to say until you know the circumstances and the actual ins and outs and details of what that pardon would be. But the main thing is to make sure it continues to be on everyone's radar and that the right thing gets done and that the right people who need to get pardons immediately.
Okay, thank you, Steve. We have another question here. Please introduce yourself and ask Steve Metcalf a question.
Hi, Mr. Metcalf. I hope
that I can articulate this properly. It's a very just horrendous and convoluted situation that led into it. It's ultimately a constitutional issue. I am the good acquaintance of a J6er by the name of Taylor Toronto, and who was his very good friend, introduced us, and then his friend and I became very good friends, and we're worried about him. He's in the DC jail. He was let free originally. I guess he just had very light trust charges regarding trespassing, and he and his friends in what's called the People's Convoy, they've come back and forth from coast to coast in support of the other J6ers. And one of the last times he traveled into town, he was found with a couple of small caliber weapons in the van, and he handguns explained, this was of course in the district, that these are just for self-defense, which they were because he lives pretty much out of the van anyway. They took the guns and said, okay, we feel you to be a dangerous person, but we're letting you go if you leave and stay out of the district, then come back. Okay, this was also unfortunately after an incident that went into the news where it became a short-term media circus. I don't know if you heard about a gentleman that was accused of skulking around in Obama's backyard.
Yes, vaguely, but I mean, man, not to a point where I am able to effectively speak about it during this.
Yeah.
And I do just when and this is not directed at you, man, but when I wanted to open the floor, I wanted to try to engage with certain general topics and things along the lines that I can speak to people about. And I encourage people to take my number or to take other attorneys' numbers and feel free to contact them. There are a lot of these specific questions. There needs to be more of a breakdown and understanding and more of a looking into before they can specifically be addressed. Right. So I don't want anybody to ultimately disclose anything that could be considered privilege. I don't want there to be anything to be disclosed on this that ultimately could be used against that individual in any ongoing proceedings. That is not what I intended to do for purposes of this. So I think that the best way to do this is to say, if there is anything specific and I could help you, I am more than willing to do so. And I'm more than willing to help anyone or speak to anybody and their families about any case at all. But it's not best to do so on an open line as to specifics about an ongoing pending case. Now, if it's about things that have happened or issues that I have already ultimately handled during the course of the January 6th litigations or anything along those lines, I'm more than happy to address those head on. I'm just trying to do so in a way that's safe for everybody.
Okay. Basically what it boils down to is that he was told that he would be free if he would leave town, but he's a constitutionalist and said, no, I have the right to stay here. And he was taken into the jail, and he's been there for quite some time because he refused to leave. And so I was wondering, and unfortunately, he also has a medical condition that was known before going in there. And it's just really a bad situation. And I was wondering if there's anything that could be done to mitigate it.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Okay. So right off the top of my head, and this is not without getting into specifics, but I am a firm believer that one thing that has happened and one thing that the criminal justice system as a whole, and I'm talking about everywhere from state to state, state specific, federal, circuit to circuit, district to district, misses is mental health. Mental health is something that is crucial. Mental health is something that gets overlooked 9.9 times out of 10, even when I will not stop jumping up and down about it. So with regards to his mental health, and that brings forward, this is what I was saying, kind of what I was saying. There's so many different facets of mental health. I don't know the diagnosis. I don't know what the history is. I don't know exactly what it is that you're referring to. These are things that need to be, you definitely have to pay attention to, and definitely speak to whoever's representing him about the nuances of that. And if you do not like the response or the way it's being handled from there, to be able to seek a second opinion. People always know about seeking a second opinion from doctors. You got to be able to reach out to whoever you got to reach out to in this field as well, to be able to get the right person who you feel comfortable with, who can address what may be needed. And mental health is one of those aspects that I'm a firm believer is not taken. It's either just swept under the rug, or it's not taken as serious as it should, or it's not articulated well enough by the attorneys because they don't take the time to basically understand the ins and outs about what is going on with the person that they're representing or what they are facing with. So it's all about educating yourself, educating others, and then ultimately trying to educate the court. So I encourage you to keep doing so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. We have one quick question. If you can keep it answer to under a minute, that would be great.
One more. It's quick, but it would be it would crack this nut, and that is President Trump has already declared that they have the evidence that the 2020 election was rigged and was a stolen election. So if that evidence is truly there and we can prove without a reason of a doubt that the election was a rigged election and Joe Biden was installed as president, then I would imagine that would make his presidency deemed illegal, null and void, and everything that was done through his Department of Justice after he was president should be reviewed and thrown out. So would that be the end all? I mean, we all sit here going pardons. I wish you would give us a pardon, and who gets a pardon? But the fact of the matter is that these prosecutions should have never started in the first place if Joe Biden was illegally installed and if this was deemed, a rigged and stolen election and proclaim that.
So there's always gonna be a debate about if they should have been brought, shouldn't have been brought, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, I think that regardless if there's a dispute about whether or not January 6 cases should have been prosecuted to begin with, I think a deeper dive has to go into all the different procedure and everything that flowed from the prosecution, from bail to court rulings to sentencing, and how extreme some of those have been. So I'm a firm believer that if such evidence does exist, then Donald Trump has 4 more years. He's going to have a team, or he's going to be able to present it in a certain way that's ultimately going to vindicate a lot of different people. Look at Rudy Giuliani. I remember him when I was a kid and he was the mayor of New York. He was indicted in Georgia on RICO, and he's ultimately the guy who brought RICO to the federal courts to prosecute that actual statute. There's going to be attorneys who are going to be vindicated. There's going to be people around Trump that are going to be vindicated. There's going to be Trump himself who's going to be vindicated. And then every single person with January 6th is going to be vindicated. Now, where, again, to cut it? I mean, if Kwong wants me to stay within a minute, that's going to be very difficult. But there's always going to be disputes about it. And if such evidence does exist, I think it is going to come out during this administration. And where it's going to go from there, is up to a lot of different ways of interpretation and a lot of different means. But ultimately, the main thing is awareness and to educate and to allow people to know that this could have happened, did happen, and ultimately that it does not happen in the future. So I don't know where it's going to go, but the possibilities are endless.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, in my opinion, the way I see it is, if the election was rigged and stolen, then it should be dropped right there. But unfortunately, we have a lot of bar certified attorneys that have made fortunes off of this at the January 6 people's expense. Everybody's raised money to feed all of the attorneys that are feeding and making a living off of the suffering of the J6 defendants. My opinion is it's time to stop all of it. And if it's deemed political and Joe Biden was truly a rigged and stolen election, as President Trump has already declared and says they have the evidence for, then there's not even any need for a pardon. Our place there on that day was justified. We stood on just good ground, and the attorneys need to quit sucking the blood out of the American people and keeping this in the courtrooms and keep fighting. All the fighting does is cost hardworking Americans lots of money through the suffering that we go through. It's time for attorneys to step up and say it's wrong from the start, and we're going to quit. We're going to quit the fight, and Trump needs to do what's right and give a blanket pardon across the board of exoneration, of pardon of innocence, and we're done with it, instead of this dragging out the next 4 years of who gets a pardon, who doesn't, and who's got a good attorney and who doesn't. And just like this poor lady just a minute ago said, how these public defenders, most of them are leftists that are picking these cases up. And you think they have any sympathy or compassion or real defense for those of us that can't afford an attorney? Many of us, like myself, I had a public defender too. I can't afford an attorney. I can't afford a $10,000 retainer. I make $15 an hour. How can I pay for a $10,000 retainer? But yet your whole life is on the line. You're facing years in prison. And who's at the back end of it? All of the blood-sucking, bar-certified attorneys that are making a living off of the suffering of the American people. It needs to stop. I pray that President Trump has the courage and the boldness to pull the string on this and be done with it and move to the next page. But I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Steve. We would love to have more questions.
Yes, sir.
But we need to close this because we've run over an hour already. So you've heard the suffering of Americans. You've heard the plea to America for justice, for correcting what was wrong, to set people free, to pardon all J6ers on day one, to leave no man behind, to send them home to their families, no matter what the charges or the subsequent charges. When it was rigged, they need to be let go. When it was the government who entrapped them, then it's the fruit of the poison tree, as many have mentioned, private citizens as well as lawyers. You've just heard Coy, the reason for everyone, for mostly everyone, to be at the Capitol. Was to petition their elected officials to give relief. Instead, they got entrapped, and for this past 4 years, their lives were crushed. You've heard of some of the suffering of a few that have mentioned their stories. There are more. There are nearly 1,600 stories of ruined lives, lost jobs, lost families, families who have denied them because they were there at the Capitol and they're of a different political persuasion. You've heard Coy passionately spoke of what had happened to him. He practically lost his reputation with respect to the government of New Mexico and the DOJ that stood behind them to prosecute Coy wrongly. You've heard of him. You might not have heard that he was banned from ever running for office again in New Mexico because he spoke out against a stolen election and voted to inspect the votes, inspect the process. He was denied. He voted no, so they prosecuted him politically. There are many stories like this. It is all too common. We have people who were brought up on charges, felony charges that were not J6, but just because they were J6 defendants, they were brought in under other charges, false charges on some of them, and charges that would never have happened if the government had not come for each one of these individuals. You've heard of Taylor Toronto. A friend mentioned that he was implored or allowed to leave Washington, D.C., given back his gun and not be thrown into the D.C. gulag if he would just leave, not be a nuisance. He decided it is a free country. He's going to test it. And America failed him. A veteran, fought for his country with PTSD, doing nothing wrong. And I believe the gun charges should have been dismissed because it was locked in his car. It was separated from the ammunition. He wasn't using it. He wasn't threatening anybody. He was just walking on public property behind John Podesta's house in Obama Podesta neighborhood. Not being a threat, not doing anything, but Antifa turned him in and the government went after him. All these are stories that need to be told. I hope that America is listening to how bad the persecution is from people from the other political spectrum. You've heard from lawyers that implore America, including President Trump, who holds the power to fix all of the injustices, to pardon all and leave no man behind. Release them from prison. Do so on day one. President Trump has that power. We implore him to exercise the power God has given to him. And let us pray for his protection as he ascends into office and do what is right, do the service that the American people need for him to do. We started today with a prayer. God has seen fit not to put anything else ahead of the program than our prayers to him to join us, to bless us with his presence during this whole day. I believe that he was in the truth that was spoken, in the things that have been broadcasted to America. We thank you for the people who, through the perils of the weather, had come here. And we thank those people who tried to come and ended up joining us on video. We thank you for all of those who join us online. And most of all, we thank God for enabling Jake to spearhead this effort. Our brother, Jake Lang, fighting with the resources that God had given him to use everything he has to make sure that all the Gen 6ers have a voice today. Anyone who wanted to speak, and there are much more to say. This is the beginning of their stories, and we hope this is the beginning of every one of us standing behind them and recover for them the years the locusts had eaten. Only God can do that. He's asking us to plug in and help out. Many of us have answered the call. I urge you to continue and to delight in the good works that God has called you to do. The grandmothers who've given up their life savings, their 401k, and are working into their 70s because they gave it all to election integrity, and Gen 6ers because they need to pay their mortgages. They need roofs over their children and Christmas gifts. We thank each and every one of those who had given. As long as God gives it to us, let us do good to our neighbors because God has more. His resources are infinite. And we started with Micah 6:8 this morning. God said to the Israelites, He had shown you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you but do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. With these qualities, we pray for our leaders to be just, to be humble, and to have mercy on the people they serve. But mostly, we're asking for fairness, justice. We pray that God would give it. I believe God has answered our prayers when President Trump has promised to set the Gen Xers free on day one, not day two, day one. We encourage him and support him 100% of the way. And I want to leave with another Bible passage of those who have been downtrodden, crushed. Here's God's promise to you. Romans 8:28. And we know that all things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose. God loves you, has a plan for you in Jeremiah 29. The question is, do you feel it? Do you experience it? Do you love God in return? Because if you open your arms, get rid of the past and the bitterness, get ready to receive the mercy and the graces of God, because he has plans for you, plans for good and never evil. Though men meant evil for you, God meant it for good. So let us bow our head to our great God who's brought us here to join with each other to give the Gen Xers voice. Father, we're grateful that you are here with us. We believe that you are, because you promise and you never break your word. We love you. We ask that you give us hearts of flesh and not hearts of stone. We ask for the judges, the corrupt officials, those who are about to enter office wanting to serve, that they would have hearts of flesh to walk humbly with you, so that they would listen, to prefer their neighbors other than their ambitions, and to grant mercy and justice, because we are fair, we can serve, and we can serve without bias, and neither will we attack with bias. Father, give hearts of flesh to all those who serve. Help them to come to know you and to be with you in eternity, because they repent and count on Jesus to forgive, to restore, to bring them into heaven. We pray for the Gen Xers who've been crushed, those who've lost their lives involuntarily or because out of desperation they could not go on. And Father, we pray that you would give them mercy and grace, that you would give each one who remained a strength that they can endure it until the pardon comes, until President Trump does the right thing to fix all of the litany of things that were unjust and corrupt, things that have ruined many countries. America cannot withstand this. You've seen fit to restore us. Please protect President Trump and his administration till they finish the work. Let them walk humbly, honorably, in service to the American people. Let all officials who have the power within them today, even before the pardons, to open their hearts to give those who are dying, those who are desperate, those who are suicidal, those who have heart attacks incoming because they cannot withstand the harsh conditions of prison, the punitive conditions that few of us can stand. Open their hearts, Father, for mercy, for compassion, for justice, to restore rather than to punish. We lift up those who are bereft of any help. We know you can reach into the prison and help them. And we pray that those who are mastering over the prison, are given compassion and a heart of flesh, that they can look at their neighbors who are prisoners for now with compassion and give them what they need for life. We lift the families up and pray for restoration and for strength until the men and women come home to their families. We thank you for my brother Jake, who has eternal optimism because you are with him. May you be with each and every one of the Gen 6ers right there in their cells, right there in their homes. Give them faith. Give them hope. Hold their hands. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. Stay safe.